Hello, welcome to episode 12 of the G52 podcast. And shock horror, I'm sober for once. We're actually recording during the middle of the bloody day. All will be explained in a minute. But as always, I'm joined by my good buddy Stu.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we're back again for another podcast. So I think the best thing to do is just explain this. The intro to this show is going to be a little different to what we normally do. As you know, we've started our coverage of the Book 7 Inferno, and this week brings us Space Wolves and Thousand Suns. We got Dan and Pete on. You may have seen them from the 30k channel review of the book. They've been on playing a game as well before. Really good sound dudes. The plan was to do maybe 2 hours to cover both lists. We kind of did about 2.5 hours per list. So the show is pretty mega. We got a big hobby section on the end as well with talking about Thousand Suns and Space Wolves with the guys as well. So there's a lot of Thousand Suns and Space Wolves talk, a lot of bitterness, a lot of calling each other whack faggots and generally smashing into each other. So what we're going to do is we're going to condense down a lot of what we normally do in the intro. So we're going to skip over a lot of the what we've been up to stuff and, what we've been doing really, because, we don't want a massive 8-hour megasode. I know Tim and Michael seem to like to drop 8-hour megasodes every week, and we appreciate you haven't got all the time in the world to listen to every podcast. So we're just going to try and keep this one fairly tight at the start, and then let the rest of the show do the speaking for us. So, yeah, what do we want to go into first, Stu? Do we want to go straight into the Garlic Wars?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's all we're going to cover. So if you've sent us a message in the last few days, we have actually seen them, and we've just moved them from one set of show notes to the other. Funny enough, we're going to be recording the intro to the next show later today as well. So we will be covering all the normal stuff. So if you're answering your messages, and Tom's going to be talking about No Retreat. So if you're tuning in, listening to this, hoping to hear about Tom in No Retreat, especially if you went along with him. We are covering that in the next episode. So yeah, just straight into Gollic updates, I think, really, because there's been plenty of people hobbying away, playing games on the Gollic campaign, and in the Ghoul sector, which is our month, and it would be rude of us not to at least mention our own month in our own podcast. So, I mean, there's quite a few people been posting up games and things. It's been interesting to see how many people get involved. It's actually quite cool as well, seeing people posting up in the Facebook group saying that they're playing games within you're in the campaign that, well, I say our campaign that Tom came out with, because I didn't really do an awful lot. There's been lots of posts in the group, and we haven't sort of taken notes on all of them. So sorry if you're not mentioned, but there was a really, really big write up by Benjamin. I won't mention all of his names because of internet and stuff, but it looks like he had a massive narrative campaign weekend at Warhammer World, and loads of mates there, and they played massive multiplayer games, ZM games, smaller games. I think there was a mission on that new multi-level board as well, when they did some kind of Necromunda style thing, all based on the Gollic campaign, which is absolutely amazing. Far more than Tom and I have done, basically. We racked up there and had a couple of beers and played a game as a preamble to getting drunk in the evening for Tom's birthday. So these guys have knocked it out of the park. But I won't read the post out because it would be a long monologue, but it's worth going to the Gollic Facebook group and just scrolling through it and reading up people's battle reports, because it's absolutely awesome. But I wanted to give him and those guys a bit of a shout out. I think you got a list of some other people who have been playing games and posting up reports and stuff as well, haven't you, Tom?
Yeah, a few of the ones that we've noted. There's been tons and tons, to be fair, but the few that spotted Max from Road to Terror, Nicholas from Don't Lose Your Head. I think Nicholas was over doing something to do with his missus. I think they were over in London, weren't they? So they managed to get together and get a game. Michael Kerr threw in a game. Bradley Gibbon, Jake Tuck.
I lost you there, Tom. So Jake.
Oh, sorry, you just missed me butchering his surname. Torsney. Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like that. I think Skype just tried to edit your embarrassment there by going quiet on us for a moment.
So I went back and had another crack at it. Cody Cluck as well. And actually, today, Chris from the Vangarian Heresy has announced he's got 4 missions played. Some awesome campaign days going. As it stands, this is Monday the 27th of March. The loyalists are ahead by 1 on goals, so it is really really tight, really really close. So get your game in, get yourself registered on Oz 30K, get the battle report in there. There is some serious fighting going on. It is really really cool to see loads of reports, and we love seeing the reports in the Golok War group. It is cool. There's pictures. I mean, you don't have to write an essay, even if it's just, I played with my buddy, here's a couple of pictures, Traitors won. That's awesome. If you want to write a big narrative and loads of pictures, awesome. We love to see that as well. So there was one important campaign day to mention. I snuck up to Manchester on Saturday. So Max from the Road to Terror. I didn't get to meet Paddy because Paddy decided to not turn up for once. So I went up and joined the Manchester Horror Heresy group for their campaign day up at Element Games. So Max has set up a Facebook group with Manchester Horror Heresy group. So if you're in that area, go and jump in that group. It's a really cool group. Max runs a monthly campaign day, and so what I think he started before the second Golok War, but now he's decided that they're just going to follow the Golok War, so it's a great way of getting your Golok War mission in. I went up there, I played a couple of games. I played a dude with a beautiful, lovely Death Guard army who I have completely forgotten his name of, and Max isn't replying to my messages anymore. But yeah, I had an awesome game there. It was the chap's second game of Heresy. He'd only played a couple of games, so it was really cool. We had a fun sort of, narrative game, teaching him. I give him lots of help. I'm not by any means, the world's best player, but it was cool. I'm happy to help. Talking through what's going on, explaining what my army's done. It was a bit one-sided from the start, anyway. We rolled up ambush deployment. I was ambushing him. He didn't really stand a chance. Ambush, if anybody's played it, is pretty brutal, to be fair. You get surrounded on all sides and you get battered. So that was cool. And then I had to take on Whack Faggot number 1 in the country, Max Cooper, from the infamous Unlistenable Road to Terror podcast. he got called unlistenable by somebody. Somebody fed back to his podcast that apparently it's unlistenable, which to be fair it is, because it's all them stupid northern accents. You can't understand a word they're saying. So I played Max. He got his Iron Warriors with Allied Militia, and to be honest, I spent 2 turns at the start going, what the do with this? I've played a lot of Legion armies in my time, a few Mechanicum armies. I've not come across militia. I think the closest I've come to is your Solar, really, Stu, which is quite heavily mechanised anyway. So, I mean, we rolled up table quarters, rolled up the table quarters deployment, and he literally filled it with militia. There was a line of Medusas, a line of Iron Warriors at the front, and the whole back field was covered in infantry, just spread 2 inches apart, because he didn't want my Dreadclaw landing in there. Really, really good, fun game. We had great fun. The highlights for me was I kind of forgot that Siege Tyrants are really deadly against vehicles, and I dropped my Dreadclaw in and then turbo boosted it right in the way of the Siege Tyrants. So Gilliman and his party squad got blown out of their Dreadclaw, which then led to them being stood in the open when the Medusas opened fire. So ended up losing everybody bar Gilliman and his apothecary to the barrage, which for me is not unusual to have Gilliman have all his boyfriends die straight away. So Gilliman was left on the open, but then he decided to run into Max's Pravian and his Castellax, and then instant death 3 of them. So killed them all off in 1 round of combat, which was quite funny. And then he got bogged down with Siege Tyrants. But the key thing was Max kept forgetting to challenge. So Gilliman got his feel no pain from his apothecary because he wasn't in the challenge. He couldn't kill the apothecary off and then hit Gilliman. So he kind of screwed 3 or 4 assaults where I ended up just hammering him in the face with Gilliman's Power Fist and smashing everybody to pieces. So while Dawn eats cats, Gilliman eats militia. So that was all good fun. But yeah, I mean, they got a really good crew up there. There was how many of us was there? There was 5 or 6 tables worth of people, and there were a couple of 4s of oh geez, maybe 20 players, 18 players was it? So, which is really cool. Max said, it's grown from being 4 or 5 of them to, nearly 20 now, regular players up there. So it's a really, really good scene. Element Games was really cool to go up and play in. They've done a lot since I last went up there. I went up there last May, probably about March last year, about this time last year, just before I did MKA. And they probably won't forgive me for saying this, but it was a shithole when I went up there. It was basically a shop in one room, and that was it. It was really, they were clearly in the middle of doing it all up. It was not, I got to admit, when I left, I wasn't that impressed. But I went back up there, they'd taken over the gaming centre next door, and they'd done a lot with it, and it's really smart up there now, to be fair. The shop is massive. It's got everything you could ever want. They got the full scale 75 range in the boxes as well. So of course I walked out with a new box set of that, didn't I? Because I've been wanting the wooden leather paint set for a while, and I've got that now. So I'm not as bad as you, but I'm getting there now. I think I've got 5 box sets from them now. So they're pretty awesome. The gaming centre is really cool. Nice big gaming centre. There was about 20 of us playing Heresy. There was a Malifaux tournament or event, and then there was a Magic event as well at the same time, and there was still plenty of room. I think the only thing I'd say for the gaming centre is it would be nice if they had food on site, because they were there's nowhere to get food around there. They had bar snacks and stuff, but we got to lunchtime and I was hungry, but your only option really is to order food in. So, that's, like I said, that's not a massive negative, because there's not many places. Even Incom doesn't have proper food, but then we're in the centre of town, so you can pop and grab something. It's not a negative. It's not a negative, but it's just like I said, if the one thing that would make that centre really nice would be some food on site as well. But yeah, it was a really fun day. I drove 5 hours to play 2 games of Heresy. In my mind, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And most of the Americans and the Australians are laughing at us for the fact that that's considered a long way. But no, it was cool. It was really, really good. And we played our Golic War missions. And the most important thing is I won both games. That's the first 2 victories for a long time. So yeah, I pushed Max's shit in. He now considers me whack faggot number 1. But we all know that's really Max. He's a power gamer extreme. So he's already been sending me messages about what lists he can bring to Tarsis to up his power gaming now. So yeah, it was really good fun day. Good dudes. Nice to meet everyone. Hopefully, get up there again. I think they're moving it to a Sunday now, so that means hopefully you might be able to come up with me as well at some point, Stu.
I'm hoping so. With a little bit, as long as I get a sort of 6 weeks or so notice before the wife does her own schedule, there's a good chance I can get days free on Sundays for games. So
yeah, so that'd be cool. Hopefully we'll get up there again. I mean, I can't do the April one because I'm away May date yet, but maybe if I can swing that, it'd be cool. So yeah, that's really the Golic Wars. As I said, traitors, you don't really need to bother going and registering any of your wins, but loyalists, make sure you register everything you've won.
I've been kind of backing the loyalists all through this, because I usually play loyalists, but and my solar orcs, as we know, swing both ways. And I realised when I was sort of backing the loyalists, I was thinking, well, the one game I've actually played, I was playing as traitor anyway, so yay, I'll back whoever wins. That's the way to go, and that completely backs up the fluff of my solar orcs as well. Cheer for whoever wins.
And Max has replied to my message now. The guy with the Death Guard army was Matt John. So Matt, yeah, I really enjoyed our game. It was great fun.
But sorry for pushing your shit in.
Yeah. Sorry for being a whack faggot all the time. But then I got to have a reputation for something, so might as well go for gaming fuck. So anyway, next month's information is up. It is Jake at the Covenant of Fires month. He is doing a ZM mission. It's
Sevastopol station.
Sevastopol, that's it.
It's after a battle in the Crimea War, I think.
Yeah, so. Wasn't that Sebastopol, or has he just changed the V to a B? The B to a V?
No, it's spelled with a V, as far as I'm aware.
Sebastopol station, then. So there are going to be ZM games, so that's really cool. I'm looking forward to that. It'll give me an excuse to play it, won't we? We can get some Z. We're going to get our ZM.
We are, yeah.
We?
That's potentially for us to get a couple of games in, I reckon, in one night. I think.
Yeah.
Manage that.
Potentially as well, if we get our shit sorted, We might even be able to live. We might even Facebook Live a couple of the games. I've got a little clampy mount for my phone and a long phone charger, and we might give that a bit of a whirl. I'll announce this now. I'm going to try and do a couple of Facebook Lives while I'm painting some nights. I'm just waiting for a little desktop tripod to come in. So if you want to hang out and do hobby and stuff and chat with us, I will probably be Facebook Living my really piss poor hobby skills. So, hopefully you might see some stuff like that coming up. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting some ZM in. It'd be good fun. So yeah, that's your Golok War update, guys. I think, is there anything else you wanted to mention, Stu?
No, I know. I think we've got lots we want to talk about, but we're saving that for the intro for the next one, because otherwise this would just be too long and too much different information for people. So we'll sit on all of our normal chat, and other than that, just say enjoy the long recordings we've done with Dan and Pete. I go AWOL for a big chunk of it, as my son was playing up while we were recording. So you'll hear me talk and then not talk for about 45 minutes and then talk again. So that'll be why. But yeah, we had a really, really good chat with them. They're awesome guys, really good fun. And the hobby section with them afterwards is interesting as well, because we sort of get into fluff a little bit as well, and their motivations for building and painting the way they have. So enjoy that. Other than that, the normal stuff we have to tick off. Please get involved with us on Facebook, join our group, like our page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter. Remember, we have a Spreadshirt store, so if you want to buy some wonderful, amazing Gino merchandise, a small amount of that money does come back to us, so we can help us get our recording set up a little bit better. We're getting there now. We've got a bit of money raised. We're not quite there with what we need to get our mixer and new mics, but we are getting there. And then you can also, if you don't want to buy anything, you don't want to spend too much money, there is a donate link to PayPal in our pinned post on both pages as well, so you can, even if it's just like 50p or something like that, every little bit helps towards our hosting when it comes around in a few months' time, and getting us some new equipment. But other than that, enjoy the amazing Thousand Suns and Space Wolves chat, because it's a good one.
Yeah, it's good fun. We'll catch you on the other side for a short wrap up as well, guys.
G52 is sponsored by Incom Gaming, the new centre for tabletop wargaming in Gloucestershire. Visit incomgaming.co.uk for great savings on pre-orders and all your hobby needs. We stock many gaming systems and hobby accessories and can ship to anywhere in the UK. Incom Gaming is the only UK stockists of the market-leading gaming mats from GameMats.eu. Visit the store and check out how to turn your tabletop into a battlefield. Incom Gaming is based in the centre of Cheltenham and offers tables and scenery for casual and organised play with a fully licensed bar. Check out our events page for upcoming events where everyone is welcome. Save an additional 10% on Games Workshop Heresy products by using the code GINO52 at the checkout. Visit incomgaming.co.uk and help fight the betrayal. Incom Gaming. Come game, shop, drink. To shop elsewhere is heresy.
Welcome back then, guys. Continuing our coverage of Inferno then. We're lucky enough to be joined by Dan and Pete. You've probably seen, if you've been on the 30k channel, they've been on there talking Inferno and having some good Thousand Suns and Space Wolf grudge match going on there. So we thought, because me and Stu are, I play the best Legion, 13th, and Stu likes to fiddle with them Imperial Fists and Humans, we get somebody on who actually knows what they're talking about by these Legions. So yeah, we thought we'd have a bit of a chat about rules, fluff, go through these two new Legions, because they are quite different to what we've seen over the last few years, heresy-wise, the way the armies are structured. So yeah, so welcome along, Dan, and welcome along, Pete.
Hello, nice to speak to you, should I say?
Yeah, it's cool. Sitting there looking at your little avatars of you drinking beer and holding babies in various combinations.
I forget I have that one
already.
You can probably hear that baby screaming in the background, but that's because he doesn't want to be asleep. But
yeah, well, who does? So yeah, Dan, do you want to give us a bit of a rundown and introduction to yourself and your hobby history then?
To be honest, I feel like I'm fairly new to the hobby. I didn't get into it until I was sort of well into my 30s, really. I a chance passing by. I was on my honeymoon in Berlin, and we walked past a Games Workshop, and my stepson was very into Gears of War at the time, very into Gears of War, and we saw some Space Marines in the window, and went, oh well, we'll go grab some of those because they look a little bit like the guys out of Gears of War. Got back. He wasn't that interested in painting them, so I whipped them out of his hand, and I've gone from there, really. And I had a few friends that had a little bit of secret hobby. That as soon as they found out I was interested, it was like, oh, do you play? And it's gone from there. I started off playing 40k, had quite a big Chaos army. Then I did have Necrons for a while. Sort of was thinking about Heresy for a fair while, and then just before the third book come out, I thought I'm going to do some Raven Guard. Had Raven Guard for a while, really enjoyed them, but to be honest, I'm more of a painter. Well, I do enjoy gaming, but the hobby side of it's more of it for me, really. Yeah. I wanted a nice army to paint, and no matter how well you paint black, it's still a black army. It's from a distance they still look that. So I think we were at Warhammer World one day, and I had a few beers, and one of our other friends sort of kept nibbling me in the ear because I sort of toying with the idea of the Thousand Suns after seeing the paint scheme, the Forge World paint scheme, and that was it. I went and bought the starter box and went away from there, really, and really happy I have, to be honest. The rules of quite well for me, so
it's all paid off in the end.
Yeah, we got quite a good group of us, really. There's a core group of 6 of us, and in Peterborough there is a lot of Heresy players as well, so we do have the pick of people to play against. It's a good town to be in, really.
Yeah, I've made a few. Obviously went up and met David a couple of weeks ago for the 30k channel, and I actually ended up in bloody Gibraltar with a bunch of your reprobates, Joe and Alex. Actually, your imported reprobate Tom as well. So yeah, no, it was good fun. So it is a good scene up in Peterborough. Actually, you've got a good Heresy scene going along there.
Yeah, there is quite a few of us. So. And a lot of the legions are represented as well, which is always good. You've got different people to play against. So
yeah, there's something. It's nice to be able to play a varied armies and not just sort of smash the same people every week, is it?
Well, it's always fun smashing Pete every week, but
I've been really impressed actually by your local group and the standard of all the armies. Usually when you get a sort of a gaming group, you get the usual standards of the people that really love the painting, the people that aren't quite so in it, and you have to kind of persuade them not to put grey plastic on the table. But it seems like there's a real core of you that finish really into your armies, really into your hobby, but finish stuff to a really high standard as well. So yeah, definitely a good group to be around, and probably a good place to record a YouTube channel for David with all of that resource to tap into locally. But it's looks very cool. We'll have to get up there if I can ever get away at the weekend from child duties, but definitely have to get up there and get some games arranged at some point.
Cool. So Pete, do you want to give us your little hobby intro then, and give us your hobby CV?
Yeah, definitely. Right, I initially got into hobby when I was 7. My older brother is 10 years older than me, had Ragnar Blackmane, the old metal model, the nice metal model when it came out, and some of the Wolfguard Terminators, and he painted them up amongst other World War II stuff, and they sat on his shelf, and after about 3 weeks I decided they were coming off that shelf. And it went from there, and neighbour of mine bought some Space Marines, and so naturally we both had Space Marines, because that's what 40k is about, right? And,
exactly.
I don't know, over the years and growing up through school and stuff, did different armies, always Space Marines, always Loyalist, Imperial Fist, Space Wolves, Iron Hands, and then I've repeated that theme in Heresy as well. But this is probably I think it's my 5th or 6th incarnation of Space Wolves over the years. Having done them as like early 2nd edition Wolves, done them as 3rd edition, then like 13th company stuff when that came out around the Armageddon Crusades and the Eye of Terror Crusade and all that sort of stuff. And I've had a few pops at them. I just find them an enjoyable army to craft, is the way I'd probably describe it, to be pretentious.
No, I know what you mean. It's a similar thing for me in the Ultramarines. It's always been it's just that feel that that's the feel you like and the way it works for you.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's I don't know. I don't know if it's just that there's so many sins you can cover by green stuffing fur on things, or and painting grey's a lot. I don't know. I like painting grey. Maybe I am a dog and I just see in black and white. I don't know. It's, yeah, and then the Heresy books came out, the Black Library books.
Yeah.
And I decided I wanted to do Imperial Fist again. It was a good reason to reincarnate my love for Imperial Fist, kind of that stoic Praetorians of Terror, kind of like true dutiful heroes kind of. And I built this army that I loved with lots of tactical marines and land raiders, and then they didn't play like that at all. Yeah. Essentially, I drove up to you with the land raiders and got out and got killed, and then everyone else went home. It just didn't work for me. And then when they finally got rules and it refined a bit more, it wasn't the way I wanted to play them. So I kind of the way I wanted to play lent more to Iron Hands. So I gave that a pop and enjoyed that. That was good. But
we didn't enjoy that.
Everyone loves robots and that. What's not to like? But I didn't really have any affinity or attachment to Iron Hands. They were an army I chose because they suited the way I wanted to play rather than actually enjoying them, and then that was a mistake. And then I kind of fell back to Wolves as I always do. It would have been April last year, so almost a year now since I started my Space Wolf army. And it started by, I'm going to do a Praetor and a few guys, and they can be allies to my Iron Hands. It'll be like having a watch pack. It'll be nice and fluffy. Yeah. And I think I'm at 5.5k now, and it's not been a year.
Now, how many times do you think that story's been told over the years? I'll just do a little side project. I've got 5.5k.
It's annual for me, I think.
He does like to rotate an arm.
That's awesome. So, quite a difference in backgrounds then. Obviously, Pete, you've obviously been in the hobby a long time, and Dan, you're fairly new to it, which is...
He's old, that's all it is.
I am quite old.
So I'm old too. I'm
the elder statesman, I think, of the scene.
So that's why it was nice to go away with some of your Peterborough boys. They made me... I wasn't the youngest for once.
Oh Christ, that makes me feel even older.
There's not many places I'm considered the elder statesman of places. I'm normally the youth. Cool, awesome. So let's get in. I think we're going to delve into. We're going to try and follow the order of the book quite nicely. So, for those of you playing along at home, if you want to get your copies of Inferno out and turn to page 208, we can open up the start of the filth. I mean, Thousand Suns army there.
Another one.
Do you know what? I've been on the wrong end of a couple of Eldar Seer stars for a few years. It was at the beginning of 7th Ed, and I took a pasting when that new Eldar Codex came out, and they were everywhere. So I am a little biased against Psychic Phase, but having played a couple of games recently with more Psychers in it, I played a Demon Summoning Word Bearers list. Jamie Jackson's one out in No Retreat. It wasn't that bad, so I've got to say I'm coming off the fence a little bit on Psychic Phase. I'm not too bad with it, but they are filth.
There's a lot of fear circulating at the moment. I think it's I don't know. I probably would like to be on the back end of one just to see, but it doesn't seem that far out to me. I don't know. Some of the psychic powers are fantastic. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah. But then, I mean, how much, people saying, well, it's not fun to play psychic powers. How fun is it to play if I bring 12 quad mortars, which I'm perfectly entitled to do in any Legion list, There's the element of, there are some insane combos in this Thousand Sun list, but it comes down to what do you want to take? Do you want to take, like I said, I could field 12 quad mortars. I probably wouldn't enjoy playing that. So I think there's going to be some balancing. But do you want to run us through the core Thousand Suns Legion Astartes rules then? We don't want to go through every rule line by line, but just give us an overview of their core Legion Astartes rules.
Well, I think, really, I think they're good. I quite like them. Really, it is all about the sorcerers.
Yeah.
It is all about the psychic powers. You've got the Covenant of Sorcerers, which you can give a psychic mastery level to your warlords or any sort of praetor, things like that. If it's going to be 1,000 Suns army, it needs to have a psyker in charge, really, doesn't it? It's not. It's I think it's good. We can take all our psychic disciplines. Any independent HQ who's not already a psyker, you can give them a mastery psychic level of 1 for 20 points, and you can give them a force weapon for 5 points. So it's a small upgrade, really.
Yeah. But it all makes perfect sense for the 1,000 Suns, though, doesn't it? It's not.
Yeah.
That's all pretty well in keeping, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think it's a massive points hike, but sorry. The main thing really is the Cult Arcana. This is what the army's built around. You've got, for each unit with the special rule, I can choose one of my cults. I've got the 5 cults, which are well known through the fluff, really. They've been in the backstory. The only restrictions, really, your compulsory troops have to have the same Arcana as the army's warlord, which, yeah, I can see that. Was the only time that's really going to be a problem is if you're taking Araman, really, because he's sort of restricted. Ammon, he has the 2, you can choose from the 2. And any other guys, you can pick whichever sort of cult you've got. But do you want me to go through the cults?
Yeah, give us a rundown on the cults, because this is like I said, we don't want to get too bogged down in every rule, but this is quite a major one for the 1,000 Suns, isn't it? And like you said, how the army list goes together and how it all works together. Yeah.
This is your core of your army. So the first cult is the Pavoni, which you get for each cult you get a discipline. With that, if you take the same discipline as your cult, you get to cast on a 3+ instead of a 4+, which is quite a big deal, really. I think you can.
That's quite a strong power, yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely afford to throw less dice at something, and you've got less chance of perils, really, because it's the perils that are the problem for the army. You could, well, I'm fantastic at doing it. I'll be honest. I really seem to have a skill.
I made an art form out of rolling perils.
Yes, it's usually 3 6s I roll instead of just the 2, so I do it. With this, so with each Arcana, so you've got Pavoni, and your discipline's Biomancy, which is a great one, really. That's your more hard-hitting shooting powers, and I think that's the one most people sort of want to go for.
This is your Iron Arm warp speed as well.
Yeah, it makes characters very, very
smash face.
Aggressive and
aggressive. That's a nice way of phrasing it. Yeah.
On top of that, also you get an effect, and each cult again has its own effect. And with this one, you get Quick Blood, which you get +1 to its run and sweep and advance distances. Which, considering the units you want to put it on, you probably want it on your more aggressive assault units, really. So I can see how that one sort of ties in. Your next one, Raptora. So your discipline's Telekinesis, and you also get Kind Shields with that, which is this unit gains a 6+ invulnerable save, or if it possesses an invulnerable save from another source, that increases by 1. So 5 becomes 4, etc. So, which is great on Terminators.
This is your 3-up invul Cataphractes, isn't it? That people have been kind of losing their mind a bit over, isn't it? Oh, I can get 3-up Cataphracti. You know, it's pretty powerful, that as well. But Telekinesis as a discipline, it's not the most powerful, is it? There's not a lot from memory in Telekinesis that makes me go, oh crap, that with a 3-up invuln. You're actually kind of, in my mind, sacrificing your psychic power to get that 3-up invuln, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I've only ever used it on my Tartaros, so it's give them a 4-up. I've not swapped it round to get that 3-up. It's these rules, people, like you say, people are losing their mind, and I think it's down to the person writing the list, really.
Yeah. But like I said, you can take 12 quad mortars and 2 Spartans if you want. You just, you don't, we all know that we don't want to play like that. But
I think it's a big part of it as well. Is there's a lot you can do, but I like to quote Dan on this. There's things you can do, but other things you should do.
It's just because you can doesn't mean you should.
But also, people losing their minds over this 3-up save on the Cataphractii. Yeah, okay, that's well and good. I understand why people are doing that. But hang on, Imperial Fist's Cataphractii can take Storm Shields. That's a 3-up.
Yeah.
Do it.
I think where it becomes an issue, which we'll get onto a little bit, is the cost of the unit itself, isn't it? the ability to be able to do that and still put more stuff. But then a lot of Thousand Suns lists I've seen, to maximise this power, you've got to take a lot of infantry, haven't you? To really, to double down on your psychic power, it's your Legion of Astartes unit, so which is all troops. So you're going to be doubling down on. You're not going to have. It seems to be a lot of infantry and Terminators with not a lot of, I don't see a lot of people running huge super heavy tanks or, big, Predator wings or stuff like that. So it seems to be, there is a balance. As we all know, infantry can be annihilated in Heresy.
Yes, quite easily.
So where do we get to on the Colts then? Where do we get to? Corvidae.
Corvidae. Which is the one I like the most, not because of rules wise, but just because I love Araman, really. I'm a big fan of his.
He is a badass in the books.
Yeah. Which gives you Divination, which again is not a hard hitting. It's more blessings and it's buff units, really. You're not throwing out big, powerful attacks and things, and you can make people a lot more resilient, or it's
a less aggressive power, isn't it? It's overtly aggressive. Like you said, it's buffing things, it's buffing units around you and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yeah, which I quite like that. It's
subtler changes, isn't it?
Yeah, it can make units pretty tough, I'll be honest, but everyone seems to get excited thinking that these psychic powers are automatic, but I can fail any dice roll going. I'm fantastic at it. So sorry, carry on.
I was going to say Stu's testament to that in our game up at Warhammer World with his first 3 morale checks being 11, 11, and 12.
Yeah.
You just.
I've brought some new dice for them now. It's because I had a new army, but I was still using my dice from my last army. So obviously I was jinxed. I don't believe any of that dice stuff, but that's my excuse. Yes, I do roll well at times. But maybe if you roll that well, you should go on a tour of the UK heresy scene, lose all the time, so people won't be scared of the Thousand Suns anymore. Then, so you could be like an envoy.
I'm doing my bit for keeping it level, really.
For the name of the Thousand Suns. So what's the effect that comes with Divination then? Precognitive Strike.
Yeah, this one I quite like. You can re-roll failed to hit rolls of 1 when making shooting attacks if remain stationary in this turn's movement phase.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? On a heavy weapon squad sat at the back with autocannons or something like that could be really, really brutal.
Well, what I have taken is because elsewhere in the lists, with the Asphyx shells you can get, it specifically states you can put them on rotor cannons.
Yeah.
Always loved the look of rotor cannons. Always. As soon as they first come out, I saw them at the Forge World Open Day and I was dribbling, saw the rules, left them alone. It's hard to say, not that but they just look so ineffective to me. Whereas this rule, and the fact that it states it in the rules, like the Thousand Suns rules, I thought, right, this is my chance. I've got to take them now. They're strength 3, but with re-rolls makes a big difference, I think.
Re-rolls of 1s to hit, and then you gain shred with the Asphyx shells, don't you?
Yes, you do, yeah.
So strength 3 with shred, you're going to put, what they salvo 4? Salvo
3-4, yeah.
So standing still, 4 shots, 5 guys, 4 shots, re-rolling 1s to hit, with shred to wound. You're going to put a volume of hits on, volume of wounds. I mean, even with Terminators, if you've got to make 25 2-ups, you're going to fluff a couple.
Yeah, that's my thinking anyway.
Yeah. When it comes to rolling dice, number is always better for me because, like you said, I can roll 5 1s if you give me a chance. So if I've got 10 dice, there's more of a chance of me getting at least 3 off.
Yeah. Well, you've never seen so many 2s rolled, I'll be honest. When I'm going
Well, I imagine Forge World are finally getting through their massive backlog of rotor cannons as well that they must have had sitting in the warehouse. I just did a joint order with a friend from Forge World, and I didn't take too much notice of what he ordered, but we're getting it delivered to mine. And when I opened the box up the other day, I picked out a pack and said, "What are these?" Oh, they're rotor cannons. I just have never seen them in the wild before, so I just didn't recognise them. I thought they look a bit small. Oh no, they're rotor cannons. So no, it'd be good to see some on the table. Maybe not so nice with shred, but if you're rolling 2s, then that's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, no, I'll keep up my end of the bargain. Don't you worry.
What's the next on the list then? Athenaean. All right, Athenaean.
Yeah,
Athenaean.
Yeah.
Pete's
Athenaean.
I'm the linguistics expert here.
I'm not saying I'm right. I just think I am.
I'm sure that I listened to Thousand Suns the other day on the audiobook, and I'm sure that's what they said. But I will get heckled by various people on the internet now for getting that wrong.
That's cool. Point me in their direction. It's Athenaean.
As you can tell, Pete's quite posh, so I'm going with him.
Yeah, and he said it with such confidence.
Yeah, confidence is key. Which the discipline is telepathy. Again, another reasonably good one.
That's your invisibility, isn't it? That's where you're going to find invisibility.
Yeah,
which is the bogeyman.
This is what everybody's going crazy about.
Yeah.
But that's with Magnus's rules, obviously. That and the 3-up save, they apparently with the new Taudar.
But you don't get. I'm just looking. You don't get a great effect off that though, do you?
Yeah, saying that, the thing is, with mental fortitude, the units, the special rule, they're immune to fear. Now, normally, not really too much of an issue. There's not that much that causes fear, is there? But Space Wolves, they have a Warlord trait that can give. Was it all your infantry units?
No, D3 infantry units on one of the Warlord traits. Plus, there's a character and the Varagir Terminators all cause fear.
And if anyone can fail a fear roll,
you're a man after my own dice.
I think I failed 3 pinning tests in a row against Tonka once. Didn't go well.
Oh, Jesus.
And that was my Terminators as well, so I wasn't very happy. But an Adamantium Wheel, which is Deny the Witch on a... Is it +1 to your Deny the Witch?
Yeah, which against the Thousand Suns might be nice, but, how often are you likely to be coming up against Psychers, really?
Yeah, it does seem a little bit lost. I think they've just tagged it on there. We need to give them something else quick.
Yeah, give them something else. And then what are we on to finally? Finally, what was the last one? Pyre. You can tell I'm not posh.
Pete's looking, hold on.
Pyre.
Go on, Pete. Pyre.
See, I would say Pyre due to its fire and pyromancy and pyromaniac and...
Okay, there's more to linguistics than it's sounding like.
All right. So we're doing Pyre with pyromancy.
Yep.
All right, okay. His confidence is lacking a little bit. He's looking a little sheepish now, but... pyromancy. And again... There's one of those. I can't remember the name. There's one of them that's a molten beam, which is like a strength 8 melter beam, which I think is
pretty nasty. That's one of the ones that combined with Magnus can be pretty insane. But generally on the outside, it's not too bad. But again, this is probably. Would you agree? This is probably the weakest one. I would say from looking at it.
Yes.
Your effect is Hammer of Wrath, or you get 2 if you already had 1 Hammer of Wrath. So. To me, that doesn't jump up for me and go that's really bad. I mean, maybe if you gave all your army it, you might be able to dispel this Thousand Suns fear mongering.
Everyone would be laughing. What's the rules you got? I've got Hammer of Wrath and an AP dash flamer.
10 man tactical squad running into something, getting 10 extra attacks before anybody else swings. Take out a couple of dudes, the lucky rolls. It's not that bad. It could, Hammer of Wrath on a big squad to get volume. A 20-man tack squad with Hammer of Wrath charging into something.
Yeah, but I've seen him roll.
Yeah. Maybe there are some ways to use that, but that's it. So, I mean, Cortana is really the big plus to Thousand Suns, and it's really what gives them the flavour, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. And the fact it's literally free.
Yeah.
It's made a massive difference. We were playing vanilla lists for quite a while, so going up to this it's a lot to remember more than anything. I've got hundreds of cue cards to try and keep my thing.
I kid you not, the first game we had after he got the rules, he was revising for GCSE homework. Right? He had post-it notes and paper all over the fucking room. It was ridiculous. If the CIA had come in, they'd have thought he was a terrorist.
I would have passed though.
So then, right, we've talked about the pros of Thousand Suns. What are your cons then? What's the takeaway then?
We have a thing called signs and portents, which really, these may seem quite light on the face of it, but I think sort of really they could make a massive difference. The first one, if any unit with Thousand Suns detachment suffers wounds as a result of perils of the warp test, which I'm going to do, the detachment's controlling player must immediately take a pinning test for every unit in their force. So I could, in theory, pin 2/3 of my... Well, I'm likely going to pin 2/3 of my army with a few rolls, really. Which really, that messes up your next turn completely.
Mm. Yeah, push you on the back foot, suddenly.
Yeah, I always like to play... I'm always trying to think 2 turns ahead. I don't know if that's the best way of doing it, or... So that would really put me in a bad place. The next one is if all independent character units in the Thousand Suns detachment have been slain, all surviving units that are in the detachment suffer a -1 leadership penalty for the rest of the game and can no longer make sweeping advances. Which, again, I don't need any more help to fail leadership tests.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't sound bad, but if you get to the point where you've lost all your independent characters, I mean, Thousand Suns is a list where you're going to have a couple of HQ choices and you're going to have characters in there. You've taken a bit of a battering there to lose all your HQ units, and if you're in combat, and I've seen games swing on 1 or 2 combats where a sweeping advance has taken out quite a strong unit, and then suddenly the other player's on the back foot. So if you're then not losing, you're not losing that combat because you're not being swept, and you've suddenly got units on the board. It can, towards the end of a game, it can make a bit of a difference towards the end. So it could be quite, in certain times it could really mess with the end game.
Yeah. I think in terms of completely changing games, probably not. But like you say, in terms of scoring points and winning games, I think it could make a difference. A lot of the games come down to units that have been killed or
that I've charged off an objective because it's fluffier.
Yeah. Pete loves running away from an objective.
But yeah, like you said, if you win a combat quite convincingly, you leave two or three guys left, they fall back, you don't sweep them, and they're standing at the end. When you come down to something like attrition or kill points, not finishing that unit off might start to add up then in those kind of missions.
Yeah, they might even get on to an objective or
or deny you an objective.
There's like I say, on paper, reading it in the book, it doesn't seem like a massive drawback, but
could be a real game changer.
I don't think it's not going to be the sort of what's the Dark Angels rule where you give away D3 victory points if you don't kill more than you've had killed. That's a real pain in the ass. It's. I played Gens a couple of weeks ago, and that rule a good roll on that would have changed our game quite dramatically. Whereas for you, it's gonna be situational, but it's gonna be something you're gonna have to keep your eye on. You're gonna have to be aware of it.
I think a lot of Thousand Sun stuff for me though is massively situational. I mean, we don't want to dwell on it, but everyone's like, there's amazing combinations, that's the thing. But it's not like, not all of his units are hand picking their powers.
There's only one unit.
There's an awful lot of random effect in there, and psychic powers themselves again are random. You've got to take a psychic test. You've got the chance to deny the witch, perils, etc. It's not a done deal, It's it's not like 5 special rules of Squad Alpha Legion. It's something a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I when I was playing 40k, I used to play Grav Centurions in a drop pod with a Psyker to give them invisibility because that's the cheesy meta you had to play in. And 9 times out of 10, you roll. Even I used to run Tigerius, the Ultramarines librarian, mastery level 3, so about as high as you can get for a Space Marine. And he could re-roll his powers, and there was still the majority of games where I didn't get the invisibility I was after. So it can backfire on you. I mean, it's like I said, it's not a done deal. The Cult Arcana is really the bit you're going to build your army around because you can do certain things with the effects. But the psychic power is always going to remain that sort of mystery element.
Yeah, it's me and Pete were talking earlier, and he said really, it's every time I play them, they might be different. They might be a completely different army each time, and I've got to try and get my head around to using them with them powers and in that sort of build. Really, it can be quite difficult, but this is why I've got revision cards.
I did play with psychic powers. I bought the psychic power deck, and I had to have them with me because I'd have to lay the cards out that I got because I'd never know what's going on otherwise. Yeah, no, I totally appreciate that. So yeah, that's your drawbacks really then. So do you want to go into the war gear a bit then? What special Snowflake war gear have you got?
I feel like I'm being ganged up on it.
Oh, don't worry, I've got just as much bitterness for the Wolves.
Oh, good. War gear. First thing I've got is Arcane Litanies. Now this, I think I'm going to be using quite a bit. Any independent character with the Legion Astartes, Thousand Sun special rule, and who has at least a psychic mastery level of 1 may be equipped with a single Arcane of Litanies for 10 points, which you ignore the first failed Perils of the Warp test. So
it's a must for you.
Yeah.
That's pretty strong, to be fair. With, like you said, with the disadvantage of the pinning test for Perils of the Warp, being able to negate that first one early in the game is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, for only 10 points as well. It's kind of a must for me, really, because I know I will fail at least one.
Yeah. And it'll be that one where you really could do without failing it. Perils would screw you. So
yeah, which to be honest, I think is quite a powerful little thing, really. And 10 points does seem quite cheap to me.
Yeah. But then it sort of fits with the fluff. These guys are supposed to be the masters of psychic power. They are supposed to. If anyone can handle the warp, it's these guys. So you would have thought, that they would be aware of the perils, and they're going to be geared up for that.
Yeah, very.
And it is only one per character.
Yeah. The next is the Ether Fire Cannon, which is you can replace your plasma cannons. Oh well, you upgrade your plasma cannons to. It's for 10 points for each plasma cannon. So, not that I'd take many, but if you were going to put them on the Sky Hunter jet bikes maybe, or which I've done before and scattered all 3 back onto myself and killed myself from about 10-12 inches away, I think I was as well.
It wouldn't be a bad, but that was probably my best round of shooting.
Well, that is, it's a plasma cannon, strength 7, AP 2, heavy 1, blast 3 inch. You have soul blaze with it though, which is the difference.
If you can remember to use a Soul Blaze rule, it's quite interesting. I've forgotten that more often than I've actually remembered to use Soul Blaze.
Yeah, I played Chaos for a while, so it was quite nearly all our sort of flame weapons had it, so I was reasonable. But then again, it is you're still rolling on it. You still have to roll a d6 for it to have any effect. So
yeah, it's I'm trying to find the rule
on a 3 or less, flames die out. So
yeah,
and if they take a d3 strength for AP5 hit and ignores cover.
That's it. It's not massively powerful, but it's. Do you think it's worth 10 points extra on your plasma cannons for that on hit?
I don't really take plasma cannons.
Yeah.
I think it could be a real nuisance weapon, though. I mean, I think, unfortunately, like a lot of these things, is people would probably have to spam it to make it probably worth the points that have been put into it. But but if you had I don't know, if you had a heavy weapons squad, say, that had that, I mean, you could still do that kind of thing, and it'd feel quite fluffy and quite right, and that could be a dramatic increase. But then again, so that'd be 50 points, wouldn't it, for our squad? That's quite a lot.
Yeah,
it's quite a lot for a couple of extra wounds, probably.
Yeah, and that's with lucky rolling as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really? It does feel reasonably fluffy, though. I'd say it's the sort of thing you can imagine. Yeah, they'd be throwing out fire that they could keep going. Or next one's the big one for us, really. I think the most important one is the asphyx shells. So technically the bolter shells, but I think they're filled with poison, I believe it says. But which gives, like, the bolters the shred rule, which, well, not only just bolters, you get it on the rotor cannons as well. Our terminators come equipped with them. Any independent character can take it. That's 10 points. That's a bolt pistol, bolt gun, combi bolter, or the bolter components of a combi weapon the model is equipped with. Shred, reroll to wound, I think is a big deal, to be honest.
It's because you can put them on veteran tactical squads as well, can't you, for 20 points for the squad, and then you've got sniper, shred, rending, bolters, which if you throw that in with the rerolls of 1 to hit, you've got a real nasty fight. Your veteran squads. I mean, I run sniper vets anyway, and they're bloody good troops. To then throw shred and reroll 1s to hit on them, that really makes them powerful. I think that
this is I can but should I have in it, I think.
I did take them last time.
I would say from experience from running my vets, your vets are going to have to be out in the open. They're going to have to be stood still. They've only got a 24-inch range. They're only 3-up armor anyway. There's plenty of stuff that will hammer them back. Yeah. So, I mean, the jump out from the Rhino, hammer something with 1 round of shooting. Well, you're not going to get your rerolls of 1 then, but you're shredding, rending bolters. You're going to do some damage in the first turn, but then you're going to be stood out there with 3-up armor that, a couple of good shells on top of them is going to give them a bad day.
Yeah. Good
so they're strong offensively, but maybe not defensively.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are running the the list with the veterans and the Terminators this year.
Oh, Pride of the Legion.
Pride of the Legion. I think from what I've read online, a lot of people are using that for the Suns. That seems to be the one that they're going for. And using vets with the asphyx shells. That seems to be the list that people are a bit worried about.
But then, I mean, I play Pride as well, and you've got the con of, if I kill all your Terminators and your vets, you give up 2 victory points. So there's downsides to that as well. So because I said
almost a Dark Angel level downside, isn't it?
I mean, I've been screwed in a couple of games by at the end going, oh fuck, I've given away 2 victory points, right? Because a 10-man vet squad is not that hard to shift when you need to. They I said 3-up armor can be. There's plenty of AP3 out there.
I think it's where apothecaries have become the meta, haven't they?
Oh yeah, God, yeah. You need your feel no pains as much as you can.
Yeah, we got a friend that runs a Alpha Legion list, and it's very effective, really, isn't it?
It's because he only has 3 weapons types: Caries, Plasma, and Volkite.
I love it.
What a bolter is if you hit him with it.
What are these puny weapons? Give me my space ray guns.
Yeah, exactly that.
I think they're the best bit of war gear that we've got, really, especially with the rotor cannons. Is 25 points for the squad, so I only run a squad of 5. That's 5 points each for shred. I think anyone would pay 5 points per marine for reroll to wound.
Yeah,
even if it is on 5s, but
oh yeah, rotor cannons, reroll 1s to hit and then shred on them. Yeah, even without the rerolls of 1s to hit, there's having shred on them. I know I've talked to a few people about rotor cannons before, and the things banded around to make them worthwhile are things like, put rending on them, put shred on them. I know shred's been mentioned a lot, that people said, if they had shred on them, they'd be worth it. And there you go for 20 points. 25 points for the squad, 10 rotor cannons, 25 points to make them effective. Oof, that is really rough, that squad then. Zone Mortalis running rotor cannons at the end of a long corridor with Zone Mortalis. Yeah, minigun fire all down there.
He's grinning like a child now. Thanks for that, Tom.
That is a fantastic idea.
I've got to say, I love the idea of seeing more. I will happily face a Thousand Suns army with rotor cannons in it, just because I love rotor cannons. I want to see them on the table.
Amazing.
Pete doesn't seem so enthused.
So what's last on the war gear list? Because I quite like this last entry.
Which one? What were we on about? You've lost me.
Oh, a Siren Dreadnought.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking on the wrong page. This guy, I really like.
Sell it, Dan.
It's really, it is what it says. It's a psychic dreadnought, which I just love the thought of.
There's something about it though, right? When Blood Angels got psychic dreadnoughts, I went, I suppose it makes sense. It's a bit shit. Don't really like that as a concept. Thousand Suns got one. Best thing since sliced bread. Just works. Love that.
Yeah.
It just makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They would put a psyker in a dreadnought.
It's
points to effectiveness wise, 50 points is a lot. I'll be honest.
Yeah. On top of quite an expensive chassis already for a Contemptor.
Yeah.
But it's been effective for you.
He has been, yeah. But that was the Psychic Shriek. I'd give him Psychic Shriek, and I did roll quite high. I think I got like 17. So yeah, Pete wasn't very happy with that. But what he gets a psychic mastery level of 1, should I say? And I can take from telekinesis, telepathy, pyromancy, or divination, which is quite a wide.
Not a bad selection.
Yeah, 4 different things to choose from is good. It's a lot of my other stuff is sort of restricted to 2, really, like the special units. He gains Adamantium Will, which again is 4,000 Sun, seems a little bit strange. And I've also got to exchange my Dreadnought close combat weapon with an inbuilt combi bolter for a Dreadnought Force Blade with inbuilt combi bolter with Asphyx Shelter 3. Now the Force weapon I wasn't really getting, because the Dreadnought Force Blade is ×2 strength and AP2, so most stuff you're insta-killing anyway.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really see the point of it, but then someone pointed out to me, if you were playing against Mechanicum...
Oh god, yeah, rip them apart.
Toughness 7 stuff, I think...
Thinking about the Deny the Witch stuff that's peppered through your army as well, we sort of that seems a bit odd for Thousand Suns, but if you think like Word Bearers and stuff where they're trying to maximise on their psychers and bring summoning demons on and what have you, I think you could put quite a hole in their offensive capability.
Yeah.
I think there are other armies out there that bring psychers to the table in a different way, you know.
Yeah, especially with them summoning demons and things like that.
Well, the problem for that is, I mean, it's one of the problems with the Psychic Phase in general. Adamantium Will only comes in if you target the unit with Adamantium Will. So summoning demons, it doesn't mean anything,
That's
you know.
true.
So this is actually more of a fundamental problem with the Psychic Phase itself. That, I mean, like most Primarchs have Adamantium Will and stuff, but when are you targeting Primarchs with psychic powers in general? You know, not often. Primarchs are generally being buffed and stuff. So the Adamantium. This is why I think the Adamantium Will stuff. Whether there's going to be maybe a change in the new edition to the way the Psychic Phase works, and it might become more relevant. That you've got this sprinkling. It does feel like it's like, oh, we've got psychic power, I'll give them Adamantium Will, it kind of fits, rather than, you know, thinking about how it's supposed to work.
It's I just love the thought of it, and to be honest, them showing the model at the open day as well, just I need to have one. I don't care if it's the most rubbish unit going. It's gonna go in the army. I'm a definite fan of. Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Where, I mean, it's one of those things that I go, oh, I'll probably buy one of those as well myself because I just think it looks so cool.
Yeah, this This is half the driving factor for me when I make an army list. I open my cupboard and look and go, ooh, that's nice. Oh, I love that. Ooh, and then try and add up points at the end.
That's exactly how it should be done. How it should be done. Cool. So that's kind of covered off a lot of the war gear and the rules. Then should we go into these rights of war? So, do you want to take us through the first right of war then? Because I think the second one's the one we're going to have a bit more to talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, the first one, I think, like I said on the channel, this first one, I don't think it's going to get used a lot, but at times could probably be really, it depends on what type of game you're playing, I think it could be really effective. But there's one major drawback. It's called the Axis of Dissolution. And the effects, models with the Legion Astartes special rule that are part of a force using this right of war automatically pass any morale checks or pinning tests they're called on to make if they're within 6 inches of an objective when the test is taken, which really makes them fearless, I suppose. And if it's an objective-based game, if you can put a big squad on an objective and they're going to pass all...
Well, that's it. I think in 30k, where morale is such a key player to how the game works, far more than its sort of 40k bigger brother, I think, especially for Marines anyway. I think that could be a real game changer.
Yeah, I think that is a massive buff.
Yeah.
Like I say, with that sort of game, you could just put big blobs on the objectives, and people have to kill them to shift them usually. So, the next effect: models with the Legion Astartes Thousand Sun special rule that are part of this force using this right of war may fire Overwatch at BS2, which again.
So you're not running off the objective, and you're going to shoot better.
You're firing better, yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, Overwatch having 5s as well as 6s could make a massive difference, especially if you're a big unit and you're throwing a big handful of dice at it.
Couple of extra wounds, you maybe take the front 2 guys off the charge, suddenly it's gone from being a 6-7 inch charge to an 8-9 inch charge. Suddenly it does make a difference sometimes.
Yeah, Overwatch has saved my bacon on a couple of occasions, and that's even with 6s. So the next effect, you may re-roll failed to hit and to wound rolls for model with the Legion Astartes Thousand Sun special rule that are part of a force using this right of war against enemy models that are falling back. Not a massive one, I don't think. It might come in handy every now and again, but
it's almost like a rule, so you can kick them while they're down, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Shoot them in the back. I
love it. Yeah, shoot them while they're running away. Let's make shooting them in the back even better.
Yeah, I quite like that.
I think it says something about the character of your Legion.
Yeah, we've got a job to do. Yeah, coming from you boys. And then we come to limitations. Now, this is the one that I think is going to be the annoying bit. With troops choices for a detachment using this right of war must be made up of units that are at their maximum possible size. So anything you're using troops wise, 20 TAC Marines, 10 tactical support.
It can make some units very expensive.
But also, I think it takes a lot of flexibility out of some of the list building, because it's removing your ability to take transports.
Yep.
Dedicated anyway. It's with things like Legion veteran squads and stuff. Although they won't be troops, or I beg your pardon. No, ignore me. That doesn't make sense.
It really, if you wanting to build, if you had 2 squads of 20 TAC Marines, you could build the rest of the army around it. But really, you want tactical support, and
you want that flavour, don't you? But
I don't think I'm ever going to take Assault Marines. I don't think it's really. I know they are listed in like some of the backstories a little bit, but I don't feel like they're in the.
Yeah, but it's not always necessarily a transition of it says something has something in the fluff, so it's a legitimate thing, fluffy to take. Sometimes it's, how does that feel when you're playing? Does the army play like it reads in the fiction? And I can see why assault squads wouldn't do that. They're a perfectly legitimate option to take, but I can understand why that wouldn't necessarily feel how you want them to play.
Yeah, I always imagine them really probably sort of not that fast a moving,
sitting down cross-legged humming.
Yeah, but blowing you all away whilst doing it. And then the next limitation, detachments using this right of war may not take more vehicles with a tank or flyer type than they have infantry units in their detachment. So that goes back to your maximum squad sizes.
Yeah, I mean, those two limitations do really push you to making a very infantry-heavy army, don't they?
Yeah.
You're limited on the amount of tanks and flyers you can take anyway. You've got to take max size infantry units, so that's pushing you to go and buy 2 boxes of Prospero and make massive infantry units, isn't it? An infantry-based army.
I'm gonna try it though. I do want to run it and see how it goes, and it's definitely something for whilst me and Pete are doing the campaign. I definitely want to
give it a go,
give it a try at least. I think it could be quite effective, but again, only in an objective-based game. I think otherwise it is just a waste of time, isn't it? It's not. That's what it's sort of aimed towards. I feel anyway.
I'm actually just thinking here. I was sitting there and thinking, that would be quite a good rite of war for Zone Mortalis, because you've got to take the bodies anyway. Getting you're generally playing objective games in Zone Mortalis, so you're capturing points. Overwatch at BS2, something like that might make a quite nice Zone Mortalis force.
It would, but you've got very big units there for Zone Mortalis, haven't you?
Yeah, I suppose, but 2 20-man squads and a Praetor. It's a lot of bodies to shift in Zone Mortalis. But I'm sitting here thinking, maybe with that, and not fully formed thought that.
I think.
So
I was going to say, I think you're writing my Zone Mortalis list for me right now. I'm just taking notes.
I can't wait to see this filthy Zone Mortalis force.
Yeah, can't wait.
So, moving on then to the second unique rite of war. This is the one I think that has caused a few long Facebook posts to descend into arguments. So, do you want to run us through the Guard of the Crimson King then?
Yeah, I will do.
He's chuckling already.
This is the one I like. Right, first effect, Astral Warfare. When generating Warp Charge at the start of any psychic phase, the controlling player of a detachment using this rite of war may roll an additional d6 and select the highest of the 2.
Because we needed more psychic power.
Yeah, well, I want to make sure that I get 5 or 6 extra dice in my pool. I want to try and get as close to 20 as I can. Which, speaks for itself, really. That is fun.
Yeah.
As someone pointed out, you are giving the opposition more deny the witch dice there, and there is that, but people do need to be really selective with what because I can put out so many psychic powers, they really need to think about what they're going to try and deny.
Yeah, when you've got 20 dice, even if I've got 6, that's still not going to do me any good.
I don't know, I've had a couple denied, I will admit. Not very often, but I have had a couple, so... And it's always the ones I really needed to get off as well. Next one, Reefed in Lightning. Any Terminator armor equipped units in this detachment, along with any independent characters and the Primarch Magnus the Red, may deploy using Deep Strike via teleport. Now, someone pointed out to me that teleport bit is quite an important thing, because apparently in Zone Mortalis, you can only Deep Strike if it counts as teleport. Am I right?
Yeah, you've got to only Deep Strike in Zone Mortalis as teleportation.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that, which again for Zone Mortalis would be quite. I'm quite looking forward to having a game.
Well,
of
I wish
Zone
I'd never
Mortalis.
pointed that out to you.
So long as they don't have dedicated transports. Which, let's be honest, if anyone was Deep Striking a Land Raider anywhere, I'd probably cry anyway. But
I think they'd find it inserted.
Yeah.
I'll Deep Strike it in you.
Yeah. But let's call it a mishap.
I ain't rolling on a table, just bend over.
I'll even grease it up. I'm a gentleman. When these units arrive via Deep Strike, they gain the Fear special rule. They not already possess it, and may re-roll failed invulnerable saves of 1 until the controlling player's next turn, which is pretty decent, really, I think.
It's monstrous.
Well, the biggest problem with Deep Striking is you're stood out in the open getting shot, and I mean, you've got your 4 or 3 up invulnerable Terminators, depending on how dirty you are, and then you're re-rolling those odd ones as well. It's just going to save your ass for that turn to make sure that when you can charge an attack, you're in such a better position.
Yeah, definitely. It does make a massive difference. And I love deep striking, even though it generally goes wrong for me. Again, with Thousand Suns, you wouldn't think of them deep striking per se, but being teleport, going through a gate, or they have teleport gates, don't they?
Yeah. There's
something more arcane rather than.
Yeah, this is the way.
Yeah.
And well, even in the book, they talk about Space Wolves. There was Thousand Suns appearing from nowhere, and then they'd follow him into a room, and they'd have disappeared. And
yeah.
So yeah, I think it sort of leans towards that. This next one might be the one people are getting a little funny about. I don't know why, but Sekhmet Carbals, the Terminators, my special Terminator choice, which are really expensive for what they are, I'm honest, must be selected as compulsory troops choices for a detachment using this Rite of War, and may be taken as optional troops choices for the detachment if desired. So
you're going to have to take 2 Sekhmet Terminator squads. You have to, because that's really tough.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's
definitely a first world problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Everyone loves Terminators. Come on. I think that's the one that really draws people to this. I think it's and especially if you can deep strike them all over the place, it's great fun. And I'll be honest, it's not how I thought they were going to play. It's not how I thought the rules would be. It was a bit of a.
But I kind of like it. It echoes that kind of aggressive side you see in the Thousand Suns in the Black Library book of the same name. Like when Magnus is in the mountain and Araman's decided that shit's going down, he wants to investigate, he marches all of the Sekhmet Terminators into the mountain. That's not, let's send a recon force and see if he's all right. It's that's extreme force, you know. I think it works. I think it's a good translation of fluff, actually.
Yeah, I like it. And they are supposed to be a small legion, really, aren't they? They're not really a big legion, and they do specialise quite a lot. So I'm trying to justify it to myself here. It's fine.
No, I follow that. They're a small elite legion of, and they are described as an elite force, really. You know, and why would your Primarch? This is designed to run with Magnus. You know, this is designed to be Magnus's, bodyguard. It is even the fluff, for the Right War. And why would Magnus not go in with his Terminator elite bodyguard? Every other Primarch does, I mean, fucking Peter Turbo runs around with massive metal robots,
I mean, that'd be funny. Even in the White Scar stuff, the Khan rocks around with his Terminators. They're about 3 miles behind him trying to keep up, but they're still there and they're still with him, It's
and the next effect. The Primarch Magnus the Red may be selected as a compulsory HQ choice for a detachment using this Rite of War, and does not count as a Lord of War if used in this way, which I think is filthy. Personally, I think if someone's going to rock up with Magnus and another Super Heavy against one Lord of War is just...
But I think again though, I appreciate the Lord as you put it on the Force Organisation chart, but I think it comes back to that kind of gentlemanly thing that if you're taking a Lord of War or a Primarch, it's agree with your opponent first.
Well, if I'm turning up with my onslaught list with 2 Lord of War and I know what I'm coming to face, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with bringing your cheesy shit if you both know that's what you're playing. And it's going to be the game that you'll have, I don't want to turn up, I don't want to turn up to meet you at a club and just say, oh yeah, let's have a friendly game, and you rock up with this. I'm going to be a bit like, all right, fair enough, whatever. But yeah, if you say to me, let's have a game, you know what, I want to run the Crimson King and I want to run another Lord of War. I mean, your Lord of War could be a suborbital strike wing of 1 Thunderbolt. It doesn't have to be a mental Lord of War. It might just give you that flexibility. But I don't think on its own it's necessarily bad. I think where it comes into it, the problem is the comparison with, if I wanted to do something similar, I've got to take Primarch's Chosen, and I don't get to take that extra Lord of War, and that's I think where that pushes that above, pushes it into the next level a little bit.
Yeah. I think even without that, it would have been a strong Rite of War.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, I think as you've touched on, I think where other people are going to get upset about it is that there doesn't appear to be any justification for why. Yeah, is that a translation of fluff? No, I'm not sure it is. It's just added flexibility on the force organisation chart, which is then potentially open to abuse. But that comes down to the individual, I appreciate. But just from a sceptical perspective, it maybe would have been nice to have a little bit of a justification as to why he sits there rather than the slot.
The other thing you'll say is you're going to pump 400 points into Magnus, 450 points into Magnus, and let's say this. How many points is Magnus?
495.
495. So you're pumping the best part of 500 points into Magnus. I want to take another Lord of War. Let's take the cheapest one I can think of off the top of my head, which is Typhon at 325 points, something like that. 350-ish points for a Typhon. There's best part of 1,000 points got out of my 2,500 point list. Got to take 2 Sekhmets. And how much are a Sekhmet squad?
255.
255. Score that another 500 base for those. There's 1,500 points of my army gone in 4 units.
Yeah.
Of my 2.5k list. It's going to swallow points up quite quickly there. I mean, there's going to be somebody's going to write in and go, well, if you do this, this, and this, it's abusive. But it comes back to that.
That's all right. You don't have to write back.
Cool. Right. Before we go, we've rattled on for a good hour or so on those now. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to actually throw ourselves into a little break then. We'll go to a short little break because you guys are probably sick of listening to us. And then we'll come back and we'll start looking at these units. Right, we're back at it then. Back to these Thousand Suns. So we're going to start having a look at the units. I think we've covered off the rights of war and the rules of the Thousand Suns quite nicely. I mean, there's a lot of detail in there that we could go over discussing each powerful combination, but go and find your flavour in it. So, shall we start off with some units then? So what's our first one? Our first one is a heavy support, and I like these. The models are stunning, aren't they? They are your... we might need some pronunciation here. I could do Castellax, Battle Autonomous.
I'll leave it up to the posh one.
Castellax, Akia, Battle Autonomous.
Akia. Who says this podcast isn't educational? So what makes these Castellax better than regular Castellax then?
Well, I'll be honest, I'm not overly familiar with the Castellax rules. If anything, Pete probably because he had them in his iron hands. I know trying to kill the damn things was a nightmare every time. We just used to run away from them, just used to leave them alone. I believe the main difference for us is the side controller matrix.
Yeah. So do you want to run us through that then?
What this is, it's slightly different. They have a psychometric control. So while at least one unit with a psychic mastery level of at least 1 and the Legion Astartes Thousand Suns special rule is within 24 inches of a Castellax. How do you pronounce it, Pete?
Castellax Akia Battle Automata. You're not going to catch me out.
Battle Automata, manipulate at the start of the controlling player's turn. It may be used and directed normally as part of it. So that's 24 inches within any level 1 Psyker.
And in an army full of level 1 Brotherhood of Psycho units.
This is it. I think that's what makes them... The first thing that definitely makes them maybe in a Legion force, not Mechanicum, but a Legion force, more powerful than their Praevian-led brothers is that there's Psykers everywhere, not just a token Forge Lord or the Praevian with a Cortex controller. You've got they've really got flexibility to move around and go where they need to go and still be picked up within 24 inches of someone.
Yeah, nearly.
And they're more points efficient because you're not having to take that character in the first place, which is
absolutely.
So there's a double positive there.
Yeah, I basically the 90% of the time they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
On a normal 6x4 board, I don't think you're really going to be ever more than 2 foot away from another psychic.
Unless you do something disastrously wrong, like lose half the battlefield and not lose them, they're going to be well within.
Yeah, which I think makes a big difference. Like you say, you'd lose that point sink to start with, and really, I'll be honest, it doesn't matter what the rules are. Their models are got to have them. They're just too pretty. So they may be used as normal. If this is not the case, then the Castellax Akia Battle Automaton Maniple unit may not make charge, run, or sweep and advance moves.
So it's not even a big disadvantage if they are out 12 or 24 inches.
Yeah, so I can't charge or run or sweep in advance. But how could I sweep in advance if I was not charging in? But only if I've been charged, and I think you'd be a bit crazy to charge them unless you've got something that is going to smash them, really. Where am I? They may still make shooting attacks normally and fight in combat normally if already engaged, or if they themselves are charged. So really, it's not a big disadvantage, even if they are. But 90% of the time, they are going to be, so it's not going to be a problem. Volley of fire, the Castellax may fire 3 weapons in the shooting phase. I don't know what the normal rules are. I think it's the same. Psylocus, when using the Witchfire and Malediction type psychic powers within 12 inches of a Castellax, Psychers with the Legion Astartes special rule may use one of the models in the Castellax unit as their origin point of the power, drawing line of sight and range from it rather than themselves, which...
That's pretty nuts.
That's War Machine stuff, that is. Someone's been playing a different game system when they thought that.
I think that's brilliant. I can stick them out in the open and put someone else in cover, and they can just use them as their... Really...
chain it,
yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, you've got your Toughness 7... 4-wound models up front, hiding, in front of your characters. They can be 24 inches in front of them and still be cut. And you're getting your Psychic Shriek Witchfire from, so that's normally 24 inch range. So if you're 24 inch and then you're 24 inches to the unit in front of them, you've got a 48 inch range Psychic Shriek. Then on models that you're not going to shift because they're tough 7 4 wounds. So. That's pretty nuts. It suddenly it becomes just like a fucking rock hard firing, gun platform for psychic powers, which is insane.
You do need to be within 12 inches of them. That's so.
12, sorry. 30, only 36 inches.
And they are so tough to kill. They just from playing against the normal ones, you have to grind away at them. I think.
Yeah, but I did have 5 of them.
Yeah, that was true. We just used to run away from them. Oh, it's 20 toughness 7 wounds. Let's go.
What are you paying? You're paying 135 points each for them. So they're not cheap. But even just 2 of them, just to give you, give your Praetor or something, a really tough unit in front of them to, just be almost just like a blockade in front of them that. They can cast psychic powers through offensively. They're so good.
You can either use them on mass offensively like that, or even even a pair of them would fulfill that role. But even if you're getting to a point where you're pitching for 3k and you've got, let's say 135 points, and you need a nuisance unit, one of them does it perfectly.
Yeah, just flopping around even as a backfield. You got your Mauler bolt cannons, which are pretty good. Just sat in the back somewhere. Defending against your drop pod leviathans, like we were saying about, they just in the backfield to leviathan drops behind you, you can suddenly cast your witchfire or malediction backwards into that leviathan, while you're pushing your psychic powers up front, as a 135 point backfield defense unit. That's pretty good as well.
Isn't it?
Yeah, cracking unit, and definitely as soon as the models are released, I'm hoping at the open day, but we'll see.
Again, there's such a good transition of the fluff from Thousand Suns into a usable battle unit.
Yeah. So what have we got? What have we got after the Psylocus then? Because this is the disadvantage next, isn't it?
The main drawback is the malign unbinding. If a psycho of any kind, friend or foe, suffers perils of the warp within 12 inches of any Castellax Akia unit, roll a separate leadership test for any Castellax Akia units in range. They're leadership 7, so it's not great. If any roll is failed, the unit in question suffers D6 wounds with no armor saves or invulnerable save possible. Any Castellax Akia unit that are destroyed as a result of this immediately explode with their maximum blast radius. See Reactor Blast. Reactor Blast is when a battle automata with a special rule loses its last wound, roll a d6. On the result of a 6, it explodes, inflicting a strength 4 AP dash hit on all models within d6 inches.
So that's always going to be 6 inches on that chain of events.
Yeah. So when they go, if there's a Perils of the Warp within 12 inches, it's going to get nasty very quickly. Especially rolling d6 wounds. That's when I'll be rolling 6s.
Yeah, it's not good, but I mean, you'll find you've got your arcane litanies to get rid of one of those. You know, if it goes off, it could be a pain. If you've got your Praetor and things mixed in amongst it. But strength 4 AP dash, generally going to get 2 or 3 up armor save.
Yeah,
it's like exploding vehicles. I don't tend to lose too many to exploding vehicles.
Again, though, it's a nice fluffy disadvantage.
Yeah.
When something goes wrong in the Thousand Suns line through Psychers somewhere, it has a ripple effect through the whole army, and it all starts unraveling. It essentially
because you're going to be taking.
It's great.
Taking your pinning tests and Castellax robots blowing up in places. It all makes sense.
It's you feel like they're obviously. The unit themselves are very open to the warp and any
bastard sorcerers.
Yeah. He's just jealous. He'll start talking about good Fenrisian Earth magic next.
Cool. So moving on to your elites then, your Sekhmet Terminator Cabals. This is, I think, the unit that people are jumping up and down a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, they are. And I'll be honest, for the first week of... Well, no, it was almost a week when it was. I think I had the book 5 days. I hadn't noticed one thing. I'd only really just skimmed over the stat line.
Yeah.
And I was sat there one day and I was reading away, and I think I was on one of the Thousand Suns pages, and everyone was ranting and raving. And to be honest, I've seen more trouble in the Thousand Suns pages than I've seen from any other player, to be honest. They're all shouting at each other. It's crazy. And someone said, oh yeah, blah blah blah, points for 2 wound terminators, and I thought, 2 wounds? I didn't notice that. Gone back. And yeah, for 255 points, I'll be honest.
But then what was the first thing you did? Text me. Cheers.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, these are 2 wounds each. And I'll be honest, from playing against a Dark Angels player that had lots of 2 wound terminators, I thought they were the worst thing in the world. I hated playing against them, because trying to kill terminators is bad enough without AP2 stuff anyway. But
thing is, if you attack them with the right unit, you know, you'll go in there with your terminators with power fists and stuff. You're going to be doubling them out, and those 2 wounds don't matter then, you know. And actually, I was listening to Jake at the Covenant of Fire and Max from the Road to Terror talking. If I double your Terminator out and kill him, that's 2 wounds I've caused in combat.
Yeah.
Suddenly your 2 wounds can come. I killed 2 of your guys, I've done 4 wounds. You kill 1 of my guys. I killed 2 of your guys, I've done 4 wounds. You kill 2 of my guys, you've done 2 wounds. You lose combat by 2.
Yeah.
So I'm not. Yes, if you run, they are. I'm not trying to say they're not strong. Don't get me wrong. That 2 wounds is bloody good. But if I run in there with the right unit, you know, you go in against a dreadnought, you go in against anything that's going to be strength 8 and above. Suddenly your 2 wounds actually are a disadvantage then. And what do we tend to fight Terminators with? Terminators, or with power fists. You know, so 2 wounds is good. I don't think that's the thing that makes them busted. But yeah, the 2 wounds is strong.
Yeah, that comes as a bit of a shock. I thought they were good before that, but
Oh yeah. When you add this into all the other things they can do, it definitely doesn't. It's not a detraction from them.
It's in the war gear. The next thing I really liked was I can take Cataphracti or Tartarus pattern.
Yep.
So at the moment I've got a unit of each. I just because I think the Tartarus are prettier. I'm not overly keen on Cataphracti Terminators, to be honest, but I had some out of the box set, so I used them.
Yeah.
It's nice to have the choice, I'll be honest. Visually, the Tartaros are much nicer, but I think that 4+ instead of the 5+ invulnerable, I kind of got used to it after using the Cataphractii for a little while, and it kind of...
Yeah.
So that's why I like to give them the +1 to their invulnerable, because it's quite nice. But I can't in the one running Araman. But they get a force weapon, which again, I generally forget to cast off. I'm too busy throwing thunderbolts about.
I think your forgetfulness of psychic powers is worth touching on just for a second, chaps, because I've known this man to forget the psychic phase. And then he's like, I'm going to do 1,000 Suns army. Brilliant, I don't mind. Knock yourself out.
Half the time you're not playing psychic powers anyway.
He said that like I forgot the psychic phase once. I've been known to get it 3 times in the same game.
Do you know what? I played Jamie's Word Bearers in No Retreat in Gibraltar, and he go movement, psychic phase. I was like, oh shit, yeah, there's actually a fourth. There is a fourth phase, because I go movement, shooting, assault. The game to me is a 3-phase game at the moment. It's like, oh shit, yeah, there's a whole another phase that I've forgotten about.
Luckily for me, playing with friends, a lot of them have gone, you're forgetting anything, as I start shooting. Like, oh yeah, shit, I better use the thing that makes my army my army.
Yeah, that's it.
I just want to shoot stuff. I get excited.
I play so many games, I forget the mission, because all I want to do is kill stuff. And turn 3, I'm like, oh shit, there's a mission to play.
Yeah, this is Pete, very much so. I've seen him run past objectives to go and assault a rhino or something. Completely inconsequential. With the force weapon, you can have the axe, maul, or sword. It's basically a power weapon. I think the axe
is a death power weapon, yeah.
Probably the best, even though you're sort of losing your initiative. But then you get the combi bolter with asphyx shells, which is fantastic. Reroll to hit, reroll to wound.
Just takes it to another level.
Yeah. Then your Legion of Started 1,000 Suns. Then it's Brotherhood of Psykers level 2, which is great. Being level 2 Psykers is quite a big deal. I think they can take 2 powers. They can. And
so where do you come down on the Sekhmet Terminator powers may choose its powers from the disciplines? Is that a roll, or do you pick? Where do you come down on that debate?
I have seen 2 emails, both in the 1,000 Suns page on Facebook. One of them said no roll. One of them said no choose.
Oh god, yeah. I anytime I see an email from Forge World, I just skim past it because I think it's not worth reading. How do you feel it come down? If someone said to you, write an FAQ, what side would you come down on?
When I first started, I was rolling. And spoke to the guys. We had a chat about it. I got a bit of outside input. If the guys wanted me to roll on it, I was happy to roll on it. But the fact it says a Sekhmet Terminator Cabal may choose its powers, it seems very specific. It seems strange. I don't know why, but
I think from my perspective, I'm inclined to agree with Dan that the wording leads you to think that if you went for telekinesis or pyromancy, you can choose. However, knowing how Forge World write their rules and looking at others throughout the book, they use may and must interchangeably.
Yeah.
And when I first read it, and I'm not saying this is how I stand on it, but I haven't, I have to be honest, I'm a bit on the fence, I haven't made a decision, but I still interpret it as the spirit of it is actually no, Sekhmet take their powers from either of those disciplines rather than the others.
See, for me, the key word is choose, because I'm looking at the next page at the Occult Blade Cabal, and they very clearly say that must generate their psychic powers.
Agreed,
so
but I don't think
generate rather than choose. To me, I'm not 100% either way, but it's that word choose rather than generate. And I think
I agree, but if I trusted Forge World to have consistency in their terminology, I'd absolutely back that 100%. But
I'm with you on that as well. Yeah,
seeing that they interchange it so much, it's a tough one.
Yeah. See, looking at Magnus's rules, that says generates. Yeah. See, he says randomly generates. The occult says generates. the Terminator capacity, choose. And yeah, like you said, if you had faith in Forge World's writing, that quite clearly comes down with, they choose. They pick a telekinesis or pyromancy, and they pick the powers they want off it. That's what they want. What does Lorgar say? Because Lorgar can pick his bloody powers, can't he?
I think he can definitely pick. I don't know what the wording is.
Yeah, this is great radio now. I'm going to go in. I'm opening another fucking book.
I think while you look that up, I think what it comes down to for us though, and I don't particularly want to speak for Dan, but I think I can, is that if that's how Dan feels about it, that's how we should play it. And if we find that game after game after game that particular nuance is making them overpowered and it's an ambiguous nuance, then we change it.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at it from a slightly different perspective of, I'm someone who goes to events. I'm someone who runs events.
Yeah.
I've got to make, I absolutely fine. Interesting. One of the things I talked about at No Retreat was, it's interesting playing with people from lots of different groups about how they do things and how they read things.
Yeah.
Because, we've got a little gaming group and that's how we deal with it. And yeah, absolutely. When you're playing your mates, you just deal with it the way that it makes sense to you guys. I think in the bigger so what's Lorgar say? In order to represent, Lorgar may choose to roll powers from either divination or telekinesis. So
he rolls.
Yeah, he rolls. Did they change that then? That's the latest red book. I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, it's odd that it says, this is the only one I can think of where it says they choose their powers.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Which makes me feel like it's a little deliberate because it's the only one. If they were like,
yes,
2 units and it was a bit hit and miss, but it feels a bit deliberate to me. But yeah, I think absolutely the best way to deal with it is, well, I'm playing with my mates most of the time. What do we feel? What's the way we're going to do it? And if you're going to bring your 1,000 Suns to an event, ask the TO, how do you play it? How is this going to happen? What is your ruling on it? And don't be a turd when he says, well, I think it's this. Yeah, it's his bloody event. He's trying to make the rule. It's the way. It's unless you can give him a good argument and say, well, actually, this, and this. Which I think with the SecMet, no one's really put forward a conclusive argument, have they? Really, of this is how it should be. But
no, yeah, we need FAQ really.
Yeah, we sent a fuckload of cakes to them, and they just ate them without FAQ in them. So. We shall see whether Radio Free Fan cakes actually got read or whether they just got eaten. But yeah, an FAQ would be nice. Like I said, I think with FAQs and things, it doesn't really matter if you're just playing your mates at home.
Yeah.
If you're going places and playing in events and going to different places, trying to keep it consistent so that everybody knows what they're walking into without having to ask a million questions is really handy.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's one of the unfortunate effects of them being a miniatures company first, isn't it? It's
yeah.
It's and the thing is, I wouldn't feel put out if I had to roll on it. I honestly wouldn't. There's a couple of powers in there that are fantastic, but it's when the FAQ comes out, either way it goes, I'm not going to be overly upset. Really, to be honest, I think they're quite a decent unit anyway, aren't they? Really, so well.
If I can have that as a soundbite to play back to him when he kicks off like a little girl.
And you wait till they FAQ that Blood Angel sword, and then it's all going to go wrong.
Yeah.
Or the Blade of Salty Tears.
Yeah.
The thing is disgusting.
But again, there's issues around how do you resolve the wounds on that? Does it cause 2 wounds or does it cause 2 wounds to one character? One model. So
a chat with Alan Bly said, well, no, it's just designed to now I'm a 4-year-old email. Said that in his mind it was just it's a way of dealing with multi-wound models. The design intent isn't that it can take out a unit. Yeah. So okay, you can FAQ that then. Now people will just get it, won't they? Was the response I got. So.
Jesus.
And that says everything you need to know about the way these books are written, doesn't it?
Well, that's my point. Yeah.
I think it's the thing is. So I think it's been mentioned before. The guys at Forge World and stuff, they play in their own little environment as well. You know, they play within they're probably playing within their group and their people. They understand how they feel it should work, and probably don't see why we see it any differently, because we're maybe not playing the same way as them. I know they're a miniatures company, but they sell miniatures to play in a game.
Yep.
Having a good game. We're not asking for the world's most balanced and perfect game, just a game that we can understand. We'll sell more miniatures.
Actually, just asking for a game with a reduced vocabulary level would be great.
One that doesn't require a degree in English to understand what they're actually trying to say. Cool. Let's leave the salty segment behind then, because I don't. I mean,
no, I just want to say, I've used them quite a few times now, and I'll be honest, they're really not that effective.
Yeah.
They've not been some super unit. They've been wiped out nearly every time I've played them quite easily. Like you say, power fists, things like this.
I think they're a respectably offensive unit, but they're like everything else. They're still just a unit of Terminators.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, anything that's going to kill Fire Drakes or any other Terminator units, Siege Tyrants, are going to kill Seknat. You know, they are, like you said, a Terminator unit. You kill their transport turn 1, blow their Spartan up turn 1, and they're suddenly walking across the board. You can almost forget about them for a while. You know, they're good, they're strong. Maybe not, you know, the fear-mongering might be a bit more. The one I really like is the next one. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce it. The Occult Blade Cabal. Go on, Pete. Show us something.
Kenate Occult
Kenate.
Yeah, Kenate.
Kenate Occult Blade Cabal. I really, really bloody love the models for these, and I love the idea of them. Just psychic super swordsmen. They're amazing. So do you want to run us through them, Dan?
Right. Yep, they're 185 points. The weapon skill 5. Just strength 4, toughness 4. 3 up save is normal.
Yeah.
Basically, they're just normal power armored Space Marines. You get 5 in a squad for that 185 points. You get 4 Kenate Blades and 1 Kenate Blade Master. Pete's nodding. I think I got that right.
It's like he's just learnt a new word.
Yeah. I'm quite proud of myself. I'm just going to call them the Blade Occult. The war gear, they come with a bolt pistol, 2 force swords, which I find crazy, frag and crack grenades and power armor. Special rules, Legion of Astartes, Thousand Suns. They're Brotherhood of Psychers, mastery level 1, which again is another good thing, especially if you're running the Castellax. Or they have a thing called Mind Song of Blades. The Cabal must generate its psychic power from any one of the Thousand Suns disciplines, so that's all of them apart from the Demonology.
Yeah.
So they can take pretty much any psychic power. They're level 1s. Kenate Occult Blade Cabal may take a Rhino or Land Raider like a normal squad. You can take an extra one for 25 points each. You can exchange the bolt pistol for a plasma pistol at 15 points or a hand flamer for 10 points. You can also take melter bombs and put artificer armor on the Blade Master. It's the Mind Song of Blades, I think, is the thing that really.
Yeah, I love this rule. This is awesome. Just to really punch, you know, just gives them some real flavour.
Yeah, they as standard they get the normal attacks. A normal guy gets 1 attack and a sergeant gets 2. But it's Mind Song of Blades. Depending on the number of models in the squad, each model gains a bonus to their characteristics. So if the squad numbers 3 or less Kenate Blades, Blade Master +1 attack each. So they get 1 as standard, and then they get 1 for having the 2 swords.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to be 3 attacks, basically.
Yeah. If it numbers between 4 to 8 Kenate Blades or Blade Master, you get +1 attack and +1 weapon skill. So that's weapon skill 6.
Yeah. As I said, you come in against another good close combat unit that's weapon skill 5. Suddenly you're going to weapon skill 6, and just start hitting on 3s and they're hitting on 4s. You know, just makes all the difference.
Character level, then, aren't you?
Yeah.
And if the squad numbers 9 to 10, you get +2 attacks and +1 weapon skill. So
that's really going to mess somebody's day up.
Yeah, and force weapons as well. Generally, they're not going to come in. Well, I'm still not sure about the force weapons. But with the +2 attacks, it's
hang on, 10 of them, 5 attacks apiece on the charge.
Yeah, with instant death on them all.
Yeah.
You know, even if you go into some 2 wound Terminators, you've only got to cause 5 wounds on them to instant death the lot. 5 failed invulnerable saves at 4 up. Yeah. That is true. I mean, what are you talking? 155 plus 25 per guy. It's quite an expensive unit.
Yeah.
But not out there.
No, plus 185. 310 for a full squad of 10. And a Rhino. Well, you're probably going to put you'd probably put them in a Land Raider Phobos, wouldn't you, with a Proteus with an assault ramp and charge them out. Yeah, you're talking 600 points, but you're going to mess something up with that. Just go in there whirling blades. Weapon skill 6, 5 attacks on the charge.
The perfect unit to counter any other Legion multi-wound unit, aren't they?
Oh god, yeah. You go in against anything with 2 wounds, and you got all those. All you got to do is cast, force on them. Don't worry about anything else because they're already going to be buffed to high hell. Go in there and smash them.
If I can put iron armor on something.
Because you just need that extra fuck you to everybody.
Yeah, I think that'd do it. But they're I've not used them yet. I've not modelled them. I'm going to wait till they've released them.
The models are beautiful.
But I think, really, if I'm using them, I think I'm going to have to build an army around them almost.
Yeah, they're going to be the centerpiece of it. You're not likely to see 2 Sekhmet Terminator units and a Max Blade Occult in an army as well.
No. But he keeps threatening me now. You're not likely to see, but it's not impossible. I'm really, really looking forward to the models coming out for them. I'm looking forward to painting them more than anything. But they're, like you say, they are going to mess somebody's day up.
You get them right, they're going to really, really good. But again, 3-up armor, maybe some 2-up on the sergeant. Anything that's going to take down a veteran squad is going to take down these guys. A glaive to the face is going to ruin their day.
Yeah, very much so. I think that'll ruin anybody's day.
Cool. Into fast attack then, and we have our super spies. I really like another unit. I really like the look of.
Yeah, the Amitara. Yeah, he's nodding. That's good.
Yes.
Amitara Occult Intercession Carbal. Jesus Christ.
Portugal just wanted to screw people up with these names, didn't they?
Yeah.
It's just Alan Blythe showing off, isn't it?
I've built some of these already, and I have used them, but I've only used them in one game, and the person I played against just had loads of people in Land Raiders and stuff, so...
It wasn't me.
No, it wasn't Pete, it was a Sons of Horus player, but... So I have no idea how effective they can be, but I think they've got some great rules. They're 135 points, so they're fairly cheap unit. Yeah. You've got the Amitara Intercessor. What? I don't know where they come up with these names. And then Amitara Fate, which is the sergeant. Right, unit type, they're infantry. The war gear, they have a bolt pistol, sniper rifle, combat blade, frag and crack grenades, shroud bombs, which are great, which is I think they count as defensive grenades.
Yeah, they do something else as well, don't they? I can never remember.
He's just looking it up for me. But the drawback is they're in scout armor, which is a 4-up save. Yeah. So you don't get much 4-up. Well, saves in.
No,
it's not that we come across anyway. It's just 3-up, 2-up, the most we sort of deal with. So they feel a bit weaker in that front.
So you've got to pass a leadership. Shroud bombs. You've got to pass a leadership test to charge them, unless you're vehicles, demons, or gargantuan creature, or anything with the night vision special rule. So, having to take a leadership test to make a charge, suddenly, and you're shooting scout unit, suddenly makes. It's pretty good.
I quite like sniper rifles as well. I think they've got a decent range on them. But you can.
I mean, they come with inbuilt stealth as well, which I've just seen.
Yeah.
Which is.
Yeah, it's a special rule.
Stealth's the +2 to your cover save.
+1.
So
you get them chucked into 4-up routines with a +1. The 3-up, yes, you've got your 4-up armor, but you've got 3-up cover all the time as well.
And you've got move through cover, infiltrating scouts, so you ought to be getting them exactly where you bloody want them.
Yeah. So it's great. You put them in the right place. You get them in the right place where you want them, and suddenly they're quite a tough. 5 or 6 sniper rifles, couple of rending shots, picking outside. Precision shots to pick out apothecaries. You suddenly snipe out a couple of apothecaries out of a unit, and they've done their job then, and they're not going to get shifted, especially if you can stick them on an objective as well to score your points.
It's my thinking for them as well. I'm going to give them the Nuncio Vox, so if I'm deep striking Terminators, it's I can put them where I want them as well, and also they're Brotherhood of Psychers. They're only level 1, but rather than generating a psychic discipline, normally the Cabal has access to a single unique power, Mind Killer. Now, Mind Killer is a blessing. It's Warp Charge 2, which targets a psychic unit. While the power is in effect, the unit may re-roll all of its failed to hit to wound rolls, and all of its shooting attacks gain the ignore cover special roll.
That's brutal. That's insane.
When I first looked at these, I thought of them as, that's quite a good annoyance unit. They're not. They're monstrous.
Yeah.
This is why I built them.
Yeah, I mean, a unit of 10 of them, with all those sniper rifles, re-rolling to hit and to wounds. So, you've got a couple of 6s to hit a sergeant or an apothecary, re-rolling your wounds and getting, chances of getting some extra 6s for rending, and ignores cover. So you're going to be taking people out left, right, and centre with them, and the ability to be able to pick who you want to take out as well with a couple of lucky shots. You're about to charge into a unit, suddenly you snipe out their apothecary and their dude with a power fist, and suddenly your unit goes through their unit a hell of a lot quicker.
Yeah, and it's a 36-inch range.
Yeah, and like you said, with Scout and Infiltrate, you get them exactly where you want them.
Yeah,
definitely.
As soon as I saw him, I thought, I'd quite like, because like I say, I used to play Raven Guard before, and I kind of like that sort of sneaky, get up front, put a unit somewhere they don't want them, and
yeah, it suits the way you play, doesn't it? It's always
they're no more Dathans, but they're still quite cool.
They're definitely strong.
Yeah, I for 135 points.
Yeah.
Cool.
I quite like them.
Cool. What have we got then? Who's up next? Azik Ariman, and he is probably one of my favourite guys. So
Never heard of him.
Yeah, never heard of him. I loved him in the books. What does Ariman give us then?
Right, Ariman is 225 points, which I don't think is too bad for a character. 2 up save, weapon skill 5, ballistic skill 5, strength 4, toughness 4, 3 wounds. So he's initiative 5. He's not some monster. He's not some big powerful guy in that way. But
Iron Arm. Yeah.
That was on my Praetor. That wasn't. Oh no, he can't have that.
Okay, no, all right.
He gets a mastercrafted bolt pistol with asphyx shells, which is always nice. So reroll to hit, reroll to wounds. Mastercrafted force axe.
I think that one for me is a nice touch, because I always expected it to be a staff. Making his blade an axe, I think it's a nice touch. Just gives you that little bit more potency out of that combat weapon.
It still annoys me that it's an axe that goes at initiative 1, but he's at initiative 5 in his stat line. I find it strange that he's sort of locked into those. But he has 9 Halo, Arcane Litanies, which is good. That's the ignore the perils.
Yeah.
Frag and crack grenades, Artificer armor. His special rules, Legion Astartes, Thousand Suns. His Cult Arcana is Corvidae. He has to take that. And if I take him as the HQ, my troops choices have to take that as well. That's the reroll ones if standing still.
Yeah.
Psyker, mastery level 4. Which is
good.
high. Yeah, that is. It's Araman generates his powers from the divination discipline, so he gets 4 powers and the Primaris.
So he's got 5 psychic powers himself, straight up.
Yeah, which is fantastic. Adamantium Will again, precision strikes, independent character, marked by dark fates, which only comes into play if you're playing the campaign. Araman's Cabal, which is any Legion command squad taken for Araman must be upgraded to have the Brotherhood of Psychers special rule, mastery level 2 for 50 points. They always have the Cult Arcana, Corvidae, and generate their psychic powers and divination. So any command squad, which I stupidly had built a command squad using Tartarus armor and can't use them because he's in Artificer armor. So I'm thinking of building it. Basically, it's with the command squad, you can have a level 2 Psyker, like Brotherhood of Psychers squad running around with for an extra 50 points.
I think that's a steal.
Yeah, that is.
It basically gives you access to nearly everything in the divination power. So you should have every power in there, really, shouldn't you? Because you roll up on the command squad first, get the 2 that you want get the 2 there, and then you've got 4 to get those other ones. You should hopefully not double up too much.
Yeah.
And then you've got a chance of having the full range of psychic powers available to you from divination, which when you've got enough of them, that can really help.
Yeah, especially like I say, because you can buff a lot of units. You can even bring other units down, and it gives you a massive flexibility.
Yeah.
Next up.
It's good. What's the next one then? It's got Master of the Legion, so he can be your solitary HQ and give you your Rite of War as well, which is good.
Yep. Warlord, if Azet Araman is the army's warlord, he has the Pattern of Fates trait rather than rolling randomly. Pattern of Fates, if Araman is your army's warlord, then he always uses this unique warlord trait. Pick up to 3 troops units in your army with the Legion Astartes Thousand Suns special rule. Before your army is deployed, these units gain the Scout special rule. So again, not how I thought the army would play. It's giving us units that are...
But think of it, it's allowing you to get your units into positions you want them in. So it's that kind of element of foresight. Or you can put them Scout leaving you outflank. So you can take them off the board, hold them reserve, and they can outflank if you've got Scout, don't they?
Yeah, Scout confers outflank. Yeah. So you could take your... it's very handy to be able to say, right, at the start of the game, I'm either going to scout them or outflank them. It gives you flexibility.
Yeah, he's great. Really, I've used him pretty much every game now, and I'm still not convinced. I think I'm using him wrong more than he's not great, if you know what I mean. I need to really sort of take advantage of that scout. But I've mostly played against Space Wolves, where I've not wanted to get anywhere near him, if I'm going to be honest. Against normal troop-heavy legions, I think that it will come a lot more sort of into play. I think it's definitely something that I'm going to be looking at. But I just love the character, so you get run more times than not.
Model.
I love the model. Yeah, I know it's a GW plastic, but
I've got mine from Prospero, and I love Thousand Suns. I probably don't have a reason to do an army anytime soon, but I will keep Araman and paint him at some point, because like I said, he's one of my favourites from the stories as well. So shall we go on to Space Ben Kingsley then?
Ben Kingsley is a legend, isn't it?
I know. And the thing is, everybody who's looked at that picture has gone, that's Ben Kingsley. There's no argument.
There's one from one of the, I can't remember what it is, one of the Egyptian films he did, where he's even got the same eye makeup on, and it is dead ringer.
Amazing. So who is this then?
This is Ammon. We believe he was Magnus's tutor. It says in the little buff down the side that they're not too sure if it is definitely him or not, but I think we know it is. He was Magnus's tutor, brought him up, and then Magnus helped him.
He was inducted into the Legion and became the first master, wasn't he? He was he got captain of the Knight Fellowship, but he was what's the word?
He's the Equerry to the
Equerry, thank you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff about him earlier in the book, actually, in the big fluff sections about about the ascension of a lot, because there's a lot of stories about Space Marines being these key figures to the Primarchs being too old to become Space Marines. So they either end up like Corferon, which is an elderly man in a massive set of armor, or or Russ's is it his Vangear?
Terminators,
The basically they all went forward for implantation, and everyone was like, "Nah, these guys are all going to die," and then they were like, "Shit, a surprising amount of these actually made it."
It, yeah.
So, but they were saying in the Thousand Suns, quite an amazing amount of these people that these characters that shouldn't have made it to being full Space Marines did, and they think it's something to Magnus's psychic powers and things like that. But because Amon should be a Corferon sort of old man in a bodysuit, but he's actually a full Space Marine. He's had the full works, even though he was too old.
It's kind of one of these nice implantations within the Thousand Suns stuff, though, about like kind of like the little time contradictions you get in there.
Yeah.
And I like the stuff that intentionally doesn't make sense, and it is there just to bamboozle you a little bit. I think that's the character of that Legion.
It's I think because the book's written from an Imperial point of view as well, like the fluff at the beginning, it's you don't know all the ins and outs, and they are guessing, and it even says in the book that they're not sure how certain things have happened, or whether Magnus used biomancy to do it. And anyway,
he just made a pact with a demon. It's fine.
Yeah, we didn't know it was a demon. Anyway, he's 170 points. He's a HQ. He's a unique character, obviously. Infantry character. His war gear, he has the Armour of Shades. And the Armour of Shades provides a 2+ armor save. In addition, grants the bearer a 4+ cover save if Ammon is in the open, or adds +2 to any other cover save he may be eligible to claim. So in buildings, he's a 2+
cover save.
Yeah, to a maximum of 2+. If Ammon joins another unit, they gain a 6+ cover save in the open, or gain an additional +1 bonus to any cover they are eligible to claim, to a maximum of 2+. So he is super sneaky. He's very good at hiding. There's a mastercrafted force sword, an Archaeotech pistol. Next thing he has is the Dust of the Devourers, which is the Psycho new in. He has Dust of those. And what that confers is, once per game in the assault phase, instead of attacking normally, Ammon's controlling player can opt instead to unleash the power of the Dust of the Devourers. This attack is struck at Ammon's normal initiative and inflicts D6 automatic hits on the unit Ammon is fighting, if it comprises of 5 models or less, and 2 D6 hits if the unit comprises 6 models or more. So if he's if he's fighting a unit of 10, he gets 2 D6 automatic hits. These hits have no strength but have the poison 4+ and concussive special rules, an AP of 4. So
the concussive in there is the real nasty thing. That I've been learning. I got a bit of a Primarch fight school over the weekend with the Gilliman about using his power fist to concuss your enemy down to initiative 1, and then hitting him in the next round of combat with his sword faster. So if you've got Ammon in with, a Blade Cabal, knock them down to initiative 1, and then your Blade Cabal goes before them, and suddenly you've smashed them in. You've smashed somebody out of the way before they've even had a chance to fight you. That concussive is really good, because you only need 1 unsaved wound for the unit to go down.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You can only use it once a game, but I think it will come in very, very handy.
At the right point, going up against your other Legion assault unit, your what's your Emperor's Children one with the swords?
Palatine Blades.
Palatine Blades. You're going against something like Palatine Blades, and suddenly you're just walking all over them.
Yeah. It's I can see it upsetting a few people.
I think the concussive will only affect a model, though, won't it? Not the unit.
I thought he only needed 1 to concuss the unit. That might be wrong. Let me check it. Let's have a rules check.
I'm just hoping.
Yeah,
it could be 2 D6 hits though.
Yeah, true.
A model that suffers 1 or more wound from this is reduced to initiative 1. But then, okay, so maybe not taking you down. You put him in against somebody's Praetor who's got a Paragon Blade, and suddenly they're hitting initiative 1 with their Paragon Blade or something. Maybe not quite as bad as I was thinking then, but
it's
yeah,
a character
definitely
stopper, isn't it? That's the
it's a character stopper. That's what I was taught over the weekend with Gilliman. You fight a Primarch, punch them in the face with the Power Fist. They go down to initiative 1 and then strike before them with the sword to kill them before they even get another attack back. So concussive can be very useful at times.
Yeah,
brutal.
So what else have we got then in War Gear?
Yes, Arcane Litanies, which is the ignore the perils, which is nice.
It's good.
Frag and Crack Grenades.
Yeah, cool.
His special rules. His Legion Astartes, Thousand Suns. Now his Cult Arcana, Corvidate and Athenaean.
Do you have to pick which one for your Cult Arcana, or do you get both of the effects of Cult Arcana?
I assume it says both. It says Corvidate and...
But you have to generate a power from at least one of each then, wouldn't you, to get the effect? Or do you just get the effect?
It says Ammon generates his powers from divination or telepathy, which I think lines up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So I assume he gets the power on both. Independent character, hidden servants and secret scryings, which is... If an army has Magistus Ammon as part of its primary detachment, then its controlling player may re-roll attempts to seize the initiative in missions where this is relevant. In addition, enemy units arriving via outflank may not enter play within 24 inches of Magistus Ammon other than from their own table edge or within 12 inches of a hidden via deep strike, which...
That's filth.
That is. Which is why I've nearly finished painting him.
I think that's a big middle finger to any Alpha Legion player, isn't it? It's
Well, even for me, I run 3 units of vets that normally outflank. Suddenly, I can't do that. 24-inch bubble where I just can't outflank. So suddenly screws up my battle plan. But yeah, Alpha Legion is just like, piss off.
This is why I like the idea of him. That's a massive area for him to...
Or even if you come up against somebody with orbital assault and you just sort of castle up around him, and you ain't dropping your drop pods anywhere near me.
Yeah, it's fantastic. He has Master of the Legion and Infiltrate, which is always nice.
Yeah.
His Warlord trait. If Magistus Ammon is the army's warlord, he has the Lord of Hidden Paths trait rather than rolling randomly, which again is one that I think have got people a little bit flustered. It seems to be online. They don't seem to like this one too much. The Warlord trait is if Magistus Ammon is your army's warlord, you may select a single non-super heavy or non-flyer unit in your army. This unit must now enter play from reserve using the outflank special rule on a turn you specify. This specified turn can be any after the first, and you must make a note of it secretly after the armies have been set up but before the game begins. When the specified turn begins, this note is revealed and the unit enters play. No reserve roll is needed. So
it's a guarantee.
That's pretty handy.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my... I'll get my Spartan... sorry.
No, you carry on.
I was going to say, I'm going to get my Sekhmet Terminators in fucking Spartan and outflank them turn 1.
I'd have to wait till turn 2, unfortunately, but...
First well.
Oh, yeah, so you can't... sorry, you can't bring them in turn 1, can you? Sorry, yeah. So, still, I'm going to outflank them turn 2.
Yeah, it's...
With no roll.
Yeah, any non-super heavy or non-fly unit.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
Let's roll a Vindicator in turn 2.
Roll Magnus in outflank turn 2.
Yeah.
No, because Magnus would have to be your warlord because he's a Primarch, couldn't he?
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, Bolex, you got to do that. Okay, maybe you can't have filthy outflanking Magnus. Damn it.
I'll find a way.
And they were so weak without that.
Yeah, like you said, a Vindicator coming on from the side to take out your heavy weapons squad, or a Venator coming around the side to shut down somebody's super heavy, a Fellblade or something. Suddenly getting around the back of that.
Leviathan.
Yeah, outflanking Leviathan. Anything like that. Yeah. That is very strong. Spacebane Kingsley is a powerful mother.
Yeah. I think he has a really good walkie-talkie. He tells them when to come.
Space walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
For his space wizards. Awesome. So
I start as well.
I like Spacebane Kingsley. I do like him. He's very cool, Magister Amon. Shall we move on to the big man himself then? Because this might take a little while to go through the 2 solid pages of rules.
Most of it's fluff, I think. It's just...
Yeah. So, Magnus the Red, the Sorcerer of Prospero, the Crimson King, the Logos Maxima, the Cyclopean Giant, then. Do you want to take us through Mr. Magnus, then?
Right, well, if fluff is to believe, he's supposed to literally be the be-all and end-all of powerful, really. I know he gets his back broken, but he just does that for a laugh, I think.
That's because he's busy being emo about upsetting his dad.
It's true.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Guilt trip, that's what he was having. It was... Right, 495 points, which really anything under 500 points for a Primarch is...
Well, he couldn't cost more than Horus, could he?
No, Horus is a monster. Right, Magnus the Red, weapon skill 7, ballistic skill 5. He's not that great a shot.
Oh, damn it.
He's only got one eye. He's got no depth perception.
Fuck it, don't bother taking him. He's only BS5.
Strength 7, toughness 6, so not the toughest out there. I think he's, like you say, he's a little bit emo. 6 wounds, initiative 6, 4 attacks, leadership 10, 2+ save, which on the medium to lower end of Primarchs, I think it's not a massively high stat line, is it? But
yeah,
I think the other stuff makes up for it. Unique character, infantry, war gear, the Horned Rayman. I've never even tried to say these things out loud. Right, this is his armour. The Horned Rayman, his armour, shall we say, provides Magnus the Red with a 2+ armour save and a 4+ invulnerable. In addition, if he is struck by a weapon with a Destroyer special rule, the amount of wounds it inflicts is reduced by 1. So
a 6 is still going to screw him over.
Yeah,
I'll forget it's there.
but
But it's a nice middle finger to that person with a Fellblade that's going Primarch hunting, isn't it? So,
Yeah. Well, what are you doing? D3 plus 3, so that's D3 plus 2. So you're still doing 5 wounds to him. So
he's
you're
only
not
6 wound.
Yeah, so you're gonna still do a fuck ton of damage to him with one shot. But yeah, it stops him being insta killed on anything other than a 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which I'll take.
Yeah, you take anything you can, can't you? He needs all the help he can get.
He's a frail man with a broken back. Of course he does.
He can only see you coming from the left of him. He can't see if you come around the right.
That's it. That's all you need to do with Magnus. Sneak up on the right. That's all you got to do. There you go. We've unravelled the Thousand Suns.
Come on, did you hear that? No, hear what?
There's something over there.
Yeah. The next is the Blade of... No, I'm not even going to try. He's got a blade.
He's got a...
Arnerta?
Nerta.
Nerta.
Yeah. Which is +2 strength. So strength 9, which is nice. AP 1, which again is very nice. Most weapons are AP 2, but that AP 1 seems to... Melee, it's force, and it's 2-handed. Again, not really much you're going to be using the force against, but
it's good for popping open tanks at strength 9, AP 1, +2 on the damage table. You know, you're going to start you come up against somebody who, somebody's Primarch who's hiding in a Spartan. You're going to pop that, but you got a good chance of popping that Spartan open and cracking those shells. So, which is always handy.
Yeah. It just seemed a bit odd, it being AP1. I was like, yeah, I'll take that. That's lovely.
Yeah, that'll do.
Arcane Litanies again, which I think all the independent characters have. Then he has a Sci-Fi Serpenter, which is handgun, 15-inch range, strength 8, AP 2, assault D3 Soul Blades, which is nice for a pistol. Let's be honest. 15-inch, strength 8, AP 2 pistol.
Yeah.
D3
again. Could take a couple of people out on the way into a combat, or pop a rhino or two. It's always handy.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Special rules: Primarch as standard, independent character, Eternal Warrior, Fear, Adamantium Will, Fleet, Fearless, It Will Not Die, Master of the Legion, Precision Shots, Precision Strikes. So as standard.
The usual bump, yeah.
Every special rule they could fit on them. Sire of the Thousand Suns. which confers Sekhmet squads and Legion Terminator squads may be taken as troops choices for a Thousand Suns primary detachment with Magnus the Red as its warlord, and no restriction owing to Cult Arcana applies to the compulsory units of this armour. So you're not tied into any of his. Well, obviously.
Well, he doesn't know. Does he have a Cult Arcana, Magnus?
No, that's the point, isn't it?
So yeah, you have to have no restriction, because if he is the warlord, you can't follow his compulsory, can you? So yeah, that makes sense.
Which is nice. That opens them up to a lot more.
Yeah.
Arch Sorcerer, which Magnus the Red is a psyker with a psychic mastery level of just 5.
just the base 5.
Yeah, just a bog standard. And he harnesses warp charge points and a result of 3+ when attempting to manifest psychic powers. For Magnus the Red to suffer perils of the warp, his controlling player must roll 3 or more 6s when attempting to manifest psychic powers. That's easily done.
Yeah, easy. Watch me do it.
Yeah, rather than usual talking. Any result of a 1 on the perils of the warp table is re-rolled. That's the bad one. That's the one that you can insta kill you
Yeah. So even if you do roll your 3 6s, you're not going to give yourself straight away.
No, you're going to take a few wounds. And Magnus the Red randomly generates 5 powers from a combination chosen from the following psychic disciplines. I only get telekinesis, pyromancy, divination, telepathy, sanctic demonology, and biomancy. You may, for example, generate 2 powers from biomancy, 2 from telepathy, and 1 from divination. So you can. But they are randomly generated. You're not picking, so...
Yeah, it's a real shame, that, isn't it?
Yeah, real shame.
The next one is the Eye of the Crimson King, because he may only have one bit of special. When selecting targets for its psychic powers, all models within range are assumed to be in line of sight, except those inside transport vehicles or buildings. All such attacks have the ignores cover special. So, yeah, you can hide where you like. He'll still zap you. The next one, Phantasmal Aura. Jesus Christ!
This is the one that I think people are. This is the one where it starts to break things up a bit and makes Magnus pretty brutal.
Yeah, this is the one where people just shout invisibility and run around screaming a lot.
Yeah.
Enemy attacks directed at Magnus the Red or any infantry unit he has joined suffer -1 penalty to hit. Barrage weapons directed at Magnus the Red or any infantry unit he has joined add +1 to the rolled scatter distance where applicable. So the thing people have gone crazy about is with invisibility, it's a 6 to hit, but with if it's -1 penalty, you can't actually hit him.
Yeah.
Technically
Can't roll a 7. Now, I mean, again, I guess this comes down to if you're playing at a club. I mean, I think what I do at our place is at our local club is just say, look, a fucking 6 hits him regardless. So it makes invisibility a bit worthless, but
yeah,
you don't. It's not going to make Magnus rubbish if you don't get get that. All 6s hit, but again, it comes up to that issue that I'm running an event in September. What do I do? People are going to go, well, so. House rule.
I think for what it's worth, you're making the right call there because you're keeping the game playable.
Yeah, and that's my thing with. I'm not a massive fan of D strength weapons because of the 6. You just take it off. I don't get a chance to interact with that, and that even if I am hitting on 6s, at least I've still got a chance of scoring that lucky. I've got a lucky 6, and I've got a lucky. I've suddenly taken Magnus's last wound by a fluky lucky 6 and a lucky wound. I feel like there's a point in me picking up the dice and rolling then. So that's what I don't like is these when you can't interact.
It's a 2-player game.
Yeah, exactly. Not a 1-player. It's a 2-player experience rather than a 1-player game.
Yeah.
It's I think all the Thousand Suns players I've seen talking about it, that there's the few that are like, no, I'm taking it. The majority are saying, I'm just going to leave invisibility out. I'm not going to leave it.
Probably a lot. You don't need it. You've got that -1 to hit penalty anyway. In combat, most people are going to be hitting you on 5s and 6s anyway.
Yeah.
Shooting, do you really need it?
Yeah.
The scatter dice are already adding +1 to it. You've kind of got built-in invisibility don't really need to take it, so I'm not really. Yeah, I do the same. I just go look. What I used to do with psychic powers is I'd have the cards, and I'd get my opponent to pick me the cards rather than rolling to generate them. It does the same thing.
That's what I
just say, right. Just say, look, there's invisibility. I'm not even going to just pick me one of those ones out of that, and not invisibility's not even in there.
Yeah, I think that's the way I'm going to. I've not really looked at him too much, to be honest. I've had a read through the rules. I've seen the feedback online, but I've not, because I'm not going to be running him until I've got the model. I've not really tried to sort of think how I'm going to do it. But I think just leaving the invisibility card out is the way I'm going to go, to be honest. Even if I pick from that. And
you're not, people are saying, I've seen people saying, well, why should we hamstring ourselves to, why should Thousand Suns players have to hamstring themselves because we're strong? Well, it's not really hamstringing yourself by leaving invisibility out, is it?
It's not. It's just preventing an overpowered dynamic that.
It's just preventing something where the game breaks down and there's a hole in the rules somewhere.
Yeah. Just because there's a hole doesn't mean you need to try and squeeze through it.
Like some awful rules rapist. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, cool. Right. Well, so let's move swiftly away from rules rapists. What we got last then? Again, Moundrath, another one where people I think are losing their minds a little bit on it.
Yeah, this one, from what I've seen where people have used him, has been devastating sometimes, I think, with some of the Nova powers and things. Moundrath is when manifesting a Witchfire power. Now, there is a bit of, again, it's not super straightforward because I believe Nova is counted as a Witchfire, but
it's a subtype of Witchfire. And is it everything that just has the keyword Witchfire, or because they are subcategories, is it everything under the category of Witchfire? This seems to be the big question, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, a little ambiguity in it. It can be exploited very easily. But when manifesting a Witchfire power, Magnus, the Red's controlling player, can declare the use of Moundrath. This must be done before any dice are rolled to manifest the power in question. The required warp charge to manifest the power is increased by +2. So you need 2 more dice, but you're casting on 3 ups. You need the 3 6s, so it is very doable. However, if the power is successfully manifested, add 2d6 to any listed strength value and double the listed range. If this would result in a strength value of 11 or higher, the attack has the Destroyer special rule. So, really, if you're using the Nova weapons, you can just drop big strength D bubbles wherever you are. It can be brutal.
Yeah. Again, one of those things, do I need to do it? I can do it. Do I need to do it? If you're going to go and play somebody who's going to say, right, I'm going to bring a shit kicking list, and you say, well, I'm going to bring Magnus and I'm going to use him like a shit kicker, let's go for it. If you're turning up to play a guy who's maybe only had a few games and is learning heresy and is just getting started, maybe don't fucking overcharge his fucking army off the table turn 1, because you're probably going to spoil somebody's day with that. So, yeah, I mean, it's like I said. I mean, same. If I turned up to play that guy who's just learning how to play with my 12 quad mortars, is he going to come back and want a game next week?
No. I think we all know the answer to that.
Yeah.
If I turn up and play one of my good friends that I know who is very experienced with 12 quad mortars, are they going to want to play next week? No, I don't.
It's
fluffy for the white scars. It's fluffy for the white scars to have 12 quad mortars.
I like it when people put them on top of buildings. That's my favourite.
I have been.
You don't do that, do you, Tom?
I've been known to hide them at top of buildings where there's no room to get in base-to-base contact, so you can't fucking charge them as well. But I'm like you.
What to see your invisible Magnus this time next year then?
Oh yeah, he's on pre-order already.
Up on a building with 12 quad mortars.
That's it. That's what I'm running. I'm going to run Magnus as my HQ, 2 Sekhmets and 12 quad mortars. And I'm just going to get little idea I pinched off Tom. I'm going to get little bowls and I'm just going to stand underneath my enemies and collect their tears.
I wouldn't. You won't need little bowls.
I might have to get a couple of 2-litre bottles to fill them up with.
Yeah.
Cool. So that is kind of actually a good run through of everything. Like I said, there's a lot of things we could get into some major detail on, but you know, we've chatted on for quite a while. So I guess the last question I want to ask with the Suns: do you feel that your rules and your army list feel like they belong to the Thousand Suns? Is it what you feel that army should work like?
They weren't what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Like I say, with the scout, the combat unit, but they do feel fluffy. I think it must have been massively hard for them because fluff-wise, they're supposed to just walk along, ripping people into shreds and boiling Marines in their armour, and to try and balance it. It must have been a nightmare without making their points massive and them like each army being 4 models.
Yeah, I actually reading the fluff for the Battle of Prospero, it was an almighty shit fight.
Yeah,
I mean, both legions absolutely kick fuck out of each other for all evening. You know, they battered the 7 barrels of shit out of each other, and they
Well, without wanting to spoil it for anyone, the Thousand Suns are firmly in control of that fight for a long time.
Until you got a bunch of girls to turn up and help you out. Oh, we're getting whooped. Bring some ladies. No, we all knew they were going to be psychic heavy. Yeah, they had to be really.
But I think things like the scout and that are a good way of showing maybe some of their, how can I put it? I want to say psychic powers, but like their psychic proficiencies and their like inherent abilities without making it psychic test dependent.
Yeah.
So through planning and a bit of foresight and that kind of thing. Whereas if it was all on the psychic rolls, you'd be periling like nobody's business. You know, you've got to have. They are still Marines. They're still a legion. I've been very impressed with the Thousand Suns rules. I think.
Oh, carry on. Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing. I think they've done. Yeah, Inferno has been delayed, and I think it's both the legions in there have been a real difficulty to write rules that will do them justice, because I think it does show, you know, from the fluff, you've got 2 legions at the peak of the power, 2 of the strongest legions. I mean, yeah, I'll spoil a bit of the fluff. I mean, the War Master basically made this fight happen because he knew he needed both of these legions taken out of the war. You know, they were 2 of the top tier legions that needed, you know, taking down a few pegs. And the Thousand Suns, they have said, I mean, I think it was Alan Blow was quite saying, look, these books represent the legion at that point in time, and this is 2 legions at the peak of their power. We will never see the Thousand Suns and the Space Wolves this powerful again, because they're devastated after this fight, you know. And I think it really is good, and fair play, Thousand Suns players. I mean, Space Wolves, you could play them, you could give them the legion rule stubborn, and it sort of suited them, fair enough. Thousand Suns, there wasn't a way to play them. You know, you couldn't get enough psychic power to make them feel like a legion. So Thousand Suns, barring White Scars now, are probably the people who've waited the longest to actually have a viable legion. And yeah, let's let them kick fuck out of people for a while, but let's not kick fuck out of everybody for the next year and put people off. You know, like I said, go and play Magnus in a Death Star with all his powers against, you know, go and play. I think I've said it before. Go and play another consenting adult and kick the crap out of him for a couple of hours. You know, and do that because you want to, because it's cool. I want to use my legion to as much power as I can, and then say, right, I've done that. What else do I want to do with it? What's next? You know, now let's start thinking about other things.
I think the trouble is at the moment the hype around it and everyone seeing scared. Everyone I play just going to want to bring super powerful lists. They think, oh Christ, they're going to turn up and obliterate me, and so it's going to be hard in that sense. But
I think it's like all these things. Everyone gets so hung up on potential combinations that in reality won't play like that in a game, and it isn't going to happen apart from the one freak occurrence where somebody cheats and selects their psychic powers and their opponent's got their back turned or something. You know, it's like
but then you don't want to play that dickhead anyway. Whatever reason he's playing, if he's going to play like that. I mean, we were out at No Retreat, and Pardo, Steve, who runs it, he's saying that the difference between 30k and 40k tournaments he runs, he was like, it feels like Warhammer for grown-ups this when we were playing Heresy. And I think that does, that is what a lot of it is. We are more grown-up, and yeah, we can do these things, but we don't fucking want to. We want to,
That's why I don't play 40k.
Yeah. It's same here. I don't want to spend my time getting my face kicked in every time by somebody who's got a grey plastic army that's the latest power combo. I want to play somebody's Heresy army who's taken some love and care and are genuinely passionate about their army.
That's it.
I'll have my face smashed in by beautiful armies all day long. I generally do get my face smashed in by beautiful armies all day long.
That's my standard gaming. Yeah.
I think that's why I really like what David's doing on the 30k channel he's selecting really nice looking armies, and he's putting so much time and effort into the scenery, the boards. We played on it was like a gravel pit, wasn't it? And we were both real sort of dubious when we saw it, but once the armies are on there, and it just looked almost cinematic, and that
it adds to it,
Steve at No Retreat, him hand selecting the people he wants to go because he wants good looking armies, and it is a massive part of it. And like you say, I think because we're sort of all a little more adult generally, I'm not saying that kids wouldn't be into it, but they're more into that grey plastic. I want to smash crap out of everyone.
It's not that drive to win, is it? Hopefully, but
no, it's you don't mind losing, like you say, if it looks good while you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. I think we've summed that up quite nicely there. I think what we're going to do then, guys, we're going to roll into a break then. We'll take a short break and we'll come back to you. Right, welcome back then, guys. So we've dealt with the Thousand Suns, and it's time to move on to the route then, and start going through this list then. Quite a unique army, I think, the way the army's built and things like that. I actually had the good grace to face the Volker from Rika the other night, and it's definitely an effective army list. So shall we start heading through these then?
Yeah, right. Well, the army puts together very differently from a standard Legion list, I think, is the main place to start. I think I'll start with that and then move on to their individual rules.
If we start with the Legion Astartes rules, I think that feeds into how the army's built then, doesn't it, quite nicely? So,
okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, should we do that?
So we get the standard Legiones Astartes of regroup regardless of casualties, as per every other Legion. And then Bestial Savagery, which the long and the short of it is it's +1 to weapon skill if you successfully charge. So any unit with Legion Astartes rule gets that. That's a fantastic bonus, really. Additionally, they get counter attack. So if you don't get charged, you're still at a benefit, which is nice. Sorry, if you do get charged, you don't get the charge off. But you must sweeping advance. Now I think this is just again Forgeworld wanting to put more text in a sentence, because I can't think of a circumstance where you wouldn't want sweeping advance. So
there's a couple of Legion Astartes rules and things like that where it says you must always make sweeping advances, that you kind of think, well, I always will want to do that, but whether it's future proofing for an edition where maybe it's not always so good to annihilate your enemies straight away.
Could there ever be a case where that would take you off an objective, maybe, and that would be more important for the...
Yeah, but then you can make your consolidation move backwards anyway, so, potentially you can go back back the way you can.
The army, Volker and Rika have also got Hunter's Gate, which is a +1 inch to their run and consolidation moves, so which kind of feeds nicely into that. If you are sweeping, advancing, and then consolidating, obviously you've got a bit more movement, so that's good. But that doesn't apply to Terminators or jump packs, so that's just ground-based infantry.
Cool.
And then Preternatural Senses, which really is, I believe, and I'm not too 40k savvy, but I believe this is a bit like a watered-down acute senses. So they ignore night fighting completely.
Yeah.
Re-roll the table edge for outflanking units.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a nice touch, I think, with for quite a lot of things. And then Infiltrators, the enemy deploying infiltrators can't deploy within 80 inches of them, regardless of line of sight. So none of that 12 inches, you can't see me nonsense. They can smell you if you're in 18 inches.
They mark their territory a long way out, and you can smell you arriving. It's called quite fluffy, isn't it? I like the way that all kind of links together. It's not sort of 3 rules there that are a little bit different. They've all kind of linked to the same bit of sort of.
I don't think any of them are game changing. I just think they're all. Yeah, they're just a nice representation of the fluff. That kind of the Space Wolves are supposed to be sort of sounds a bit a lame way of describing it, but super aware of their surroundings, and they're kind of I can't find the word I want, but yeah, I think it's a good representation of the fluff. I agree. Let's roll with that.
It suits them. It's thematic. It suits with hunters and wolves, and being that kind of side. It is very, very good.
Yeah. And then that kind of leads into the way the army selection's done. So with kind of those tenets in place, the force organisation chart is affected a little bit, because for every 1,000 points of Space Wolves you take, you need to take a Praetor or a Centurion. Now, there's a little bit of discussion about whether that can be named Praetors and Centurions, because technically Gygor is a Centurion and Haval Redblade, for example, is a Praetor. But I think because you've got to take a HQ for every 1,000 points you're doing, I don't think it's really a debate you should be having with your opponent. You should just suck it up and take the HQ, because I think you're going to be into that quantity of HQs that you're going to need to be taking Centurions and Praetors anyway, rather than spamming consoles and name characters, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's 1 HQ for every 1,000 points, and then the other restriction is that 2 of the consoles in the standard Legions list don't exist. So no Primus Medicae and no Librarians, and that's because they're replaced with an alternate unit, which is Priests and no, they're too same. Which is Priests and Fenris, which whilst they roll it under one entry, it's 2 very separate disciplines, but they have separate special rules that we'll come on to in a bit. And then there's one here. The next item seems to be a point of contention in the wider gaming community, but I'm not really sure why. And maybe you chaps can shed a bit of light on this, because I think it's quite clear. Essentially, all of the existing troops choices in the Legion of Astartes book in a normal Space Wolves army become support squad, and you have to take Grey Slayers to fill your compulsory slots.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a problem with that. If you take a Rite of War, or such as Pride of the Legion, that negates that, because the Rite of War is the overriding factor that allows you to take Terminators and Vet Squads, etc. If you take Russ, he unlocks Varagir Terminators and Veteran Tactical Squads. Same principle. They're the overriding rules, but the base rule is your compulsory troops on the force organisation chart of the mission you're playing need to be Grey Slayers.
Yeah. So the logic I follow through with it, which I think is fairly sound, is when you build an army to start with, you have the Crusade Force Organisation chart. That sets out 1 HQ, 2 troops, blah 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 blah. That is your foundation stone.
Absolutely.
So you then add a Rite of War on top of that, which allows changes to that force org. So Hammer of Olympia adds an extra one, extra heavy sport, or veterans. Pride of Legion is veterans, and the assault. There's the assault vanguard, which makes assault marines. Yeah. So it's the layer on top. So it's kind of the old Codex trumps rulebook idea. You know what I mean? You work up. So your foundation, your Legion of Astartes rules are coming in and saying, right, okay, Grey Slayers are compulsory. That you cannot form an army without taking Grey Slayers. If you're just going to take a straight up force organisation, Crusade army force, great, that's fine. If I then put, say, Russ's rules on top of that, that then changes to compulsories. Like Gilliman makes suzerain compulsory troops.
Absolutely.
That rule is stacking on top of that.
I just think the confusion for some people is coming because they've not seen the standard tactical or assault marines or breachers, for that matter, be replaced with something before. I think that's where the unease. It's quite straightforward.
The change to Grey Slayers is at the very core level, at the base level.
Absolutely.
And then the Rite of Wars are on top of that. Now, I don't see why you'd want to take Pride of the Legion over your Grey Slayer plaques anyway.
No.
But if you want to do if you want to do a Space Wolf armoured company, and they do have armoured companies, they do talk about in the fluff in Inferno that they weren't at the front of the attack because, the Grey Slayers all mashed on ahead, but they had armoured reserves that came up. There's no contention. If somebody said to me, oh yeah, I'm doing my Space Wolves armoured company, I'd be a bit like, well, you're kind of missing all of your rules, but cool, if that's what floats your boat and that's what you want, yeah, cool, no problem, it's fine, absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, completely agree. That's cool. We're all straight on.
Yeah. I'd agree as well. I think the where the confusion might come from is because I think there's a line, isn't there, in the Thousand Suns rules that says that it may stop certain rights of war being taken. So people have now got that in their heads.
Yeah.
A chapter before they get onto this, isn't it the Covenant of Sorcerers rule, isn't it, that says note that this means certain rights of war will be unattainable. So people have got that in their head that Forge would have written a rule that would mean that. So now they're looking at that and questioning it. So it will need to be FAQ'd or 8th ed. I wouldn't have any problem with any Wolves players playing standard rights of war until we're told differently, because it seems
completely agree.
Would seem a ridiculous restriction.
I also think it's very specific in, like, when we come on to Warlord traits next, but it says that if you're a Space Wolves player, these are your Warlord traits. You ignore all other Warlord traits in existence. They're very specific saying. I mean, we have talked about Forge World before. We've talked about Forge World's lack of continuity in the way they write rules necessarily, but there are some things where it's very explicit what they mean, I think.
Yeah, you can usually tell. They don't use the same keywords. So say other writers do. So Private Press are very, very clear in the way they word stuff, that they'll use the same wording again and again and again to mean the same thing, and they're very precise, and they describe at the beginning of their rules what within and what completely within means, so you don't ever have any of those kind of grey areas, so that when people come and write rules, they know they have to stick within that kind of that language and that boundary. Well, that will vary vastly across GW games, and that's why you get a lot more questions. But yeah, I don't see an issue with it. I think it's silly to not play any other rights of war. Otherwise, it'd be a line in there probably that said you can only use these rights of war.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so that's kind of the core of how the Legion goes together. Then that's the principle you're setting out at. Now, the Warlord traits are the next part of the book, which I think is obviously the logical place to go. And again, these may well have quite a big impact on how you put your army together, I think. Well, not put it together, you've already written your list, but how you're fielding the army, how you're playing it. I think they maybe, because there's only 6 of them and they have to pick from them 6, I think maybe that some of them are perhaps a bit more game changing than maybe other trait lists, if that makes sense, because you've not got the variety to pick from. So the first one is the Get of Worm, and essentially D3 units of 5 models or more get defensive grenades and cause fear. And honestly, I think that's massive.
Yeah, that's pretty that's pretty awesome.
I think putting that on a units that, let's not forget that one of their core rules, they have counter attack. And giving them defense grenades as well, I think that's brutal. And the causing fear obviously is monstrous. So
they need a lot more help in combat. Poor darlings.
Yeah, they're so underpowered in combat, they're going to get their asses kicked all the time. But I might as well give them fear.
I think it's just. You all seem to be scared of them. So, so then you've got Howl of the Death Wolf. Now, this is an interesting one because this rule actually reoccurs in a few places, but we'll come on to that in a bit. But Howl of the Death Wolf is you can re-roll your run and charge distances for one entire turn. You activate it at the beginning of that turn, and it applies to everything. And you can choose how many of any dice you roll you want to re-roll.
It's Space Wolf War.
Yes, that's it. And I think
that's cool.
Think it's particularly poignant because you get it. You can roll it as a Warlord trait. You get it additionally as a Rite of War, and Russ can do it as well. So I think there's a number of ways it can come in. Then you've got the Hunger of the Void, which your Warlord has Rage. So that's nice. It's
going to give him a buff and make your Axeman a bit madder.
Yeah, it's not to be sniffed at, but I don't think it's massive. And then
not each other's bums.
I like it. It's just going to be the odd snidey comment the whole way through. I like it.
I'm just sat here drinking, getting more and more bitter. Yeah. Look, I'm not bitter about the rules. I'm just bitter that everyone loves Space Wolves and Thousand Suns get all the hate. I think he just read the Space Wolf rules. You got to far in the book.
You've got to take the Ultramarines approach to it. So we get shit for everything because we're the poster boys. So you just got to turn around and go, well, fuck you, just because you want to be like us.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the Thousand Suns players.
Yeah, we'll get on to that later. When he's on about his good Fenrisian earth magic.
Right, so the fourth one is Waster of Land. So the Warlord and the unit get moved through cover. Warlord and the unit are attached to you get ignore cover within 12 inches for shooting.
That's pretty strong. That's very strong.
I think it is, but I think if you're that close, you're probably not going to be shooting.
Yeah, the move
through cover's good, but
yeah, the move through cover's a bit for me, especially if you're running big Grey Slayer packs and you might be foot slogging them.
Yes.
To have move through cover on them is going to make them super effective because, like I said, I played him the other day, and one of the things that helped me was he needed to keep his Grey Slayers in cover, so he was reliant on cover moves.
Yeah.
And rolled a couple of bad cover moves, not bad ones, but 3s and 4s that just slowed them down to gave me probably another turn of shooting at them before they hit me.
Yeah.
So
makes a big difference. Yeah. Okay. And then the fifth one is Crownbreaker. Now, interestingly, Guygor Fellhound has this as well. So we'll come to it again when we go through him later. But it gives the Warlord preferred enemy independent characters, and feel no pain of 5+ when in challenges. Now, I think that's pretty tasty because you're going to be getting, as a Space Marine, you're doing something wrong if you're not getting your characters forward and getting them to challenges. That's one of your top priorities in the game, I think, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's not game breaking. It's not gonna be one that you're always gonna roll against. Rolling, going hoping for. But when it comes up in the right circumstance, it's going to be really, really handy.
I can see it being one in smaller games where you're taking lower key HQs that gives a buff that puts them punching above their weight, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think Guygor's... He's decent, but against a named character, he's
a minor character, yeah. He's agreed, yeah.
And I think that would help, again, for him, especially if he's going up against... Like, even when we play-tested Ahriman versus Guygor, and...
Yeah.
Ahriman's a much more powerful character, but I think it's...
Yeah, no, agreed. But then Guygor is just a minor character who's been made up because they didn't want to do Bjorn. And Ahriman is a major character.
Out of Bjorn.
Too early for Bjorn.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've got no problem with that, but they could have done something a bit different, Right, and then the final one, the sixth one, is Shield of the Wolf King. This is the Warlord and unit. They get stubborn. So, again, it's a nice little touch, but it's, as far as traits goes, it's not major, is it? So,
I quite like stubborn.
Stubborn is handy.
Ignoring negative morale modifiers.
Yeah, especially when I'm playing against Space Wolves and getting smashed in combat.
Again, it's not one of those ones that's going to break the game open and you're going to be rolling going, I really hope I get that one. But in the right circumstance, it's going to be... Actually, that's really that having that stubborn has saved me from failing that very important morale check to not get swept or not get off, not run off a objective I needed to hold.
Indeed. I think what's nice though, touching on the fluff of them, I think they all are a good translation of fluff to rules though.
Yes.
Even some of the more powerful ones like defensive grenades and fear, the wolves are supposed to be super prepared and they're supposed to be scary. They're the Emperor's nuclear weapon. He doesn't have to fire to keep other people in line. You know what I mean? They're the 30k Cuban Missile Crisis. They're the thing held there to keep everyone else in check. They're I think there's some good translation of fluff to rules in there. So so that's the Warlord traits then. And then the two really interesting things, I guess, that really shape the army are the rights of war. Now, their rights of war, I think are quite different from other rights of war. So, what we essentially have is Pale Hunters, which is the first one. Now, Pale Hunters is going to give you +1 to your reserve rolls, which is nice. You're going to get hit and run of 2d6, but not on Terminators. But that goes on any Legion Astartes based unit, which is great, I think. Slightly watered down, but still that's fantastic. And then +1 assault when you're already in combat. So This is if you've got a unit already locked in combat and another unit joins in, that second unit coming in gains +1 additional attack per model.
Yeah, that is handy. A secondary unit coming in and picking up, an extra attack is bloody handy.
I think it is. When you get that meat grinder at sort of turn 4 in the middle of the board, it's I think it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, suddenly you can throw your 10-man squad that had left, that you wouldn't probably charge in normally. You think, well, actually, if I charge them in, they got, 2 attacks each, then they're going to get 1 for charging, and this extra one. Suddenly they're 4 attacks, they're doubling their output. That's enough. Maybe you take an extra wound or 2 off, maybe take 2 or 3 extra people out, and suddenly you win the combat, and you sweep and say, oh shit, fucking hell, that was really useful.
I mean, there's no substitute for volume of attacks, is there really?
Yeah, exactly. Pick up the dice and throw as many as you can.
Absolutely. So the limitations on that Rite of War then are not to take artillery or fortifications or drop pods of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
And they can only have 1 heavy support choice. Now, this is the one where I find it interesting that a lot of Wolves players appear to be favouring this Rite of War, but I think that the singular heavy support choice is quite limiting on that, to be honest.
But then you can be coy with that. You could take a Predator squadron or a Land Raider battle squadron and take 2 or 3 tanks for your 1 heavy support slot. But yeah, the heavy support slot is one of the most competitive slots, isn't it?
I think so. And I think with the Wolves' want for, maybe my want for assault vehicles, I think it's definitely a useful part of the force organisation chart that I wouldn't want to hinder, which is why I prefer the second Rite of War, to be honest.
That's what done me on Raven Guard, the 1 heavy support slot on the Rite of War.
Yeah.
But I think generally that Rite of War is it's cool. You've got the circling wolves thing with the being the +1 to reserves, the bleeding Harry with the hit and run, and the fury of the pack with additional attacks for additional units coming out. I think that's all quite fluffy, and I quite like it. You get surrounded and overwhelmed by them, and it's the wolves doing what they do best. I think that's a good good translation of fluff to wolves. I think that phrase is going to come up quite a lot tonight.
He's trying to justify it to himself. That's all.
All right, Potter, pipe down. Right, so right now the Bloodied Claws. Now this is the Rite of War that I've been playing, and is my preferred one. All Grey Slayers and Assault Squads get Furious Charge, but they have to charge an enemy unit if they're able to. So I guess you work it out, make sure it's actually achievable to do it, and if you can, you have to do it. So, but that's okay. I want my Wolves to be doing that, so that's not a problem. And I think for me, there's probably a comfort thing there that up until getting this book, we've been having the substitute Legion rule of Furious Charge anyway. So there's a comfort in still having it because I'm used to doing it, I think, to be honest. Don't like change and all that. But right. All units in the army add +1 to their combat resolution result when in the enemy's deployment zone. Not game changing, but I think with the speed the Wolves can move, you can against most armies dictate being in that deployment zone.
Yeah.
So I think that's useful. I think that's a good one, and especially when you're coming up against some of the units that are like the Sekhmet where they're 2 wounds. If you're popping a Sekhmet Terminator, that you're already getting a bonus of having scored 2 wounds, if you see what I mean. But having the +1 in your combat resolution as well, I think makes some of the weaker units more viable to pip up against some of the other Legion's elite units, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I came up against the Emperor's Children at No Retreat, and Full Groom giving +2 to combat resolution. Suddenly you tie a combat. I think I've done all right. Oh no, actually you've lost by 2. Oh fucking hell, I have, haven't I? It's just one of those things that creeps up on you. Suddenly you've got to win by an extra to keep yourself in all the time. It's very handy.
Absolutely. And then this Rite of War also guarantees you Howl of the Death Wolf, which is the Warlock trait. So again, that's re-rolling your run and charge moves for a whole turn. Now it does specify that if you also roll it as a Warlord trait, you can use it twice per battle. So I think that's heavy, to be honest. I think that's being able to activate that kind of Space Wolves wire, as you put it, twice in a game. I think is
potentially.
I think. Well, yeah. I think you should, in most circumstances, be guaranteeing yourself covering that distance with that run and that charge. Then I think
It's like someone's throwing a tennis ball.
And they're really after it now.
And then the limitations on this rite of war: you can't take any immobile, artillery, or slow and purposeful units.
Yeah, just on that one a second.
Yeah,
because the question was asked to me about, can you take drop pods? Well, pods aren't immobile units. Now, somebody came back to me and said, well, Marascara, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at Marascara, the Marascara says with the immobile special rule. Now, drop pods do have the immobile special rule, but their unit type is not immobile. So I ruled it to say that actually in the Bloody Claw, you can take drop pods because they're not immobile units. They are units with the immobile special rule.
I think I agree with you, because I think it's, when I first read it, I went, oh, no drop pods. But then when you read Pale Hunters, it says no artillery, fortifications, or drop pods.
Yeah.
And again, inconsistencies for blah, blah, blah. Can we have hashtags on this? Can we do that on audio?
Yeah. Hashtag Forge World inconsistency.
Yeah. But I think in the spirit of Bloody Claws, I think that drop pods are still viable. I don't think it means.
I also don't think it's that game breaking, because you still can't access drop pods. You are really, it's really Dreadnought drop pods that you're the only thing you can access through that, because you can't it still limits you in the normal limitations of drop pods. So you're not going to be drop podding in your whole army. You're going to be drop podding in a Dreadnought or two, and then you're still going to be paying for Charybdis or Dreadclaws, stuff like that anyway. So you're paying the same tax as any other Rite of War for that. So I don't actually think it's that game breaking to suddenly be able to give them drop pods, because it's not better than anything else. You're not going to be able to do an orbital assault list with it.
No, indeed. Yeah, exactly. The other thing that did fox me a little bit, and I have to be honest, I've not gone through searching, but what units are slow and purposeful? Because I don't think I've come across.
I can't think of a slow and purposeful unit. I can think of units with the slow and purposeful rule, but again, maybe it's future proofing. Maybe it's stuff they know that they've got planned, and I'm not sure.
What units can you think of with slow and purposeful rule?
Cat Factories have got slow and purposeful, haven't they?
Oh, I don't know.
That is anyway. Everyone reaching for the red books.
I've got it in hand.
But that comes down to, that's a slow and purposeful special rule, not slow and purposeful unit type.
Yeah. We're literally just looking this up, because I don't think they do. I'm going to be proven wrong now. I think it just says they can't make sweeping advances.
I might be wrong. That said, I think it's in the Cataphractii Terminator rules. The Cataphractii armor rules. But
yeah, we've got it open here.
Because Tartarus, obviously, you can sweep it. This is fucking excellent radio, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. Right. So I'll move on. We'll Dan looks up in 8. So,
no, it doesn't list it.
There we go. So
Cataphractii Terminator armor. Yeah, Cataphractii Terminator armor. It spells out that you can't you can't make sweeping advances. You can't make running or sweeping advances. It literally spells it out. They don't have slow and purpose.
Yeah, indeed. So I don't. Sorry, actually, the limitations there I don't think particularly are limiting, because there's very few units that fall into that category. But additionally, though, I think the big one is that they cannot take an allied Space Marine Legion detachment, which is in keeping with a lot of other Legion Rites of War, but interesting wasn't in the Pale Hunters one.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So interesting that, and it specifically calls out Space Marine Legion detachments.
Yes. Right. Well, that kind of then the book then moves on to war gear, really. Now,
yeah, let's have a look at some of this special frosty shit axe and frosty axe of salty shit.
Right. Well, first of all, we get some dogs. So Fenrisian wolves. Now, essentially, these are a marine that can't shoot, with a poor leadership and a crap save, but they've got counter-attack, and they're only 10 points for a HQ to take them as war gear. They're bulky.
It's an extra wound.
Yeah, essentially. You can take a pair of them for any Praetor or Centurion, which is nice. I think they're a nice fluffy addition. I'm pleased they're there. I like the idea of them having pet wolves rather than wearing them. But that said, a lot of my army's got wolf pelts on. But hey,
don't tell Peter. Don't tell
Peter will be very upset.
But
I think, what I like is that they're good, but they're not sort of an auto include. So we're going to see every Space Wolf army with a ton of wolves around them.
absolutely.
Being a wolfy wolf, it makes them. If you're going to use them, they're not bad to use. They're just not sort of going to be ubiquitous everywhere. All you're going to see is every wolf with his wolf with his wolf.
Absolutely. I think they're a nice when you're putting a list together and you've got 10 points to spare and a bit of transport capacity, adding him onto your HQ. I think they fall into that category. Or if you are doing something narrative based where you want to keep maybe some of your unit sizes down and still fill your transports.
Yeah,
so I can see me, and I have done, I can see me taking Deathsworn in a smaller squad with an odd number, and I'll come on to why shortly, with a priest and a wolf, because it just feels a bit more fluffy rather than maxing out the power unit, It's yeah. Then Frostblades. Now, like all the other legions, you've got unique war gear. Essentially, anyone who's got a power weapon or can take a power weapon can upgrade it for a further 5 points. For a Frost Blade, Frost Axe, or Frost Claw. They are the same as their power, like Power Sword, Power Axe, Lightning Claw variant, but they're plus one additional strength, and they become specialist weapon.
Yeah, which is not a bad trade-off to be fair. I think the only one that's any major difference is the Great Frost Axe, isn't it?
Yeah, that's plus 10 points to the upgrade. That's a plus 1 strength AP2 weapon. It's master crafted two-handed. But it's got Reaping Blow, which I think you've got Death Guard have, is it? So it's -1 initiative, but you get an
extra attack for being
multiple base contacts.
Yeah, which is cool. It's fluffy. An extra attack sometimes, the Space Wolves, because the Space Wolves, what they really needed was another bloody attack. But it's cool. I'm glad they didn't come up with some ridiculous Frost rule that was a bit silly, and over the top. It's nice that there's a reason to take Frost weapons, but you're not. Again, it's not a auto include, so every bugger under the sun's going to have a Frost.
Indeed, it's no Blade of Perdition for the Blood Angels, but it's. I think it's a nice tactical choice because you're choosing to forgo the +1 attack because it's a weapon, or you're paying a lot more points to get it.
Sorry, yeah, I'm talking all over you. I like the Frost Claws. Suddenly, Lightning Claw with +1 strength, AP3, and Shred. Wounding on 3s with Shred at AP3. If you take that into a power armor squad, a couple of those is going to mince it. Your power armor squad.
There's something that needs FAQing here actually, because the rule says that any Space Wolf independent character with a power weapon may exchange this for a Frostblade or Frost Claw for 5 points.
Yeah.
It doesn't say about upgrading Lightning Claws, and a lot of characters can't take 2 power weapons.
Yeah.
So,
paired Lightning Claws. Can you upgrade both of them?
Once you're in Terminator armor, it becomes a problem, I believe.
Because the question really is it? For me, it would be: is it 5 points for the pair of Frost Claws, or 5 point per Frost Claw? I don't think I'd have a problem if you were paying 10 points on top of the Lightning Claws.
Agreed. I think that's the logical thing. Having had some informal chats with people, I think generally everyone's consensus is that. But I can see it only takes one anal opponent to get out the way the rules written,
But because there's the thing with the Blood Angels, isn't it, about being able to upgrade heavy flamers to assault cannons. Can you upgrade a twin-linked heavy flamer to an assault cannon? Because it says heavy flamer, it doesn't say twin-linked heavy flamer. And again, it comes down to this thing of how anal do you want to be about stuff.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Like I said, if you're paying, because how much are Lightning Claws on Terminators anyway? 20 points for a pair?
I think so, yeah.
And then you're paying another 10 points, so 30 points for a pair of +1 strength Lightning Claws with 2, extra attack.
Yeah.
Is it that bad?
Exactly. I think, to be honest, it's probably not quite worth the 10 points, so your opponent shouldn't really have an issue with it, yeah.
But if you've modelled a... Yeah. So, I mean, if you've modelled a dude already with 2 Lightning Claws...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just going to say, look, to keep it WYSIWYG, that's what I'm going to do. And, it's not going to bother me that much. Just paying the point.
There's always the fallback though of taking the relic clause out of is it book 4? So
yeah,
again, and they're nice. They fit with the theme of some of the other weapons in the army, like Haval's axe, where they're essentially their +1 strength of armor bane. So right, ether rune armor. Now this one's quite interesting. I think this is.
I like.
I think it's a nice nod to them kind of being characterful heroes, despite the kind of technological explanation the armor gets. But essentially, it's artificer armor, but it's more expensive. So you can exchange artificer armor for ether rune armor for 20 points. So it's quite a big increase, but you're still getting a 2+ armor save, but you're getting +1 wound. So so you put that on a centurion, and again he's punching above his weight. You put that on a praetor, he's a monster.
Yeah.
And it allows deny the witch rolls to be taken for the wearer. Or the unit they've joined to be rerolled. So I think that's pretty nice, really. I think it's a good. I think it's points appropriate. I think it's just allowing you to buff your characters a bit more. I don't think it's overpowered. I think you're paying the points for it, and I think it's just making them stand out on the battlefield a bit more. And I think the kind of Space Wolves army is geared towards kind of individuals and heroes a bit more than other Legion armies. I think that kind of works. I think it's a good translation. Dan's grinning at me slyly here.
Yeah, I don't see him. I like it. I think it's thematic. I think it's quite fluffy. It suits. And essentially, you're paying 20 points for an extra wound on a character, really, because in most circumstances, the reroll the deny the witch is not going to be massive against Thousand Suns. Yeah, it's going to be handy, but it's not game breaking. It's
very circumstantial, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like the Ultramarines one, which is the Mantle of Ultramar. You get to reroll failed blind tests for your character. How often is that going to come up? But that one time it comes up, it's going to be bloody handy, and you're going to go, oh yeah, excellent.
Yeah, a slight correction on what I said as well, sorry. It can be taken for praetors or priests of Fenris. It can't be any centurion. It has to be those specifics. So, but yeah, I think that's good. I think that's cool. So that's kind of their war gear, really. I think they've got a good selection. It's not loads, but you've got a bit of variety in your frost blades and axes and claws. I think it's a good.
It's a good selection.
Yeah, it's a good armory set, really. And then really we get into the nitty gritty of units now.
Yeah, so what's first up on the unit list then?
Well, the first up is Deathsworn. And I presume, Tom, you want me to stick to the order in the book?
Yeah, let's keep following through in the book, because then we can. Everyone can play along at home then.
Fine. Right, okay, so Deathsworn, the fluff behind them is they are essentially guys who are having shitty dreams about eating people, and they're exhibiting early kind of mental instability, which hints towards them being wolven if they don't do something about it.
Yeah.
But we've not got kind of teen wolf models running around from 40k. We're not. It's these guys are still very much legionaries. They are just
no jean shorts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I need to see that.
Have you not seen the Wolfen models? Check out the dude with the bloody jean shorts on. It's hilarious.
And I know there's a lot of people that are using their parts in 30k, and that's cool. Everyone to their own. But every time I see them on 30k models, their parts, a little bit of me dies inside. It's. But right, so Deathsworn pack, right? So these are guys that, like I say, they've been banded together. They're under the administration of one of the wolf priests, the priest of Fenris, and they're going out to get an honourable death. They're gonna give it their all, essentially, one last kind of like stand. So you get 5 of them for 175 points. They are pretty much a regular veteran stat line, they are a regular veteran stat line. Bolt pistol, power axe, frag and crack grenades, Ymira class stasis bombs, and artificer armor. Artificer armor is a nice touch, I think, with the 2-up save. They're getting some ceremonial war gear to go out and meet their end. But the Ymira class stasis bombs really are brutal. So I'll just touch on them briefly. They are 6-inch range, strength X AP2, 3-inch blast, pinning, gets hot, 2+ fleshbane.
Yeah, the AP2 2-up fleshbane with a blast.
Absolutely monstrous.
You're going to throw one of these before you charge in.
Yep.
So you're going to take out 2 or 3 models straight away and just run into the combat brilliantly.
But they are a little bit worse than that, because they mean that Death Sworn count as having defensive grenades.
Yeah.
And models making fallback rolls when fleeing from combat with the unit roll an additional d6 and select the lowest result for their fallback distance. So they're literally little time freezing devices that are chucking around.
Yeah, I love it.
So yeah, I think that's it. And there's a nice little bit of fluff that goes with them about everyone's scared to use them because most people die horrifically but very slowly when they're carrying them, let alone throwing them. So that's why they get into the Death Sworn to deal with. Right, and then their rules then. You've got Cult of Morkai, which means that essentially they can own, a bit like Destroyers can only be joined by Moritat, these guys can only be joined by Priest of Fenris, period. And that can be the Speaker of the Dead or the Runecaster, but they can only be Priest of Fenris that join them. If it's the Speaker of the Dead subtype, they can take the Death Sworn unit instead of a command squad. So you can lift these guys out of your elite slots and take them as an off-the-Force organisation chart HQ.
That's hilarious. I love that.
I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, suddenly, because your elite slots are quite competitive.
They are. And Dan's about to hit me, I think, when I say this, but I actually think that's quite fluffy because it's almost like you built your army.
Jesus Christ! And a desperate attempt to justify.
They're not.
Yeah, it's fluffy. It's fluffy.
They're not part of it. They're these guys that have been selected out and pulled aside. And
Phosphex quad mortars, fluffy.
Where did that come from?
Well, it said Phosphex once in one of the books somewhere.
Right. I feel like I've been stabbed in the back now. Right.
I've got a warlord trait for that, I think.
Right. The salt is real.
So, we were friends before this book came out, you know. It was right, and they've also got Dreams of the Death Wolf. So they have Fearless special rule when they're locked in assault. And essentially, providing there's one still alive when you get to their initiative step, bearing in mind they've all got power axes, they all get to fight back at initiative 1.
Great.
So that's the brutal bit. I think the fact that providing you've got one still alive when you get to initiative step 1, they're all going to strike back even if they have been killed at earlier initiative steps. I think that's...
I've only played against these once, and thankfully my opponent immobilised his Land Raider. They had to get out, and thankfully I had a Leviathan with that dropped a Phosphex, their Phosphex launcher onto him. I needed them gone, and gone quickly, so I'm not looking forward to facing them. But
I've run them in a couple of games now, and they've been very effective, to be honest. They are, to be honest, they are Space Wolves' dirty unit. They are.
Yeah, I came up against them when I played them, and what saved my bacon from them really was they had a Land Raider that was kind of out on the flank, and it took them 2 or 3 turns to actually get where they needed to, and they failed a charge trying to get into a quad mortar crew, and that slowed them down then. And what I didn't realise when I fucking started firing that, and I thought, I got 2 quad mortars laying there, I got 8 shatter shell attacks. I fired a Scorpus on top of them. I thought, fucking 3 AP3, strength 8 AP3. That'll stop them getting their feel no pain because they got a wolf priest with them. Yeah. And it will flatten them. Oh no, they're 2 up armor, every one of them. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
So, hang on. What a suzerain?
Yeah, but how many points do you pay for them? 175. I'm paying 200 points for my suzerain.
Yeah, but you've got 5 up feel no pain.
Yeah, but so have you with a priest of bloody Fenris in them.
That's another 125 points.
I know, but if you kill me, I don't swing back.
You're not allowed to fight better.
No, I got to admit, I'm a fan of the unit. I think it's really, really cool. It's kind of that kind of proto-Wolfen, the Speaker of the Dead are sort of keeping an eye on them and holding them together. But fuck yeah. If they'd have got... They weren't very effective in my game. That was only because didn't get where they needed to.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've done a unit of 7 of them, and I've intentionally stopped at 7. And since I put their picture up on Instagram and on Facebook and stuff, by far the most common question everyone asks me is, why haven't you done 10? And it's like, because I find it really odd that 10 guys, a full unit, a full transport capacity, exactly, have had weird dreams about killing folk and have been banded together. You know, it's just, I think it's one of them. It's one of them you can but should you things. I think I quite like of them being an odd number, sort of 6 or 7 of them, and they're going out there with a wolf priest of some description, and preferably
because that just happens to be the ones they've got on this mission, you know, rather than being
exactly
an effective
rather than
fight.
keeping them locked up to unleash like Fabius Biles monsters. You know, I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, it's.
I'm still a little bitter that you've got your own version of the flesh change, and we're the ones being punished for it.
Yeah.
Has the rhino got a cage inside and they're like dog catcher again?
He's got a crate
between that and where the driver sits. Yeah.
Or is it covered like a dog's head, like in Dumb and Dumber when the car
You've got to make a Dumb and Dumber rhino for them now.
Anyone chucks flock at my rhino.
Oh, cheers, boys! You give me a wonderful idea.
He's actually in the room.
I'll be back in a minute. You want another beer?
I'm all right. Right. So.
Don't talk bad about me.
So that's Death Spawn. I think again, now Dan's not here, right? Yeah, I think they're a fantastic translation of stuff to models. I think it works. Then Varagir Wolfguard Terminators. So, like many other legions, these are the Space Wolves Terminator unit. In a nutshell, they're essentially command squads, for want of a better term. They've got +1 weapon skill over a normal Terminator squad. The Sergeant is 2 wounds and 3 attacks. So a leadership 9. So he's essentially a Centurion, more or less a Centurion stat line. And they're all armed with a frost blade, which you can choose between axe, claw, and sword.
Flossed.
Yeah, flossed. Combi bolter, and they're in cataphracti armor. So I think that's pretty cool. You've got a bit of versatility in there. That's cool. Now they cause fear, which I think is pretty brutal.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's because with my Ultramarines list, I can basically get leadership 10 across my army with rerollable.
Yeah,
I can. So I always say my Ultramarines are about as close as to and they shall know no fear as you can get in Heresy.
Yeah.
Fear doesn't bother me, but I imagine if you've not got a great, that one fear roll that you fail. It's going to screw you big time, and it's just handy that that's inbuilt into them, that's what they've got,
That's
they
it,
just come with that.
Implacable Advance, like many other Legion Terminators. Stubborn, which is cool. Crushing Charge and Lord's Bane. Now, Crushing Charge, essentially, if they charge over 6 inches, they get a Strength 5 Hammer Wrath attack each. Which I think is nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice additional. To be honest, I'd quite like to see all Terminators have that. To be honest, I think it makes sense if a guy wearing a tank runs into you. But so I like it on that basis. I don't necessarily think that Wolves should have it over anyone else, but I like that it's on a Terminator unit, so it doesn't phase me.
It just always makes me think of them videos where someone's dog goes running back at them too quickly and knocks them clean over. You know the ones.
Yeah, I know exactly the one you mean, because I was walking my dog many years ago. I got a younger brother who's quite a bit younger than me. He was 5 or 6 at the time. I threw the tennis ball for the dog and I threw it over his head because he was walking in front of me. Dog went and got it, and this is like a 2-year-old lab at the time, 2 or 3-year-old lab. He comes running back with the ball, and I mean, this dog is not bright. She runs in a straight line from when she picked the ball up back to me. So she came straight from the path. My little brother's in front of me, and she just went straight through his legs. He did a full front flip in the air and landed on his ass. And the dog sat there with the ball like, throw it again. I'm thinking, shit, you've killed my brother. I thought he was dead. He'd done a full front flip. But he sort of picked himself up and was like, the shit was that?
I'm imagining McLovin in Superbad now because
He's like, yeah, he's fine. It's right, we'll leave it at that.
So your dog's got Crushing Charge. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, my dog is in Terminator armor.
You need to call him Varagir now, right? Okay, so Lord's Bane then. They've all got Lord's Bane, so any model in the unit can issue and accept challenges as if they were characters.
As per command squad.
Yeah, as per command squad. And if the enemy challenger is killed, then they can add an additional +1 to the combat resolution.
That's cool.
So you're encouraged to make challenges. It's reinforcing that kind of heroes and big balls out characters thing again. I like that. I think that's nice. I think that's a nice touch, really.
Yeah,
it's supposed to represent the champions and the elite of the Legion. I think that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got something similar with the suzerain. They can all issue and accept challenges. And it's quite handy when you go into a Death Star fight, and especially a Primarch fight, you just go, yeah, I'll chuck one of my guys, I'll chuck a suzerain in there, he'll take your Primarch's challenge. He'll punch you in the face. You know, you're going to kill him, but I'm going to get my Primarch striking into your squad then, and I'll take out half your squad, and then I'll deal with you. So
absolutely,
it's quite a handy little rule for manipulation, and yeah, it totally fits the fluff.
I do notice that's the 4th separate Space Wolf item now that you've brought suzerain up as a comparison.
Well, I've got to get one I can compete. You know.
Compete? I'm not playing either. I've got 2 wound Terminators. Yeah, brilliant.
You got 2 wound Space Magic Terminators though.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. I can re-roll my reserve rolls. Woo!
I gotta say, I mean, like you said, I think you said earlier, the Thousand Suns have been getting a lot of hate for, oh my god, they're insane. There's some stuff in the Space Wolf list that is just as powerful.
This is why I'm bitter. It's not because everyone hates the Thousand Suns, because...
I think, to be honest, I completely agree with that. The Space Wolves are easily on par in terms of their rules impact and the way things are laid out as the Thousand Suns. I think it all plays nicely into demonstrating why Horus wanted both legions dealt with, to be honest.
Oh god, yeah. Well, it's just, I mean, I know we're going back a unit, but the Deathsworn. You can take frag grenades on them. Yeah, so that's dropping someone in toughness. You can You then, sorry, I'm going back. I just had this thought. Put rag grenades on them. They can all take. Can they take frost weapons? Or you got to be independent character. Oh bugger it. Well, you've all got power axes with +1 strength anyway, aren't they?
Every 1 in 5 can take a great frostblade, but
yeah. So I mean, you drop their toughness to toughness 3. You get up to strength 6 on some of them. There's your instant death on somebody. You know, on a fucking just normal blokey. So that's pretty nuts. You know, or just being able to drop for 30 points, being able to drop the strength on the toughness on a unit you're running into. That's brutal. You know, suddenly going from wounding on 4s to wounding on 3s for stuff. It's bloody brutal. So I think everyone's jumped up and down about the Thousand Suns being insane, but Space Wolves are not exactly a pushover.
No.
Sorry, yeah. So where were we? I think we've gone through. We finished up the
finished up Barragate Wolfguard. We're on to Grey Slayers now. So.
Let's go on to Grey Slayers, because this is a very interesting unit. I really like these guys. I've said that about nearly every unit, to be honest.
I can see it. You can do a Space Wolves army, Tom.
He's doing a Thousand Suns army.
No, he's mine.
No, I'm going mech. I'm going mech next, just so everybody hates me.
Cool, don't tell Brains.
I'm gonna run Scoria and 8 Thanatars.
Oh, you're just doing Brains' list.
Don't. We want to play on the channel again. We love you, Brains.
Right, he won't mind. Right, okay, Grey Slayers. Okay, just for a minute, imagine you've just taken a Legion tactical squad and given it the close combat weapon upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you take a Grey Slayer squad and give them the Bolter upgrade, you're at the same amount of points. You've got the same stat lines. They're the same animal. Yeah?
Yeah.
The real variance is that you don't have Fury of the Legion. You have Warrior's Metal. Warrior's Metal means that you can never voluntarily go to ground. You may reroll failed pinning tests. And you may make charge moves even if you've ran or fired. But you suffer -1 to the charge distance. But let's not forget that the Legion has +1 to run. So it's I think that's... I thought it was a bit odd when I first read it, but I think the intent of the other rule is that the whole army gets the +1 to run, if you see what I mean. They wanted everything to be a bit quicker.
Yeah.
They wanted these guys to be able to run and charge, but didn't want it to be, it sounds an odd sentence in this circumstance, but too overpowered.
But yeah, that inch is going to make all the difference.
I could see Dan there sitting there shaking his head as you're saying it.
Yeah, especially with Howl of the Death Wolf, where you get to re-roll them.
Yeah, well, yeah. So that's the difference. You're swapping Fury for being able to either run or shoot, and charge. So they're covering ground quickly. But they also have a vastly larger armory to choose from. So any model in the squad can take bolters, as we've touched on, heavy chain blades. They can exchange their close combat weapon for a power weapon for 5 points. That's any model in the squad with no limit on it. For every 5 models in the squad, you can take a combi weapon, swap your close combat weapon for a power fist, a lightning claw. You've got pistol weapons, which is interesting, like hand flamers and plasma pistols. You've got your usual Nuclear Vox and Legion Vexilla. And then the Huskar, which is the sergeant, can do all the usual things you'd expect a sergeant to be able to take. And I believe, he has access to frost weapons. So,
yeah. I mean, I think really interesting. I've not heard that before. But you said first that a tactical squad with a close combat upgrade is the same points as a Grave Slayer squad with the bolter upgrade. That I actually hadn't thought of that way. It shows that actually they are on a par. Yeah. What sets Grave Slayers apart is the access to all the additional weapons, and at a it's almost half the price for most places.
Yes, I think that's it. I think there's that tendency within the rule set as a larger thing, not just the Space Wolves, but across all of the books, of when it's only a lowly Marine, suddenly his options are cheaper. But actually, the output of being able to have, with the right of war, have Furious Charge and have power weapons on, say, I don't know, even if you said 50% of the squad, and you had, let's say you had a 20-man squad, or even say, if you had a 10-man squad, you're taking 5 power weapons plus whatever you're putting on your sergeant. That's a hell of an output you've got there.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still the same reason we talk about tactical Marines. You are still only putting out, 3-up armor. It's not. There's plenty of AP2 out there, AP3, AP2 out there. They're only one attack base, so all right, one attack base, they automatically get 2 because they've got a close combat weapon and a bolt pistol as standard.
Yeah.
They're still just tactical Marines, but like I said, it's how you gear them up that really makes them better, isn't it?
I mean, I've ran mine to be honest, I've just run mine as quick tactical squad so far because I haven't modelled any Grey Slayers. And that's because I'm hearing rumours that they're bringing out multiple upgrade kits for them. So I'm kind of holding off on that a little bit and getting excited by Deathsworn and Barragear instead. But I've ran mine as vanilla so far, so just with an upgraded sergeant with a power fist. Occasionally I've thrown a couple of power weapons in. But it's not been the power weapons that do the damage. It's been with the Rite of War. It's been the +1 attack, +1 strength on Furious Charge.
Yeah.
And Warrior's Metal, being able to move, run, and charge. Like the combination of the Furious Charge and the being able to move, run, and charge, pulling land speeders out of the sky when they think they're safe on a flank, because you're covering the distance and the volume of attacks is pulling them down. That's been. To be honest, that's the outstanding thing. That's the standout thing for me.
I was pulling one of my javelins down.
It was a javelin, wasn't it? That's right. Yeah.
They come. Run distance, hit a javelin, then moved on to a rhino. I think. Didn't they?
I had a game against that local Alpha Legion player who, I think in the 2 or 3 years I've been playing him, I think I've beaten him once.
Cool. How did you beat him?
Apparently he took a soft list.
Oh, right, okay.
It was all him, not me.
He's very hard to beat.
I think he had a 4th weapon type, not just Carey's, Volkite or Plasma. But I was, with my squads, I was able to actually take a flank and then clear up as I moved along the board because they could move so far.
Yeah, they can move scarily fast.
Yes. So that's kind of Grey Slayers in a nutshell. I like the rule. I think it's flavourful. I think it gives something different to tactical squads. I don't know if I think it's a good representation of Space Wolves fluff necessarily. But they're supposed to be relentless on the attack, and I guess it represents that. But I'm interested to see how it plays. I think when the dust settles, I think the additional distance they can travel will be less scary for most people, I think. They're still just Marines.
Yeah, I mean, fluff-wise for me, it works because the amount of customization you can do on each warrior sort of says to me it goes with that band of warriors banded together into a warband idea, you know, and surrounding a hero. You know, these guys have got their own preferred layout. You know, I like a shield and a sword. Well, I like my bolter and my axe. You know, bum 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 bum. And they've been they sort of banded around into a pack of individuals working together, rather than, you know, say like you know, that are prescribed.
Yeah, rather
this is
than
the kit you take.
Yeah, rather than a well-drilled unit that's all got the same war gear and is operating in that role on the battlefield because that's what the commanders dictated. These guys are warriors that are going to go out there. They're going to take the same war gear probably, regardless of the job they're going to do. Because they're a versatile unit. I think actually they'll probably end up being. Well, I'd like to think they'll end up being in most armies. I'm sure some people will go take a different route, but I think they'll be jack of all trades rather than masters of a trade. I think people are likely to spam certain options and go down that route, but I think it would be much fluffier to see a versatile unit that kind of does a little bit of everything and doesn't necessarily excel at any of them.
Yeah, very much.
Have you been running them in transports?
Sorry?
Or have you been running them in transports, or have you just been taking big foot-slogging squads?
So far I've tried both. I'm not a big fan of big foot-slogging squads generally. I like to know exactly how each of my units got to the battlefield and why, but I've been running them in 10s in Rhinos, which is their only dedicated transport option, and I found that pretty good because I'm not particularly scared of being charged, having counter-attack. Yeah. So I think it kind of gives you a viable option to bring back Rhino Rush a little bit. But I think people seem to be having more success running them en masse foot slogging in kind of a World Eaters fashion.
Yeah, I faced 20, and even though I had a Scorpus and 3 quad mortars, because I'm a friendly person like that, I did a lot of damage to them, but there's still just so many bodies. And normally when you've got a lot of bodies, you know, foot slogging, your issue is speed. You know, you can survive a few barrage rounds, but you can't survive 4 or 5. Whereas these guys are moving so fast that they're once they're in your lines, they're in combat. The sort of firepower that's going to be levelled at them is diminished then, because you can't fire blast at them because they're in combat, or you can't shoot at them at all because they're in combat. Yeah. Suddenly that protects them. So, and it makes the big squad, you know, 20-man standard tactical squad is going to take 3 turns to cross a board, and it's just going to get shot to ribbons. Whereas your guys are going to cross the board in 1-2 turns, you know, depending how you play them.
I think if you're playing them right, you should be looking at turn 2 charges.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to protect them. Being in combat and getting there quicker is what's going to protect them.
Yes. No, I think you're right. I mean, I like the unit. I think they're good. I think again, there's a bit of there's options you can take, but should you? But I generally I think they're a good all-round unit. And I think actually what I think a lot of people are forgetting is that suddenly siege squads, like breacher squads, tactical squads, and assault squads are all now support.
Yeah.
So, and that is a disadvantage. Because I think, particularly assault squads, well, you know, and breacher squads, to be honest, still really have their place. I mean, I think I'd be hard pressed to want to take a tactical squad over these guys, but I can see.
Why?
Well, exactly.
I do like Fury, though. I will admit. Fury's helped me out on numerous occasions, but
yeah, but I've also Furied 3 Imperial Fist 10-man tactical squads at Angron and watched him just stand and laugh at me. So it's
but Angron laughs at everything.
Yeah, I think that was probably more down to my dice rolling than anything. But it was. But yeah, I think assault squads and breachers have a very real place in the game, and I think putting them as support squads actually is quite limiting on your build options, and it kind of forces you to build this Space Wolf narrative list. I think, which I think is a good thing ultimately.
Yeah, they're filth. They cover miles. I tell you what, I'm so incensed. I'm going to go online and I'm going to complain about Sekhmet being able to choose their psychic powers, because that's what everybody else seems to do. I'm very bitter.
But I like it. I like that the Space Wolves are bitter talking to the Thousand Sons, and the Thousand Sons are bitter talking about the Space Wolves. It suits.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
We're just generally bitter. It's fine.
I think these are both armies that suit the kind of 30k mantle of 40k for grown-ups, because we both are bitter old men who don't like anything that's written in front of us once you've got these rules out.
We like
And the
our own stuff
Mechanicum
and
players
Daisy.
are just sitting there giggling that no one's actually, there's no focus on how bent the new stuff in Book 7 is for them.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll-
Completely stealth filth, isn't it? We're going to cover that in a future episode. 'cause
there's
that's obviously what
nothing
Tom's
wrong.
building next.
There's nothing wrong with all those Secretari I've bought.
Oh, there's other armies in here. I thought that was an index.
The Mechanicum have got away under the radar with some dirty stuff in this book.
Right. Okay. Then we're into
So where are we on to after the Grey
Characters.
Slayers then? Oh, awesome.
characters. Right. Okay. So we've got two named characters.
Spit the dog.
You've got. you've
Oh, Spit the Dog and bloody Lassie.
It's usually me that ages myself, but you've done well there. You've done a good job of dating yourself a little bit
It's a
with that
reference to
reference.
the over 35s.
Right. Guy Gore Fellhand, then. Now, this chap's only 135 points. He's a Centurion stat line. No, that's not true. He's 3 wounds. I lied to you.
Yeah.
So he's weapon skill and ballistic skill 5, so he's lower in that respect. He's wearing power armor. He's got a bolt gun. He's got the Fell Hand, which is +1 strength, AP2 melee, mastercrafted shred specialist weapon. So it's a Frostclaw. It's an AP2 mastercrafted Frostclaw, essentially.
So you get to reroll 1 to hit, and it's got shred.
Yep.
Yeah, lovely.
He's got frag and crag grenades, refractor field, and power armor. So he's, for a character, he's definitely at the lower end of protective equipment there with the 3+, 5+. But that steps up if he's your warlord, because he gets Crown Breaker, and which is the warlord trait, and Crown Breaker was preferred enemy independent characters and feel no pain 5+. So it's kind of making him a bit more. That's in a challenge. Sorry. So making him punch at a higher level, I guess, really. He's also got Warrior's Metal, which I think is the key one in there. So, like the Grey Slayers, he can move, run or shoot, and charge.
But that's only going to work when he's in a Grey Slayer pack, though. So it does limit him as to where you can deploy him to make the most of that.
If Russ is in the army, veteran tactical squads can take Warrior's Metal as their optional rule instead of taking one of the listed ones. So you could put him with veterans if Russ is there.
You can jam it a little bit then by bringing a Primarch along, because, Primarchs.
Yeah. That speaks for itself.
Yeah. But I think that's nice. I think he's a nice character. He's pretty simple, to be honest. He's not got lots of complicated rules. He's just a character hunter, I think, really. 100 points. He's inexpensive. You chuck him out there and go hunting your enemy's warlord, I think, really.
To be honest, the way I'd do him is I would throw him in a Grey Slayer. I'd throw him in a Grey Slayer pack just to make that Grey Slayer pack a bit more punchy.
Absolutely.
I don't think I'd build my army around him, if you know what I mean.
No. He's very much a secondary character, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whilst he gets Crownbreaker, if he's Warlord, I think he's only going to be Warlord in smaller games.
Yeah, I mean, your other options are better, aren't they? So you're going to probably want to use those other options first.
But
yeah, is anyone really going to take him ever? You're just going to... I don't know. I suppose if you're playing 3,000 points, you've got to take a third HQ, but...
I think that's it.
That
if you've got 135...
Your Grey Slayers are going to definitely be foot slogging then, aren't they? Because he's not going to be able to squeeze in a transport with them if you stick him at 10. So I don't see him being taken much.
You're speaking to King of the Land Raiders there. I think you want to. He loves a Land Raider.
They're an assault vehicle.
Yeah, there we go.
If they bring out less efficient and inexpensive assault vehicles, I'll use them. Until they do that, I'll be King of the Land Raider. Right.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
One thing I do find though is after saying I think you'd only see tabletop in smaller games because the army force organisation dictates you have to have a praetor or a centurion as your compulsory. In anything, not that anyone plays 30k this small, I don't think, but anything under 1,000 points, you're taking a praetor or a centurion, so he's out the picture. Once he gets 2,000 points, you want a HQ with more punch than he's going to give you. And you're still going to need to take a centurion or a praetor, so it's probably going to be that you're taking a named character and a centurion, or you're taking a praetor and buffing up as you want him, in which case I guess Guigor might find a place. But I think you're right, Stu, that really you're looking at 3k, anything over 2k, so you're having to take a third HQ before he probably gets a look in, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like... It was as soon as I got the Prosper box, I sold him. even if I was gonna do walls in the future, I was like, I hate the model. It's so 40k. He's got something about Mary Heathcliff and a bolter purse. It's just not good. I appreciate with a head swap and changing that bolter purse, it doesn't actually look quite as bad. But it reminds me of the was it 6th ed? Was it 5th ed? When the sort of the more modern plastics that everyone's using for their bits came out.
Yeah.
It feels like right from that era.
When they went away from having one really cool accessory sprue that was quite subtle to having walls on everything.
Yes, yeah. And there was so many bits on those sprues that I think even people that have never bought wolves have got them in their bits box. But it's fueled a lot of 30k forces without anything specific out there, so we can't knock them too much. But it's not a look at the sculpt as its own. It's not a bad sculpt, but it just sort of takes us right back to episode 1. But it doesn't really fit. He basically sums up everything that we moaned about, or Nick definitely went off on one, but we agreed as well. But it definitely sums up the too much wolf aspect.
I
do agree completely. I mean, I have built and painted the model because he's got rules, to be honest, but I have used the other 2 that I've managed to get my hands on. I've broken them down and only used select parts for other things. So it's and that funny backpack array that he's got isn't one of them.
That's the most practical thing for doing your extra run and charging and all in the same turn, is it? That big kind of swinging, God knows what it is. It's like a totem, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
Run around with that.
Yeah.
I think it's his ball bag.
He's got his swinging ball bag there. I mean, he has got a wolf tail growing out of his penis, so he's obviously tucked the balls backwards just to keep it out of the way of the wolf tail.
That's a piercing, I think.
I'm probably going to put myself into quite a section here, but I've seen butt plugs with a furry tail coming out of them. And that thing on his cock just reminds me of that. He's just put it in the wrong end. That's the problem.
I love he's just ruined wolf tail talismans for everyone.
Oh yeah, they just look like furry butt plugs. If you Google foxtail butt plugs, I mean, if you're under 18, don't. But
I don't need to Google. I just go into my history. It's fine. But there's wolf heads on this and wolf pelts on that, and I remember that rant well. It did.
I think it had us both in tears. I think it was.
Yeah, but our tears were different.
No, I mean, my actual biggest problem with the Guigor model is it doesn't feel like it fits the same universe as the rest of the 30k stuff. That's my problem. Is it feels like a 40k model. It does, and if you like the 40k aesthetic, I know Jake from the Covenant of Fire. He's a big fan of wolves riding wolves, and he loves the wolfy wolf. But and that's fine, and that is cool. And like I said, it's your hobby and it's stuff. But for me, 30k has a toned down aesthetic. I'm looking at my 30k Ultramarines next to my 40k Ultramarines, and you can see a level of bling difference in them. And the Ultramarines are quite a blingy legion still.
Yes.
I struggle with this with my 30k. I've used a lot of the 40k bits for my 30k models, and I really struggle with trying to keep it toned down and the Scarab Occult Terminators, and I just tried to mix them as much as I could, and some of them I don't want to go through 40k.
That's it. I mean, I don't know where I don't quite know where my army would fall in your episode 1 guidelines, but
guidelines.
But
I think we've ended up back in episode 1.
But I think one thing I've striven to do, not always achieve, but striven to do, is either have iconography or have talismans.
Yeah.
And that line does blur a bit.
Butt plugs.
But
there's not many episodes where you can get away with shouting butt plugs and it not be completely out of context.
I've maybe had a few too many beers now.
This is a standard Friday night.
I am being toned down.
Yeah, I've no doubt. Yeah, but yeah, I think there's a lot of modelling opportunities out there. That again, there's that you can, but should you sort of attitude towards it. See episode 1, I guess, is your kind of standard thing. But
you look at the artwork in Inferno, and they do have knot work on them. They have talismans and stuff. There is definitely the room for stuff, but it's not putting a wolf pout on a wolf pout on a wolf thing hanging off the bolt with a furry butt plug.
I completely agree. There's
riding a wolf.
There's every marine.
There's an inherent history there, isn't there? There's runes and a knot work that suggests that there's some sort of tribal influence and there's kind of more heritage to it.
Yeah, there's definitely, like I said, I mean, the Space Wolves and the Thousand Suns both have great opportunities for bling and modelling opportunities, and they are very characterful legions.
Yeah,
they're not the Iron Warriors or the Death Guard, who are very sort of not run of the mill, basic and brutal with their aesthetic. But we don't want to. I'd like to see a clear difference between the two aesthetics of 30 and 40k. I play 30k because I like the way it looks, and the environment of it. So think about that. I'm not saying go out there and everything's got to be just a basic marine, but think about the context in which you're placing your army.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah. We're all in the same camp.
There's a very fine line, and I find myself sort of teetering along it. And I think the Araman model for me, because he was so decorative, kind of give me a lot more free license almost to
do more other things. Yeah,
I would take him, Araman, as kind of the end.
Yes.
He is the top of the Legion. He is going to have the most bling, and he is going to have the most stuff on him because he's one of the highest characters in there. That's your end point. So if you're making your tactical marines look like him or as gaudy as him, you're probably gone too far with them. But if you're making an Ammon character, that gives you a reference point of where the level should be. So it is useful like that.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah, I've just built an Ammon this week, and I used the Exalted Sorcerer kit, but I tried to keep it the most basic one that was in there.
Cool. Awesome. Well, we have slipped into modelling a little bit, and we are going to come back over the subject of mod. No, it's good. It's all running now. We've done a good chunk on the first half of the HQs and everything. So I think what we're going to do is going to slide into a little break, roll into a little 30-second bit of musical interlude, and we'll just have a rest, give your ear rolls a rest. I need another rum because I've only drunk 3 so far. And we'll come back and catch up with the end of the Space Wolves in a minute.
I keep the world from the door. It calls me on the phone, tells me always that he's gonna mess me up. Steal all the children if I don't pay the ransom. I'll never see him again if I squeal to the cops.
Right, welcome back then, guys. We're back to finish off some more Space Wolves talk, and we're starting with Pavel Fuckface, who I met on Tuesday playing the game. And when we get to his acts, you'll understand why I'm so fucking salty about this guy. So, do you want to give us a run through of this absolute prick?
Okay, right. Val Redblade. Now, this chap is the Jarl of the Fourth Company. He's Praetor by all intents and purposes, but he's 4 wounds.
Yeah, right.
He had
starting off strong.
He's got a named axe called Hearth Splitter. He has a heavy bolter, a grenade harness, an iron halo, and he's in Tartarus Terminator armor. Right. What's funny about the heavy bolter?
Why has he got a heavy bolter? When the guy said it to me who we were playing, he was like, yeah, he's got this axe and he's in Tartarus and he's got a heavy bolter. I was like, what? Why has he got a heavy bolter?
I don't think he's holding it on his shoulder with a massive cigar sticking out of his mouth from the other side. It's not gonna...
I wish I'd done him like that now. Right.
It's his butt plug.
So, he's independent character. He's got battle cunning, which means up to 3 infantry units, which are in his detachment get the scout special rule. So I think that could be pretty brutal. I think it's going to have less place in people shoving their units further up the board. It's going to have more place in people putting them into reserve, because then they're going to get outflank, and you can re-roll your outflank. And I think it's going to lend, if used with the Pale Hunters Rite of War, I think people are going to be kind of maximising the pair of them. I think, to be honest, more. Because obviously if you're scouting up the board and you're an assault unit, you're putting yourself potentially at a disadvantage. You don't want to get there too quick. He's Master of the Legion, as you'd expect, with his Warlord trait, which is the Head Taker. If he's your army's Warlord, both he and any Legionis Astartes Space Force infantry units from the detachment within 12 inches have preferred enemy infantry. Now, I think that's a big buff, a big army buff.
Thousand Sons are terrible. I'm going to go and complain about them on the internet.
He causes fear. And then there's his axe. So his axe, which I guess half splitter is Fenrisian for Tom's Bane. Is that right? But
it's a fucking prick of an axe.
But it's +2 strength, AP2 melee armor bane. So he's an initiative 5 character. So that is an AP2 armor bane +2 strength initiative weapon.
Strength 6 AP2 melee armor bane at initiative. People have given me so much shit about my suzerain having an AP2 axe at initiative. That
is the 5th time suzerain have come up.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Fucker himself will kill tanks on his own, and he'll kill fucking people before they've even swung a fucking axe. Oh yeah, I'm hitting you weapon skill 5, so I'm hitting you on 3s. I'm killing you on 2s.
Weapon skill 6.
Oh yeah, oh great. Fucking weapon skill 6. I'm still hitting you on 3s, even if you're weapon skill 5.
Give this man more rum. I like
it. Of course, let's not forget that if he's successfully charged, he's +1 weapon skill as well.
Get your weapon skill 7, because why the fuck not? Let's make him his weapon skill on the charge is as good as a fucking Primarch.
He's got a heavy bolter.
Why has he got a heavy bolter?
You'd think he'd be struggling with in close combat, wouldn't you, with carrying a heavy bolter?
I think he is Space Wolf's answer to a Game of Thrones character. I really do. But
he's the fucking mountain.
But Magnus, invisibility, but...
Yeah, 210 point fucking Primarch level arse kicker. Can you tell I got on the wrong end of him at the week on Tuesday when I ran? I thought, fuck it, I'll take Gilliman and his 5 suzerain boyfriends in there. Fuck it, we'll kill him, no problem. He's only a named character. Oh shit, Gilliman's got 1 wound left. Oh fuck, what happened there?
Yeah, that's File Redblade.
Yeah. Foul Prickblade, as I've called him.
I think really he's this season's must-have for any Space Wolf player.
He's brutal. The fact he's got Tartarus armor, so he can sweep and everything.
Yeah.
But he's got an Iron Halo, so he's still got the 4-up invulnerable.
Yeah.
You know, and you stick him in with the Tartarus squad, they're going to kill things, no problems. They're going to eat stuff.
I think
he's brilliant.
Getting in on the charge with weapon skill 7, initiative 5 attacks, and potentially if you're causing fear as well, I think that's absolutely monstrous. He is. Whereas the Space Wolves have got a lot of units and a lot of individual items that we've already touched on being character killers. I think really he is your kind of named character killer. You're sending him out there to hunt big
games. You can hunt Primarchs with him.
Yes.
He might not kill a Primarch every time, but he's going to tie up Primarchs and give them be enough of a pain in the ass that for 210 points, if you can hold a Primarch Death Star up for a turn or two, you're just going to fuck people off with it. It's just going to be like, oh, for fuck's sake, my 500 point Primarch Death Star unit suddenly is not effective.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. It's
I'm throwing my Leviathan at him. That is all I'm doing.
That's about all you can bloody do, isn't it?
Right, and then are we content enough to move on from him, Tom?
Yeah, I've been salted enough by him now.
Fine.
No, I like it. Let's carry on.
We can get you some Afterburn or something if that's helpful.
Yeah, give me some fucking Gaviscon.
Right, so Priests of Fenris. Now, these are the optional, the replacement consoles that essentially replace Librarian and Primus Medicae.
Oh yeah, because you wouldn't have any Psychers in your army, would you?
No, we do. We like hypocrisy. It's good. Yeah. We don't write anything down, so we don't know we're doing it wrong. Right, Priests of Fenris then. Now, pretty standard Centurion stat line. No surprises there at all. They're 105 points, and they are either a Speaker of the Dead or a Caster of Runes, both of which have bolt pistol, frag and crack grenades, refractor field, and power armor. Which I think, and then they have their separate sets of war gear in that as well. And I think if you go through and price them up, the 105 points is about right for the different option sets. The Speaker of the Dead has a power maul, which is a bit lame, to be honest, but there's a nice dynamic for swapping that out. He has healing balms.
Oh, you got a bolt wound. Let's put some Tiger Balm on that. I saw that.
Which essentially is a 5-up feel no pain for him and his unit. And he's got Garm Blood Vial, which is an 8-inch strength 1, assault D3 plus 1, 1 use, poison 4+, and rending. So he's got some blood from some nasty bastard animal that he's stolen off Ridley Scott, I think, and he's going to chuck it at you if you come within 8 inches of him.
You had to take a breath halfway through reading those special rules.
I did, yeah. It's like being a Thousand Suns entry, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then conversely, the Caster of Runes has got a force weapon, which can be a sword, an axe, or a staff, and has Runic Matrix. Now, Runic Matrix allows the Psyker to re-roll a single Deny the Witch test per turn. Not massive, but I suppose a nice little touch. And their controlling player may not utilise more than 4 Warp Charge dice to manifest any single use of a psychic power for a model equipped with it. So it's stopping you chucking, if you roll 6 dice, it's stopping you chucking them all on power. And I guess that's a nice translation of fluff to rules of limiting the wolves' psychic ability.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff you're going to be using is going to be Warp Charge 1 anyway, isn't it?
No, it is, but I think if you've got something that's Warp Charge 2 and you're wanting to chuck a boatload of dice at it, it's stopping you doing that. I think it's a good limiting factor. I quite like that. I think it's a nice touch. It's not massive, but it's nice. Both of them have all the standard Space Wolves Legion Starters rules. They're independent characters in Priest of Fenris. Priest of Fenris essentially means that they... Oh, no, you pick one of them. Sorry, that is literally just that it's one or the other. So the Speaker of the Dead, then, he is fearless and has Oath of the Dead. So this guy is your 30k Wolf Priest, essentially. He's the guy who looks after the Deathsworn. He's kind of... He's a bit different to what I was expecting, because I was kind of thinking about Prospero Burns and Nyot Thredder, the Flesh Weaver, the guy who rebuilds Caspar Hauser, and he's kind of very much like a sort of like a shamanic apothecary. And I think these guys lean more towards the chaplain side of it, but give Feel No Pain. If you see what I mean, I'm not sure whether I think this is more of a translation from 40k to 30k as opposed to a good translation of fluff to model, but yeah, they are what they are. So Oath of the Dead then, each Speaker of the Dead and any unit they join have the preferred enemy infantry special rule. So again, I think that's pretty brutal. I think that could be quite a game changer, really, for combat with a lot of units or even shooting with a lot of units. Quite a powerful addition.
They needed to have killing people again.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think everyone's concerned that Space Wolves aren't going to be good at stabby. So yeah. I think both are pretty good, solid units. I don't sort of console level units. I don't think either of them are particularly outstanding. They're not necessarily better than their Legion counterparts, but I think the little touches like the Garm Blood Vial and the Runic Matrix kind of stand them apart a little bit.
I like the balms.
The balms, healing balms, yeah. But as I said before, I'm not sold on the priest being more chaplain-like. I would like to have seen him been more kind of Gene Weaver, Fleshmaker kind of, more Primus Medicae like, I guess, really.
Caspar Hauser. Who put him there?
A demon.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you guys are innocent, don't worry. Right, and then there's a nice little bit at the end of this, which is really more of a fluff reference, but kind of pulls it into the rules, that there are other priests of Fenrisian priests, which are priests of iron, and rather than having their own entries, these guys are Forge Lord, Master of Signal, and Praevian. And if it's the Praevian, he get his battle automata that he chooses to take counter attack for 15 points each. So I think with a unit of Vorax, that could be pretty tasty.
You can't turn up with robots.
I can. And all of these you mentioned.
The disappointment in the voice there. You can't turn up with robots.
He's going to have robots. He's got.
Yeah, I've got rules for him there.
So have I. I've just read them. All of these priests of various connotations can have Ether Rune Armor, which is the +1 wound affair, which is pretty cool. And Forge Lords can take Fenrisian Cyber Wolves instead of their Servo Automata, which is interesting. I'm not sure I'd bother doing it on the basis that I could take Fenrisian Wolves as part of his war gear anyway, but...
Because the Cyber Wolves, they give you just a feel no pain on them, don't
that's
they?
All it is, yeah. Just 5 and feel no pain over the normal Fenrisian Wolf. Yeah, so, yeah, that's what they are, really. I think, yeah, they're just 2 more console types, I guess. It's just tailored to the Legion rather than being the generic one. And then
the only thing I found is, like I said, from Battlefield data, is playing Speakers of the Dead.
Yeah.
Having a chaplain and an apothecary sort of wrapped into one. You've got the fearless bonus and you've got the feel no pain bonus for, say, 100 unpreferred enemy for 100 and something points.
Yeah.
That's really strong. I don't see why you take the speaker, the caster of runes, really. I don't, because they don't seem to bring as much to that unit as being able to give, a unit feel no pain and fearless. I mean, if you chuck them in with the Deathsworn, that's a bloody strong unit then. 2 up armor everywhere.
It's all, from my perspective,
stronger.
It's almost a
stronger,
little
yeah.
It's almost a little bit unfortunate that the Speak of the Dead and the Deathsworn are kind of that sort of mini Death Star combination within the army, because it is a really nice fluffy combination to take. These kind of these guys going for a ceremonial death overseen by the priest, but both units combined are monstrous.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? No one's going to say to you by doing that you're not being fluffy, that you're being power gamey. It is perfectly fluffy for them to do that. It just is a beast of a unit with them together.
Now, I will complain. I'll find a way.
Kind of part of me wonders whether, over speculation really, but kind of part of me wonders whether Forge would have kind of pitched it that way to try and encourage you to be fluffy, but it doesn't work if they make the fluff overpowered, But yeah, it is what it is. But that's the priest. So, and then we're on to the big man himself, Leman Russ, the Primarch. So,
I don't think we need to bother with him. I think he's a bit shite, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard he's not very good in combat, so he's just a bit rubbish.
He'll get run over by everybody.
Yeah.
Postman is his greatest nemesis.
He's stopped by the kitchen gate of doom.
Right. So. Now, I don't know what your chap's knowledge of Primarch stat lines is like, but he's weapon skill 9.
It's better than ours.
Yeah.
He's ballistic skill 6, strength 6, toughness 6, wounds 6, initiative 7, attacks 6, which includes his bonus for 2 combat weapons, leadership 10 and 2+ save.
Girl.
He has all your standard Primarch rules. I won't go through them because they're standard in every Primarch. He has named armor. Both his weapons are named. his combat weapons. He has a named ranged weapon and frag grenades. Right. His which we'll come on to in a minute, all that. But his special rules then, Sire of the Space Wolves. What this essentially means is that he has night vision, counterattack, Hunter's Gate, prey to natural senses, same as the rest of the army.
Yeah.
A force containing him gets +1 leadership bonus for all of its units, so he's got a nice little buff there as well.
Phil.
He gets Howl of the Deathfall special rule, same as everything else. So he's I don't know. I think he's a pretty good set to have. And then Circle of Varagir, like you'd expect from him, I think most Primarchs confer a similar thing. He allows you to take the Varagir, Wolfguard, Terminator squads, and Legion Veteran Tactical squads as compulsory troops choices within the Force Org chart. And as discussed before, this essentially supersedes the Grey Slayers being the compulsory. It's the same as any other Primarch's overriding rules.
Yeah. What's quite nice, actually, is it does state compulsory troops.
Yeah.
I think Gilliman states can take them as troops, but he doesn't state compulsory. So there was a question over, can you make suzerain compulsory troops, which I think generally everybody says yes, you can.
Yeah, the spirit's there, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's nice that they have, they are learning, they are thinking, they are obviously taking on board feedback from books and going, right, well, we know we've got to say this clearly now, so we'll state it clearly here. That is compulsory troops.
Yes, absolutely. One thing I think I may have said mistakenly earlier, I'm not sure, but he doesn't have Warrior's Metal, which is interesting. So, so he's still moving like all the other Primarchs. I may have got that muddled earlier. I'm not sure.
Like Tom said, he's a bit rubbish.
He's a bit on the shit side, really, isn't he? Fucking weapon skill 9.
What is nice is that for the veteran tactical squads, he unlocks Warrior's Metal, same as Grey Slayers, as one of their optional special rules. It's not in addition, it's instead of. So instead of taking Marksman or the other rules that no one takes because everyone takes Marksman,
everybody loves Marksman.
He can take Warrior. They can take Warrior's Metal, which I think is a nice touch, because otherwise your Legion veteran squads would be better fighters, but not as quick as your Grey Slayers, which seems a bit odd for the best of the Legion, But
yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's nice. That's a good translation.
He's just lazy. He don't want to run now.
So, right, he's got Breaker of Shields, Bringer of Ruin, which is one of his first rules. Essentially, this means that he can split his attacks, including any bonus attacks from charging or counterattack, etc., between his two weapons. His two weapons are the Sword of Bale Knight, which is Mjolnir. It clarifies that. There seems to be a lot of furore in the community about where's Mjolnir, but it is Mjolnir. And the Axe of Hellwinter. So, right, the Sword of Bale Knight is user strength, so it's strength 6, AP 2 melee, shred, sever life. It's essentially what that means is if a model suffers one or more wounds from it, they take a toughness test. So it's 2d6, and compare this to the wounded model's current toughness.
2d6?
Yeah, interestingly, that's pretty standard. Interesting, it's the wounded model's current toughness. So if rad grenades are in the mix, I'm guessing you're counting that. If the result roll is greater than this, then the model suffers an extra D3 wounds at AP2.
Because fucking why not?
Yeah.
That's going to be my new quote, I think.
I think that is massively brutal, but it does clarify that wounds generated in this manner never spill over onto other models. So they've clearly done it and gone, shit, stuff died. We better make that only slightly OP. And then he's got the Axe of Hellwinter, which is +2 strength, AP2, melee, sunder, mastercrafted. So, yeah, there his two weapons. Both, but I think both are pretty brutal, really, and he can split his attacks accordingly. He's got his armour is a bit of a game changer. Now, his armour, everyone's getting upset about this Magnus invisibility, and Magnus being able to take some weird concoction of cultists, sorcerers, and shamans, casting all the right stuff randomly to become invisible. But this guy's weapon skill 9, just bear that in mind when you're listening to this. The armour, Elevagar, I don't know how you say it.
You're the posh one.
Elevagar,
I'm going to go with. Gives its wearer a 2+ armor save and a 4+ vulnerable save. Okay, that's pretty standard. Which increases to 3+ against Flamer, Melter, and Plasma of any kind. Okay, not sure.
Stuff you use to kill Primarchs.
Yeah, exactly.
Vulcan, is that the He has the same thing, doesn't he?
Yeah, something similar, yeah. I think. In addition, though, enemy models in base contact with Lehman Russ at their initiative step of the fight subphase suffer a -1 penalty to hit in assault, increasing to a -2 if they have been in base contact for more than one turn of close combat.
Weapon skill 9.
Yeah, so
There's a whole tranche of stuff that's needing 5s to hit him standard. So they're needing 6s if they're in base contact, and if they, for some miracle, are still alive, they then can't hit him.
But if I roll invisibility,
yeah, there's nothing like having invisibility built in, is there?
I think it's a bit of a nonsense, to be honest. I'm not keen on this. I think his armour, and they give some strange, you get the stock thing of it being technology that isn't understood by the Imperium, which I think is Forge World's way of saying we're introducing a rule that you don't understand because it doesn't have an explanation. But yeah, I think that's the real game changer, to be honest, because he's immediately putting anything he's in base contact with on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it screws everybody basically.
Yep.
I think I was chatting with some buddies, and the only way we can really see is Gilliman's ability to challenge him, and because his weapon skill will go up. But the best is 3 rounds of combat, he'll match him on weapon skill 9.
Yeah.
So he's hitting on 4s. Then he's -2, so he's hitting on 6s. Gilliman's about the only Primarch we could work out that is able to keep hitting Russ at most keep going. But with Russ's attacks back and the Sever Life rule and all that shit, is he actually still going to be able to be there at that point?
Well, this is it. I think I'm thinking on my feet here, so I may have got my rules asked about face. So correct me if I'm wrong. But once that becomes the case that you can't hit him, surely our weapons are no good here rule comes into effect, and you can choose to break from combat.
If you're fearless, I think you can't break from combat, isn't it?
Right. Okay.
And Primarchs are fearless. So in a Primarch fight, you're not going to be able to do that. But yeah, I mean, if you can't do any damage, you could fall back. But do you risk the chance of being swept if you fall back? Now, let me fucking top quality radio again. Let's
while you got that up, I'll move on. So there's got Scorn Spitter, which is his.
I'll move on. There's more.
Well, there is. He's got a weapon.
Oh yeah, there's still more bullshit to deal with.
Right, he's essentially got a Legion Bolter, which was put together by Vulcan, because everyone's got one of Vulcan's weapons that he made at some point, isn't it? The guy's Geppetto, I think, of the 30k units. It's 12 inches, strength 4, AP 3, assault 3, rending. So he's got the standard range weapon you'd see on a Primarch. I don't think any of them got anything that's particularly different to that.
I think I've got an
Gilliman's got a 18-inch strength 6 AP3 assault 2 rending pistol.
Yes, you've got
close.
Slightly longer range and higher strength, but you're assault 2, so it's a similar ball.
Yeah, so our weapons are useless. You automatically fail its morale check. So if you're fearless, you don't take the morale check, so you can't automatically fail it.
Yeah.
But if you fail the morale check in combat, you then initiative off for sweeping anyway. So you could open yourself up for sweeping anyway. So
and he's initiative 7.
Yeah. So your chances are you're going to fucking lose that. So there's your gamble on doing that.
Yeah.
But you open him up.
You're probably just going to stay there and go, right, fuck it, I'm just going to see how long I can stand up against him.
But I think
to slow him down as much. You're going to put speed bumps in his way, aren't you, rather than try and kill him?
Agreed. And I think the same as all the other Primarchs, it's going to be the ranged weaponry that does the damage until you get...
except for the fact that plasma is normally what you'd use to kill a fucking Primarch.
But that is true.
He gets a 3-up invulnerable again.
His armour's the thing I've got. His armour is the thing I've got the biggest grief with, because that seems to be the thing that's introducing all of this strange pain. To be honest, for some reason, I'm just going to dip into this because this is right. Within its shell, a strange exothermic field generators, otherwise unknown of the Imperium's arsenal of technology, which bleed energy. Specifically heat and kinetic potential from their surroundings when triggered, with the effect of creating an aura of murderous chill around the Primarch at will. Did Black Library write that bit? Just that one sentence? It's like, I don't know, I think it's unnecessary. I personally see him not having some strange esoteric piece of technology, but more having probably armor that he made himself. You know, he's kind of going to have like blacksmith made maybe Vulcan should have made his armor instead of the fucking gun. I don't know. I don't know.
It's just, I'll agree with you. I think his armor feels a bit off. I don't know where it comes from.
No.
You know, his axe is brutal. It's sort, the fighting, he is a brutal fighter. He's supposed to be this, that, and the other. But it just seems like they're going, well, let's make his fucking armor save brilliant as well.
Yeah, I think it's a bit odd. I mean, I like that to be honest, his role in the fluff, he is the executioner. He's the one that's supposed to be sent in and should be able to pip any other Primarch in combat.
He should be more stabby than survivable.
I completely agree. Yeah. That's my point. He should be the one. He should be a duelist. He should be. Well, I say a duelist. That's not true. He should be winning combat against other Primarchs. I've got no issue with that on a fluff perspective. It's the fact that a lot of it has been wrapped up in his survivability under armor and reducing his opponent's ability to strike, which I just doesn't seem right.
Like an ether arm. It's like a dog fart. No one can stand a dog fart, can they? They are brutal. He just thinks he can go. Everyone's like, oh,
I'm out. See you, Ben.
Oh, just kill me now.
Because you've got Fulgrim, who's supposed to be, the master swordsman and Sanguinius and stuff, who are supposed to be the real, crafty fighters, who you would think, they're going to get tougher and tougher to hit as they learn your technique. Like Gilliman's rule about going up a weapon skill as he learns what you're doing and he gets a better fighter. Russ is a brawler, he's not necessarily got the skill at arms. He's just going to keep, if you don't put him down, he's going to keep fucking punching you. I don't necessarily think he should be harder to hit. I think he should be harder to kill or more resilient. He keeps fighting and fighting.
I think, and I'm saying this out loud and I've not thought it through yet, but I think I would rather have seen him have more wounds rather than crazy war gear.
Yeah, I could go with that. Yeah,
even if it meant that he got some dynamic of having additional wounds, but then it reduced his ability to fight. But it's because he's a brawler. Even when you smashed his teeth in, he's still going to be going at you tooth and claw.
Yes, that's the thing. Like if you've read
it's only a flesh wound.
The Night of the Wolf stuff, where he keeps getting back up. Even when Angron's smacking the crap out of him, he's still defiant at the end. That kind of says more Russ to me than you can't hit me. It's more, well, you can punch me as much as you fucking like. I'm just going to keep getting back up, and you're not going to put me down.
Exactly that, yeah.
I think maybe they just cast too many and thought, shit, we need to get rid of these.
We need to fucking sell these shit, so let's just... Well,
we got a warehouse full of rotor cannons.
Yeah.
We got a warehouse full of Russ. We need to get rid.
Yeah. Right, now... the additional appendage to Russ is his Wolfkin, which are a separate unit but can only be taken if you take Russ. They take up they don't take up any force organisation chart slot, but they're
elephant dogs.
But for all intents and purposes, they're counted as HQs. I'm really disappointed that they're massive Thunderwolf style creatures. I bought them and painted them because they're a Space Wolf unit and I'm stupid, but. It's unfortunate to see giant wolves in 30k. I think it would have been nice to have seen them be more scale appropriate, I guess, if that's...
There's no wolves on Fenris. Well, they're all on Prospero now.
Yeah, they're on Prospero, aren't they? But, they're an interesting unit. There are 100 points for the pair of them. 2 Wolfkin, which are unique. They're beasts. They have Tooth and Claw as their war gear. Fearless, Fear, Praeternatural Senses... Rampage, 5 up feel no pain. One of them has Precision Strike, the other has Crusader, and they're both very bulky. If Russ, you're right, you can only take them if you have Russ in the army. They have to be deployed within 6 inches of Russ, and if he starts in a transport, they have to start in it as well. So you need the capacity for them. But once deployed, each wolf is treated as an entirely separate unit. So essentially, you're getting 2 50-point units that can go off and do their own thing, and I to be honest, I'm really seeing the bonus to them there as being that when you come out of the Spartan or Mastodon or whatever it is you've chosen to get your Primarch forward in, you're going to put one of them into whatever's going to overwatch you first.
Yeah, they're a blade wounds
the Primarch and any command squads or anything else in, and you're going to lose one of them to the Overwatch, and then you're going to pile your invisible Primarch in.
Yeah, I mean, they're 100 points to give Russ 4 more wounds, aren't they, essentially?
Yes, essentially, yeah. If they're within 6 inches of him, even though they're not his unit, they can look out sir him on a 2+, and that's against shooting and assault, which is pretty nice. Then they're never considered as scoring units, but they're tooth and claw, so their user strength, which is strength 5. Yeah, they're strength 5, toughness 5, 4 wound models. It's just AP4 attacks, melee rending. So I suppose rending is a nice touch.
A couple of AP2 wounds and something, just to force a few invulnerable saves on a Death Star.
To be honest, I see their main role as being that, as I said, chucking them into a combat first, taking Overwatch, sacrificial wolves, because we're British, not American. We don't mind killing the dog, and then if they're still roaming about, using them to finish off units that you've shot at but not managed to kill.
Yeah, the last two TAC Marines that are just on an objective.
Absolutely, that you don't necessarily want to prioritise or waste other firepower on, for want of a better term. You can just chuck a giant wolf into them and see how it gets on. Throw your tennis ball that way before you throw it down. But yeah, I think they're a nice addition. I'm pleased that they're in there because from a narrative perspective, Frakey and Jerry are a big part of the fluff, but the sculpts are lovely. They really are, but it's just a bit disappointing to see giant wolves. I would rather have seen something a bit smaller. But
I haven't actually seen the models in the wild, but yeah, it's again that tone, isn't it? The heresy tone.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and really, that's the Space Wolves. That is the Legion. Well, and I think with all of the, before Dan says it, I'm going to keep you shutting down in agreement. Everyone's getting upset about the Thousand Suns being overpowered. I think the ultimate weapon to put out against them is the Space Wolves, and I think that any mismatches in balance in either force, the other one can counter. And I think,
we've not even touched on Sisters or.
No, indeed. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the two legions face up against the other 16 legions that are out there. But I think actually they're both very well written complementary matches against each other, despite some of the ambiguities and kind of mismatches in the book.
I think they are geared towards this campaign.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, you look at the fluff. I mean, I appreciate they're going to build on it more, but the Space Wolves did Prospero and then were largely combat ineffective. They got chased down in fleet combat, which they're shit at, by the Alpha Legion for a bit. They make it back to Terra. Dawn says, there's not a lot of you. You may as well go out and do something, because I don't really want you on my walls pissing in corners and chewing stuff. So just crack on. And they go back out again. And then no one hears from them because they just disappear. I don't know what they I guess they chased the wrong thing.
They all turn into Teen Wolf.
And then they come back late, and then Russ gets stabbed up by the lion. But and Thousand Suns are largely combat ineffective after it. They've been tracing to the warp. Magnus and his Legion are licking their wounds.
Yeah, we went off to our own little planet, and
this is it. And I know there's going to be some canon changes, and they're going to get written in a bit more. And there's already little hints at stuff in there. But I think really, this book and the battles it documents takes both legions out of the war.
Well, if you read the fluff, that was the reason the War Master put these two up. I mean, these really, when you read about them, these are the two of the most powerful legions.
Yes.
Around, and he deliberately orchestrates the head-to-head clash to fuck both of them up and take them out, because he knows if the Space Wolves are running around at full strength, he's screwed. He can't be sure Magnus will side with him, and he can't afford to have the Thousand Suns on the wrong side. So he puts the two of them head-to-head and says, right, let's punch the crap out of each other, and you're doing me a favour. And I actually think there was a comment, I think it was Alan Bly, and I can't, don't quote me on this, but it was quoted as saying, the book is a snapshot of the legions at that time, and these are two of the most powerful legions at the height of their power. And this is what, when we see Russ again, or we see Magnus or the Thousand Suns again, they are not going to be this powerful, because they've been battered to crap now. So later in the heresy, they're not going to be as strong. So, this is a representation of why Prospero was a massive fight. It's such an iconic battle, because it was two Space Marine legions at the height of their powers that hated each other very, very strongly, absolutely throwing at each other.
Additionally, I think in retrospect, and I've not really thought about this before, but and I presume we're okay with spoilers on the fluff in the book.
Yeah, go for it, because I've talked a load of bullshit about it.
The War Master sends out 2 companies to assist, and they don't really do anything apart from pick off civilians and steal psychers, which is massively dark and brutal, but it's cool. But before the battle, what they do is they unlock a Forge World and tell the Space Wolves to have at what they want, to make sure that they're at the best they can be at, bearing in mind that they're multiple...
Phosphex, yeah, take all the Phosphex!
They're multiple companies from multiple war zones that need a bit of love and care before going back into battle. And I think, really, reading between the lines, that's where these things like the Yamura-class stasis bombs, the rad grenades, stuff like that...
God, yeah.
That's where that war gear is coming from. It's not... It falls to the Death Sworn to use them because they're dangerous as fuck. But really, it's a good translation of that narrative, I think.
But also why power weapons are half the price for Grey Slayer packs, because they literally, in the fluff, they empty this Forge World of weapons. Yeah. So power weapons are cheap because there were a fuck ton of them,
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think if keeping in mind that this is the Space Wolves at the Battle of Prospero, this is the Thousand Suns when they are fighting for their very survival
on their homeworld.
Yeah, this is,
and they're letting everything go.
Yeah. It's. I think they're both overall very well-rounded legions that represent the fluff quite well.
Yeah, I think it does show them at that point. 2 of the most powerful legions at the height of their power, they are going to dick everybody else over because they were incredibly powerful. Again, why Prospero was engineered to go the way it did.
Yes, absolutely.
It must have been difficult to write the rules with the fluff had been geared to them both being so powerful.
Yeah.
There was bound to be power creep come into it. It was.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think the power creep issue is more pronounced in things like Talons of the Emperor and the Mechanicum units, because I mean, Custodes is not so bad because Custodes are supposed to dick on everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe the Mechanicum where
the worst bit of fluff in the book. Was it?
Oh, there's a bit where is it 3,000? No,
it's like 600.
600 Custodes take out 3,000 Suns who are kind of milling around and not sure what to do.
I think it's even worse than that.
I don't know.
But I mean, the Mechanicum where they didn't really need anything. They didn't need a power leap.
No.
The Hoplites and stuff are brutal. They've got some brutal stuff in there. They didn't. That's where I think the issue of power creep comes in. I don't think the Thousand Sons of Mechanicum, the Thousand Sons of Space necessarily are power creep. They are just representing the fact they are 2 of the most powerful legions at this snapshot in time. And maybe the issue is that most of the other legions are playing at a later point in the heresy where they've been battered and stuff now. And then suddenly we get a book showing legions at the height of their power. We don't play in a world where you play these legions at that set time. We all tend to mix and play legions at different levels and different times and stuff. So that's where the imbalance comes, is that you're looking at Iron Hand players who are maybe playing Shattered Legion and not getting the best out of it. I was literally just
about to say that. You wouldn't want to put Shattered Legions out against one of these.
Yeah, but contextually that's a mismatch.
Completely.
If you played the Iron Hands at the full strength of their legion with Ferrus Manus at their head doing what they do best, they should probably be at their head with a head. They probably should be at the same sort of level. But that's the issue. It's not because the books are not being released chronologically. The power levels are not balanced that way.
Yeah.
So that's where the issue comes. I mean, I think I've said it before. I think Forge World play in a way. Forge World and Games Workshop and Warhammer World, they play in their little way, the way their community does. Like every community does, they play in their bubble. They don't. I don't think they play a lot where they go and travel to events and play in different events and meet people from different communities all the time. So they know how things work the way they want to work. They're not exposed. Where it's like I turn up at the club and I got to play Joe, who I've just met, and we've had a few messages on Facebook to sort a game out. And suddenly his idea of a fluffy army is very different to mine, and we have a mismatch.
Absolutely.
So that's where the issue of balance maybe is more obvious to us in the community than it is to Forge World and Games Workshop.
I think 30k goes a long way to weeding that out as well, though, in that it becomes very obvious where people have come from, and this isn't meant as a criticism, just a fact, come from a more heavy 40k background, or are people who play to rules rather than play to narrative. And I think people who are fiction-led rather than rules-led have a very different attitude to how they want to put games together and armies together.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. It's interesting. I mean, the word competitive is looked at badly. You know, everyone goes, "Oh, fucking competitive." I don't actually think there's anything wrong with the word competitive. We all want to have a competitive army, as in we want to put an army on the table that's going to be able to play five rounds of a game without us getting completely shat on and not enjoying it every time we play.
Yeah.
The problem comes where people put competitiveness ahead of every other consideration. You know,
and that's when you get into escalation. So, like, some people take apothecaries, so then everyone else has to take apothecaries because otherwise they're just facing an army that has feel no pain. And it mounts, doesn't it? I think one of the things I quite like about the Space Wolves list is because of the Warriors Metal rule and being able to run and charge, you're then encouraged not to put those add-on units with. So you're not going to put Priests of Fenris or apothecaries with them because it hamper their ability.
Yeah, or if you do, you're making a conscious effort to remove an ability you've got. You know, you're sacrificing something, whereas I could throw an apothecary in my vet squads, and I'm not really sacrificing anything, I'm just gaining, you know.
And to be honest, that's become our local meta, and I don't necessarily mean that's criticism to anyone. It's just that if you're running vets, you're sticking an apothecary in there and maybe a support character because that's what everyone else is doing, and otherwise you can't compete.
Yeah, no, it's not criticism, because I mean, I think the classic is the TAC Marine Sergeant creep. Everybody starts off playing and the TAC Marine Sergeant's got nothing on him. Then some prick puts Artificer armor on him. So everybody puts Artificer armor. So somebody puts a Power Fist on there to get through the Artificer armor. And suddenly every Sergeant's got Artificer armor and a Power Fist.
I just go Power Fist. I've not got the armor.
Yeah,
I think that Dan and I sit very much in the court where we're literally, I believe, the only ones in our gaming group who don't use Artificer armor on our sergeants. Everyone thinks we're mad. As a result, our sergeants are shit.
That Power Fist has saved me a few times, I'll be honest.
I can understand that. I mean, I only came back to playing 30k, 40k 18 months ago, and I didn't get it as a concept. Obviously, I understood why people take an Artificer armor, but in a game, you're thinking, hang on a minute, what's he doing? Is he standing at the front of that unit, jumping up, taking every shot? It didn't make any sense thematically. I just thought, well, that's just shit, isn't it? That's just doesn't make any sense. So, but like you've said, it's you start responding to what other people do, and you end up in an arms race.
Yeah, I think
we were saying this, weren't we, in a little break when we were recording earlier, that we didn't sort of, it's not going to be in the show, but we were talking about the kind of growing arms race you get, and that's the concern when you get lists like we have in this book. All four lists really could be really, really powerful. Even though at least two of them have the ability to be taken as quite underpowered armies, both the Thousand Sons and the Wolves, you don't have to build powerful lists. I think it's a bit harder not to build a powerful Talons list unless you take loads and loads of Sisters. And the Mechanicum, we'll get onto that another point. But I think it's the danger is now that everyone thinks, well, that's such a tough book. Now I can start taking even more cheese in my own list. Start adding a few more quad mortars and whatever it happens to be, and the community grows to this cheese fest before people have given it a chance. So I think it's about kind of making sure that you try and rein it in and talk about it in your groups, and remember that we do generally play 30k because we want it to be fluffy and non-competitive, and try and keep that dialogue open and start weaker. But we talked about we were talking about Russ, listening to everything he was saying. I was just thinking, well, half the problem with those really powerful Primarchs is that we see him in too many bloody 2,000 point games. That's one of the biggest things, is that they shouldn't be a Lord of War. They should count as a Primarch, should be a as a separate unit type that you can't take unless you're playing over 2.5 or 3K or something. Because people would do that anyway, but I don't want to see it at 2,000 points. But then if you're playing 2,000 points, because that's what fits into a club night, someone buys a Primark, then someone else does, and then someone else does, and then you're all having to do that just so you don't lose each week. And we can fix it by talking, but
as well though, and I do feel for them where it's like they've got toys that they want to play with, but they haven't got the time to have bigger battles. So then they're forced to do it, but then, as you say, it leads to this unfortunate escalation.
Yeah. Well, the 30k is designed to be played at a higher point.
All the Primarchs, it meant you couldn't field them under 2.5. Just bump all the price of the Primarchs up, and all the Lords of the War. So you can take a suborbital strike wing at 2,000 points, but you're not going to be able to field a Primarch because they're now 600. All the Primarchs. What's the cheapest Primarch? 350 odd points. Bump that to Lorgo, bump him to 450 or 500 points. Suddenly, I mean, actually, Lorgo, 625 is the cut-off, isn't it, for 2.5k? Just dump the cheapest Primarch is 625 points. Suddenly, you haven't got the armor. But if you do that, Forge World aren't going to sell as many Primarchs. Blah 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 blah.
I think that's it, isn't it? I think we have a thing. I think it's correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but I think locally we Lord of Wars at all are only taken with opponents' agreement.
And it's really generally minimum 3k.
Yeah.
I mean, anything under 3k, we don't generally tend to take anything, and we're not really a heavy Lord of War group.
That's only because we've not got Magnus yet.
No, but generally, I've got Corax for Ravengard, and he never went in anything under 3k. Or we've not got many Typhons, or it's generally a low Lord of War group.
We're all poor.
Well, it's not even that. We're heavy infantry mostly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like in our small, but we're in a very small bubble. We don't play tournaments generally. Well, a couple of us do. And
I think it's fair to say, to give a little bit of context about Rambling, there's 6 of us that play together regularly, and then there's a wider group of probably 15 people that are the mainstay of the Friday night club that's hosted by the 30k channel.
Yeah.
And that intermixes a little bit, but that I would say not everyone who plays on the Friday Night Club is necessarily 30k savvy yet.
No, they're mostly 40k guys, aren't they?
That's it. So I would say if you could put 10 people together that could play 3k at 3k of 30k, you'd be struggling. It's really, there's a core of 6 of us, 7 with David Brains, 8 with Alex Monless. Is probably
Collister's got
Collister and Joe probably pull that in, but there's not that many of us that can pull that much together, which is unfortunate. And as a result, people don't have the Lords of War because they want to play them at the bigger points, but don't have the points to support it.
Yeah. No, that's good. I mean, our club, I'm probably a little bit of the instigator of this. The first 30k model I bought was Gilliman because let's face it, one of the things you want to do is play with your Primarch, and I started running him at 2.5k quite quickly because I wanted to play with him, that's what I wanted to do. And so a little bit of an arms race. Most people have got a Primarch or a Super Heavy now, but we've done that now. We played for a few months where we were all smashing crap out of each other with Super Heavies, and now we've sort of got that out of our system. And a lot of people are saying, should we do 2.5, 3k without Lord of Wars? Yeah, I'd like to run my X unit that I don't get to get out very much, so I'm happy to do 2.5k no Lords of War. And people, so we're evolving to that as well. Maybe not through the same route as you guys, but suddenly you say, right, I've got 400 or 500 points to spend on non-Lords of War units that I wouldn't have normally because I'd normally have a Lord of War. Oh, cool! I can throw X unit in or other unit in that I may not have used before. So I do think it's quite good sometimes not to run with the Lord of War. I like running my Primarch. It's one of the things that drew me to Heresy was to be able to do that. But not every time is probably my answer. Right, because vary what you're playing.
With 30k, I mean, we alluded to it in the introductions. I think that I started with Imperial Fists at 30k. One of the things apart from that they didn't play how I wanted to play them.
No Dawn.
That moved me away from it was that there was no
hiding
Dawn.
behind Alfarius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Too busy killing Alfarius. Oh, spoilers.
Spoilers. Oh my god, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But
Or did he? That's how.
He hadn't sport anything. They're all called Alfarius.
He had the spear.
But there was no Dawn model. So and I'm very much, whilst not necessarily the most accomplished, I'm very much a modeler and a painter first, gamer second. And not having the Dawn model and to be honest, not really having at the time the confidence or the inclination to convert one, it moved me away from them, and I went to Iron Hands, which was my first mistake because he was fucking dead. But
heads up.
Yeah. So then we played a couple of games. We played a couple of narrative games set during Istvan. That was fun, and then we moved on. And suddenly I didn't want to use my Primarchs. It didn't feel right, and it was just a bit bollocks. So. And
you just brought loads of robots instead.
Yeah, everyone loves robots.
I will do soon when their models are released.
I am that guy who ran Ortec Moor 5 Castellax with a Pravian and a Leviathan at 2k.
Right. See, I got heckled for running a Spartan at 1500, so
right.
you know that alleviates my guilt.
In the beginners tournament that you were running.
Just because I won my own event.
Engineered the rules slightly. I'll put this into context though. Pete got smashed a lot.
I'm a shit gamer.
He forgets about
everything.
Victory points,
objectives,
and thinks he's in a movie, and just runs past everything. So yeah, him having quite a tough list was probably good for him, really. Tactically unaware, we say.
Very similar gamer to myself. I get very drawn into killing stuff for 3 turns and then go, oh shit, what was the mission?
Yeah, I think I should have done World Eaters. Really, I think the epitome of my gaming, apart from that I never achieved it, was there was a recent 30k channel game with Iron Hands and I've just said the fucking name. World Eaters. And David Brains turned to the World Eaters player and went, well, what's your strategy for this one? And he just folded his arms and went, generally I table my opponent.
Was that Joe by any chance?
No, it wasn't. I wish it had been.
Joe at No Retreat, you'll hear in a recording I did very drunk, he came up with the phrase, basically, there's nothing that can't be solved without the application of more chain axes. So, and that was the most world eater thing that I'd ever heard. You know, if in doubt, more chain axes.
But, unfortunately, I don't think I've ever tabled an opponent, which is where I fall short. But
I've only done it a couple of times.
But no, it's always been about the modelling for me. The modelling is really where it's been based.
Well, on that point, I think let's go to a little break. Let's have a rest because we've covered the rules and the book quite nicely. And I think what we'll do is to take a short break. We'll have a bit of music because we've waited on for a bit longer again. And we'll drop back in, and we're going to come back with our normal hobby section, but we're actually going to keep Pete and Dan along, and we're going to talk painting and modelling and hobbying the Thousand Suns and Space Wolves as a nice little intro. So that should roll in almost like we planned it.
And you thought you'd heard us talk a lot, yeah.
Cool. We'll catch up with you guys in a minute.
Lord Marshal Great, sir. Legion reinforcements now visible on the left flank.
Ah, about time. The wolves, I see.
No, sir. Ultramarines, sir.
But they're wearing grey, Proclamator Fennec.
Fox message said new recruit, sir. No time to paint armour. All Legion reinforcements to the right, sir.
Thank you, Fennec. Good to see the scars correctly presented.
Sorry, sir. It's more Ultramarines. New issue armour. Prime white. No time to paint, sir.
Shocking! At least the Raven Guard are in black armour.
Sorry, sir. That's more Ultramarines.
For Emperor's sake, box them and find out why!
Yes, sir. Apparently, also new armour, sir. But the sergeant says it's okay. Their eye lenses are red, and the bolt guns are silver. He said 3 colours minimum, sir.
What the? Get on the Vox now and tell them to contact Miniature Realms Studio.
Miniature Realm Studio, sir.
Yes, Fennec, Miniature Realms Studio offers a commission painting service, competitive rates, and a range of painting standards to suit most budgets and requirements.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir. I suppose they do say that fully painted is for closers.
What does that even mean, Fennec?
I don't know, sir. No one really does, sir.
Miniature Realms Studio can be found on Facebook, on Twitter at Miniature Realms, on Instagram at Miniature Realms Studio, or just drop Stuart an email at miniaturerealmsstudio@gmail.com. Hello and welcome back after that little break there. So you've had an awful lot of Thousand Suns and Space Wolf chat, so we thought we'd give you some more. So as Tom said before we went out for the break, we've kept Pete and Dan here to talk about how they've modelled and painted and why they've done what they've done for building their own armies. So there's going to be a little bit of fluff chat in there as well, because I know both these guys are really fluff focused. But rather than Tom and I do our normal kind of half an hour monologue on paint pots and whatever airbrushes and what we've covered in the last few episodes, we thought we'd get someone else on to talk about what they do for painting and modelling their army. So without further ado, let's pass you over to these guys. I think we'll go in the order we did before. So Dan, talk to us about your approach to building and painting and modelling your Thousand Suns.
Well, what I've done is there seems to be a lot of argumentation between on the Thousand Suns pages with the flat red or the candy red and I literally, what I've always done is I've always used Forge World as my inspiration. Their paint schemes, the way they've done stuff. So I've done Raven Guard for a long while, and there's only so well you can paint black, really, isn't there? No matter how much effort and really for me, I think the painting is probably 75% of the hobby for me. I do enjoy gaming, but painting and getting a nice looking army is probably my main focus. I'll be honest.
I think your Raven Guard were a very beautiful army, and they still are a very beautiful army. But they are just black and white. And as a painter, I think you wanted more.
Yeah, and I did. And so I soon as Forge World released that sort of candy red Thousand Suns, and I know it caused a bit of issue with people. They weren't super happy. And they're like, oh, they're flat red, they're crimson red, they're this and they're that. And literally, I'm like a magpie.
Dan just saw hot rods and went for it.
Oh, shiny. And I'll be honest. And we went to Forge World, and we had there was a big game with what was there, 3 on each side. There was a few of us.
There was more than that. Will Hayes was there from Forge World.
Yeah, we were playing against Will Hayes with his Night Lords, and which he'll never let me.
It's because you ran away.
He'll never let me forget that I broke from combat with but and I think I'd had a couple of beers at this point, and
it's the start of every one of Dan's stories.
Yeah, I'd had a couple of beers. Well, no good story starts with, well, I went out for a salad.
I've lived my life by that motto.
To quote our mate Dyson, fuck off, that's what my food eats.
Yeah. And it was Dyson that was the problem. We'd been in Bugman's, and we'd had a couple of freedoms, because everyone likes a freedom. And it was like, you got any money in your pocket? I was like, well, yeah, I bought a few quid with me. And he's like, well, just go get the starter box. And I was like, oh, no. And he's like, come on, you like them 1,000? And I was like, no. A couple of beers later, go on. You go, yeah, go on. It's like, literally, I walked back to the table. I paid the 10p for the carrier bag. £240. They're like, that's 10p for the carrier bag.
It's the only time someone's bought a Games Workshop carrier bag to hide their shame.
I know, I think most people buying in Games Workshop do that.
Someone told me you can turn them inside out to hide hobbies. Yeah, and then literally just bought the Angron Red. I love it. I think that gloss red, that sort of candy red, is great. It's people hate it. No, they should be flat red. They should be. But who wants another army?
I think
Blood Angels are flat red.
Yeah.
Thousand Sons are candy red. I love the candy red scheme.
I really like the map, the kind of the. I can't find the right word. The kind of the dark matte red that people get on word bearers.
Yeah.
I think when they're that nice dark matte red, I think they look wicked, especially when they've got I don't know. I think with the kind of the glyphs and graphics people put on them, I think they look fantastic. For me, Thousand Sons of the Gloss Red Army.
It's the Blood Angels. Dyson, the guy who talked me into buying them. His Blood Angels army is lovely. He's done a cracking job on them. They do look really good. But for me, I wanted to build an army that looked spectacular on the table. And
I think you were very fortunate with the Forge World kits as well, because with that starter set, it was the Kauth box set, I think, and it was the Thousand Sons torsos, heads, and shoulder pads.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant. It was give me a good start. They already had the Thousand Sons Contemptor out.
That's right, yeah.
Which, with the big headpiece, was very iconic, and
it was quite a contrast from your Raven Guard, wasn't it?
Yeah, massively.
Yeah, but the opposite end of the spectrum, really, isn't it?
Yeah, as far away as you could get, really. And there's some fantastic painters I've seen on Instagram, and like real good inspirational. But I 99% of the time, my reference pictures I'll sit on the Forge World website and use what they've done and try to keep as close to the original fluff. And well, I say fluff, but the original, like their paint jobs that they've
their artwork
that they've taken from the fluff and how they feel there. And at first I wanted to keep it very 30k. I like the upgrade kits, especially the veterans. But as soon as Araman was released,
because there was a preview, wasn't there? Because some dude got him in a wrong box set or something, and it was put.
Oh yeah, some guy put it on eBay and sold it for like
£1 million.
Yeah. And it was like these little leaks. The reason I wanted to do a new Legion was because I had the Raven Guard, and I had the Raven Guard book, and I had all the units, and I had the Primarch, and there was nothing coming out.
You wanted to be excited about something.
Yeah.
And I wanted to look forward to sort of leaks and things. So, and I got them, and I thought, I'm really going to take my time. I'm going to try and make these look as nice as I can. I want to be able to put an army out and go, yep, I'm happy with all of that. And painting is my favourite part of the hobby. And a lot of people hate it, but for me, it's strange. It's a friend of ours has got an Instagram, and he's got loads of followers, and he does well with his
our
work.
models are on it.
yeah.
I'm kidding.
Luckily, you've got a cat though, Pete. So that was just your cat. Yeah.
Frank's flying about all over. But and I'll be honest, I wanted to be able to build an army, and people go, "Oh, that's a lovely looking army."
Yeah.
Because I put so much time and so much effort into it, and it is feeding your ego, I suppose, isn't it? But
it is. But I think a lot of it is, and I think, and you and I have both shared this point of view before, that we want to share what we do, not just because we want people to praise what we're doing, but I want to encourage other people to share what they're doing.
Yeah.
I think a big part of it is I want to be inspired. One of the reasons I started doing Space Wars when I did, and I don't want to upset anyone, is that I wasn't inspired by any 30k Space Wars stuff that was out there at the time.
Yeah.
And I had ideas that I wanted to run forward with. So I started to do that, and I started to try and put it out there in the hope that other people would do the same, because what I wanted is people that were better at the hobby than I was to do it better, that inspired me. You had a point on one of your podcasts much earlier on about White Scars and White Scars bikers, and I forget who was talking about it, I'm very sorry, but and they were saying that they wanted to do Mark II on the bikes, and they were content to use the Mark IV legs, but then they saw someone else did it with Mark II legs, and then they could never do it that way. They could never do it with Mark IV because they'd know that those Mark II converted riders were there and they were better, and it would just piss on whatever they did unless they did it that way. That's exactly how I feel about it. I've made little shortcuts with some of my models before, and somebody said to me like, "Oh, why don't you convert the backpack to be Mark III as well?" And it's been like, "Oh fuck, why didn't I just do that?" And then I've gone back and done it. If you know what I mean. For a lot of it for me has been that drive for inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I totally know what you mean. I mean, I'm going to get my MK commission check in. Being an MK player and seeing Matt and Andy's Ultramarines is a constant push to go, fuck, I need to do better with my Ultramarines. You know, it's that kick on to go, you know, I look at a model and think, that's good, but I know Matt has done this or Andy's done that, and it is that, you know, it is that inspiration to just push on that little bit further, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Instagram has grown for Tom and I loads recently on the show and then our own individual ones. I think looking at painted models, you look at things and it does kind of motivate you to go and paint something else yourself, or you look at a technique and sometimes you go, oh, I've heard about that. You recognise what someone's done when you've been painting for a while, or you think, I think I know how they've done that, I'm going to give it a go. And it's just nice looking back. I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything egotistic about looking back at something you've done and enjoying it. Hell, you do it when you paint a wall in a house, don't you? When you finish painting a room, you stand back, you put your hands on your hips and go, that looks better, that's good. And I think it's the same thing. I don't think there's anything to do with ego with that. I think it's just a matter of being pleased with the job that you're happy with. And being happy with it.
Isn't necessarily a negative virtue, is it?
And being happy with what you've painted could be that you've painted something 3 colours minimum and based it, but you've done a really neat job, and it's the first time you've done that, and it grows as you gain more skills. So again, it's nothing about ego, it's being happy with what you've completed versus what you thought you might do when you started out. So you've either met those expectations or you've exceeded those expectations. So
for me, I never quite meet my expectations. I always want it to be better, and I always want it to be neater. And I'm a tattooist by trade, and I'm never ever happy with, never 100% happy with what I've done. I always want everything to be slightly better, or especially, and like you say, with the Instagram sort of generation, you see people that are unreal at painting. It's like I've always wanted to enter a Golden Demon, but I look at the Golden Demon entries and I'm like, no, I'm not anywhere near that. But
you don't have to do it to win, though. You know, just Tom and I are entering this year, and we're not going to win. We're not even going to place, but we're doing it.
It would make our hobby period to get a finalist.
Yeah, a finalist pin would be what I'd be aiming for. But I see some of the stuff, but the thing is, I see the photos, I'm like, oh my god, that's unreal. And then I see them in the flesh when I go to the events, and I'm like, well, actually, that's not that good. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not as good as it looked in the pictures.
I'd be surprised looking at your work on Instagram, both of you, if you weren't both capable of finalist pins, really. So if you just do it.
The running joke about my Venator I painted, and I posted it, and it's had a lot of love. It's on Forge and stuff, and I always make the joke, you know, it's amazing what a good photo can do. I mean, I'm a photographer by trade. You know, I know how to light a picture and take a nice picture, and I always joke that and it is amazing how well a good picture and good lighting can help a model, you know, look a lot better. But I know
how you can Photoshop
I'm in the middle of painting my Golden Demon stuff, and I'm looking at it thinking, fuck it, I'm going to throw it in the bin. Because you look online and you see the other stuff people are producing, you think, for fuck's sake, why am I bothering? It is hard to keep motivated for stuff like that. But I mean, like Stu said, I mean, both of your stuff is more than capable of becoming a finalist and stuff. And actually, the great thing is, the gold level of standard for Golden Demon is going up, so it's pushing everybody on higher. You know, and we're all getting better as a community. The painting standard is going up. You know, an acceptable paint job is now a pretty damn good standard, and more people are realising they can achieve that and doing it.
I think what's happened is that the tools that we use and the media that we use has become more widely usable across the community.
Oh yeah,
and that's why you've got a higher standard. I think the top painters have always been top painters, but I think that what we use to achieve those results has become easier to use, and it means that what would be middle range painters are able to push that standard up a little bit higher. So the consistent standard across the whole community is better. I think the top's always yes, they might be better than they were 20 years ago, but at the top's not growing as much as the mid-range is, and I think a lot of that's down to how accessible technique is through YouTube, through even listening to podcasts. Not as it's the best medium for hobby, but we're still trying anyway. There's more courses out there. There's more ways of learning and getting technique and sharing technique and tools to the wider community. So I think that's where you're seeing a growth in it. But I think that if you look at the people that have got finalist pins, it's good stuff. But there's a lot of people can get finalist pins, and people shouldn't be put off entering Golden Demon. It's the first time Tom and I are going to do it, and we are genuinely, we're not just saying this to because we're hoping secretly to win. We're trying to play ourselves. We're not going to win anything. We're not going to place this. So we're nowhere near that, and we're both aware of that. But I'm sure we're both hoping that we might pick up a pin on something, which would be great. And if we don't,
I'm just hoping
then we'll learn from
finish
it.
the bastards. That's my biggest problem. I got to get out of this fucking MDF hole that I'm in first before I fucking get these fucking
yourself into
Mr. Pringle.
Mr. fucking Pringles tube here with his fucking PVA glue all over everything.
But it's like you say about tools and things. It was a couple of little things that made a massive difference. The brushes, even the GW Artificia brushes were good. And then I got myself some Winsor and Newton. Well, my wife bought me some Winsor and Newton brushes for Christmas. A wet palette. It was little things that did make a massive difference to my painting, and like you say, that was through YouTube, blogs, just little things like that, and it has helped my painting ever so much. But I always want to be a little bit better, and I want to be able to do what I see in them photos, and I want to be able to replicate it. But it's I think it's an artist thing, really. Like I say, it's what I do for my job. It's every day. I always want to be a little bit better. So it's. But
it's very much the artistic mentality. That is, you finish something and you instantly go, I can see where I can do better, and that's what I like about painting, is the constant push on to do something more and something slightly better, and fix that mistake and try that bit better and do this different technique, and that's some of the joy of it as well as the pain of it.
Oh yeah, very much so. That's why Thousand Suns were perfect for me. I love the fluff, the story, this whole story. It's a wonderful bit of writing. It's this whole theory of they were trying to do right and they were punished for it.
It's a classic tragedy, isn't it? They were doing their best to be loyal, and by doing so push the limits of what was considered acceptable, and then were judged as traitors. But I mean, how do you think you've represented the different squad types and the occults and stuff in your work?
I really I try to take as much inspiration from the. That's why I've tried to use Araman as my HQ, because he's been the main guy he has been the leading figure in the fluff, the foil to Magnus, and he really has. But again, I've tried to use him, and as soon as his model come out. And do
you think that was like an aesthetic keystone to how you did some other units?
Exactly, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Because I didn't want to go 240k, and I kept with the upgrade kits. And when I did my veterans, I used the upgrade kits for them. But I didn't want the head dresses or
sort of a bit less Egyptian chic and a bit more.
And then as soon as
a bit more esoteric Legion.
As soon as he came out, they and 40k released the all their Thousand Suns stuff, which normally for a 30k Legion you'd think, well, it's 40k, I'll leave it well alone.
It gave you a wealth of parts to water down into 30k, didn't it?
And that's exactly what I did. I got the kits, butchered them, and especially after the last open day, they showed all the kits that are going to be coming out, which are very, very stylized.
I was quite surprised at how and normally I'd mean this as a criticism, but I genuinely don't in this sense. But how similar the 40k aesthetic for the Thousand Suns and the 30k aesthetic the Forge are producing are. It's
it's closer than any other unit. Any other Legion. Yeah.
It's like the note in Inferno about Sekhmet Terminators being able to be Tartarus or Cataphracti, and then Forge World confirming that no, we're only doing Cataphracti ones because you can use the 40k Tartarus Terminator kit if you want to represent them. That's a really interesting take. I don't think we've seen Forge World and Games Workshop work so closely, or the appearance of them work so closely on a unit and its modelling and aesthetic development.
There's much more crossover than there is in any other Legion. Yeah. And but yeah, like I say, the aesthetic for the army was half of it for me. That story, and we both played these Legions vanilla before the book come. We had no idea how the rules were going to play out, whether they were going to be great or they could have been terrible, but I still would have played them.
And I think that was a big challenge, actually, in trying to sell the character of our Legions in what was a vanilla list, just the Legion Astartes list, but with Furious Charge or with Stubborn.
Yeah, and I couldn't even take a Librarian as my HQ because of the...
Because this is HQ.
Yeah. So it was tough for me.
But then you delivered that through modelling. Like, you used the Tribune Praetor with his Paragon blade and modelled him up to look, painted him up to embody the Thousand Suns, and that sold the aesthetic, even if he wasn't a Psyker.
Yeah, I've got a Leviathan, and really the poor.
Cheap shot.
Yeah. Right, he's got one too. It's fine.
I must be about the only fucking player who hasn't got a Leviathan. Even Stu's got a Leviathan.
You better buy one. What's wrong with you?
He's got suzerain.
I got suzerain. I don't need a Leviathan.
Oh, they're too good. But the transfers.
Yeah.
For me, which is how I've transferred it to my Leviathan. I wish I'd done maybe a little more. But my modelling conversion skills are very poor, and I've learned a lot of Pete. Pete's conversion is very much the strength to his arm, because he just undercoats it in grey and then it looks finished. But
a few little splashes of red and done.
A little bit of fur. Yeah, we're all right. Yeah. But his conversions have very much spurred me on, and I've used a lot of the 40k stuff, and I never thought I would. It's the 40k kits, like I say, they're very 40k.
Well, I think they provided a wealth of parts that, when watered down, rather than building a whole model with them, you've built, like, take your Sekhmet. You've built some Tartarus Sekhmet using Legion Tartarus armor with some of the 40k Tartarus Thousand Suns Terminator bits in to create a Sekhmet, and it works.
And I've built some Cataphracti using Cataphracti and just taken the headdresses from the Exalted Sorcerers kit. Yeah. It took me fucking ages, but I've got them all on.
To put this into context, Dan's only understood that green stuff came from something that was yellow and blue for about a year.
Oh no, I knew what it was before, but it was just stuff that stuck to my fingers. I did get a wonderful tip from a member of the Forge World modelling team.
What shall I use as lubricant to help me with green stuff?
He said just rub your nose. He said, get the grease off. He said get the grease off your nose, and it stops it sticking to your fingers. And I thought, oh, the fucker's just winding me up. He's giving me some shit. It's like Will from Forge World. No, it works a treat. That was a top tip. There you go for all you modelers out there.
I know he was just winding him up, and I bought a pot of Vaseline, but that's fine. It's
that was nothing to do with green stuff, though, was it?
It's but yeah, like I say, the modelling, the painting. The trouble for me right now is Forge World show previews of all the
everything,
kits.
Yeah.
So I know they're coming.
Yeah.
Whereas if they weren't coming, I'd be modelling. I've modelled some of my Amatara I used the
Blade-
Scions kit. And they're a little small, but
Scouts.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're a scout unit. They're in scout armor. I don't like the 40k scouts though.
The guys.
They're very dated, aren't they?
Yeah.
Really
I built
dated.
a fuck ton of them for my last 40k army, and God, the sculpts are boring and repetitive.
Oh, they really are, aren't they? Considering when the kit came out, it had so many weapons options, but after about a week, the kit looked dated.
Yeah.
It's terrifying, I think.
Yeah, so I think, it was you that come up with it. No, someone had painted some in Alpha Legion colours.
That's what it was. And I said, if you swapped the heads, it could be cool. And you went, no, fuck it, I'll model the heads with green stuff.
Yeah, so what I did is I just put little...
Bunny ears.
They're not bunny ears, just little sort of...
It's like Playboy meets Hogwarts with Thousand Suns, isn't it?
Oh, that's my new design aesthetic for Thousand Suns. Playboy meets Hogwarts. Done. Sorted. I'm in.
When Amon goes grey, it's Hefner.
It's just going to be Gandalf.
That is Ben Kingsley. You know that's Ben Kingsley. Come on, all of you. No denying it. Yeah, I've got to say thanks to Steve from SN Battle Reports. Actually, he sent me the head.
Oh, yeah.
To use for my Amon. So.
And it's awesome. The model is absolutely awesome. Really, really nice. It's the first time I've ever looked at them and thought, "Ooh, I wouldn't mind doing them." It passed quite quickly, but I think I messaged you the other day.
I'll keep sending you photos.
Both of you kind of chipping at both the Thousand Suns and Space Wolves Legions a little bit. Is it shiny model syndrome or?
No, Wolves have been on the rotation for me for a long time as a possible, mainly from dabbling in 6th ed. Played 2 games, bought an army and played 2 games with it, and then went back to fantasy. But I read the Bill King novels around that time, so I've got a bit of a sort of closer tie to them than some of the other legions. But Thousand Suns never even considered it. But the red does look really cool, and the aesthetic is a little bit more mature than the blue and yellow of the 40k, and I think that's what makes the big difference. So you're talking about using all those plastic parts, and they're being similar in style and not stylising, but the change in the colour just makes a difference, doesn't it? It makes a huge difference to where they fit into the genre.
I think you're right. It's more mature. I think the blue and yellow aesthetic and its Egyptian connotations have been milked to death in 40k. And I think that the red is a breath of fresh air back into that, isn't it? And whilst we know they've always been red as a kind of primogenitor legion, having that realised in the Forge-World book and then in the various armies people are producing is refreshing.
Yeah, I'd agree. So another one to ask you actually, Dan, is so your day job as a tattoo artist, how much do you find your skills transfer over into painting? So are you absolutely awesome at your freehand, or do you find it just doesn't it's such a different media that it doesn't work the same way?
I tell you what, it really, really has improved my
tattooing.
Well. No, honestly, it probably transfers better from my painting to my tattooing than for 3D, for sourced lighting, for how light will play on stuff, and
unfortunately, all your clients have got Space Marines on their arms now, and they're not very happy, but because it's not what they asked for.
I came in for a rose and I've got a Space Marine.
They don't know what Space Marines are. What's that? Oh, it's a superhuman, 7 foot tall. He's got power armor. Don't worry about it. You wanted to sculpt.
It's cool.
You can stamp a butterfly just above your arse, love. Don't worry, it's fine.
I think it's just.
How many tramp stamps a week do you have to tattoo?
Do you know what? There's a new version of tramp stamps.
Oh, go on.
Yeah.
It's not bottom of the back anymore. It's the underboob.
The underboob.
Yeah, I've seen a fuck ton of underboobs.
Yeah, which, I'll be honest, I'm really happy about. Because tramp stamps, the underboobs are much more fun to do. Not because it's boob, because they get in the fucking way, but... They're generally nicer designs, but there's no point doing tribal on.
And you haven't got the risk of tattooing just above somebody's arse and they drop their guts as you're doing it.
Yeah, I've had that happen once. If Dan Collister's listening to this, he'll know what I'm talking about. He'll know what I'm talking about. He was there. It weren't pretty.
I didn't know you'd done a tramp stamp on Dan Collister, to be honest. Sorry, we're moving away.
Yeah, let's not talk about this anymore. It does. Honest, I will swear to God, my painting has transferred into my tattooing, not probably the other way around. Well, I say that with my Raven Guard, I did lots of Polynesian designs. I freehanded a lot of Polynesian,
and that was really good.
Sort of designs all on my vehicles and things like that, and that come from obviously doing it on people. But yeah, they do sort of cross-pollinate quite well, I think. I assumed
it would do. I just
thought with Mechanicum symbols on them that I didn't know about.
Works a small cog into every design.
They'll never find out.
Yeah, it's definitely a Thai symbol. Don't worry about it.
Let's be honest. The 40k artwork.
Yeah.
There's so much depth and.
But there is. I think with the increase in artists in both 30k and 40k for both Forge World and Games Workshop, and the reference points they've taken, I think for me it was from kind of the Badab War Imperial Armour books onwards, suddenly everything stepped up again, where they started to have to, I think, to be honest, once they started going, oh, hang on, we've got Marines against Marines, we need to put some character into it. That side took off.
So Dan, what sort of techniques and things have you used on your army? What are your do's and don'ts and your tips for any potential Thousand Sons painters?
I am a massive fan of airbrushing. I think, especially with the Thousand Sons paint scheme, it really, really lends itself towards the airbrushing. I've seen several armies done where they've hand brushed it, and it just, I'm not saying that they look rubbish, but they just don't sort of come up to par.
I think when you get bigger armor plate, whether that's kind of anything bigger than a Marine, so once you get to sort of Terminators, Dreadnoughts, tanks, I think the airbrush is a must.
Even with the Marines, just to get with the Forge World paint scheme, it's very you need to get it sort of quite even, and it's a lot of pre-shading, and because the paint I use that Angron red, which is a clear paint. You need to pre-shade really well.
So you're pre-shading in silvers?
Yeah, so all I do, I base in grey.
In grey? Hang on a fucking minute.
Well, the space walls for about 10 minutes. And then I just use the lead belcher spray from Forge World, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. The fact that they've done these cans of paint is very, very helpful. It saves me a lot of grief. Lead belcher, then a non-oil wash, and then I just highlight. It's very hard to sort of explain it verbally, I think, really, but just try and highlight the plates with the airbrush silver and then go over with the red, and it does take a good 3, 4, 5 coats to get that sort of deep red. They come out very, very pink for the first couple of coats. And I've seen people that have stopped at a couple of coats, and they're like, "Oh, it's really pink." And
I think where I've done a few bits and bobs on bases where I've got Thousand Sons casualties, and I've definitely not done
a few bits and bobs.
I've not done the justice.
Every base, I think.
I've not done the justice that Dan has, but I'm literally looking at probably 6 or 7, because they're only small parts, but 6 or 7 brushed coats of that red to get the depth of colour that you get on yours.
Multiple thin coats are the key, aren't they? Without any of the clears, otherwise they go on like nail varnish, and you've lost it then.
Absolutely, it's not being scared that you put a coat on, it doesn't look like it's done anything. Don't be tempted to add more. Let it dry and then do another coat.
Yeah, it's very easy to just start sort of glooping it on and thinking, oh, it's not covering, it's not like a lot of people use the gem paints to.
I've seen that. It scares me, the thought of doing it that way, but I suppose that's because I've been so used to using an airbrush for a while now that I wouldn't consider that as a way of doing it. I totally understand why people do it, because they've never used an airbrush, and that scares them just as much. But it definitely seems like a way of doing it that could go wrong quite quickly. But not disputing. People are doing it, and they've got decent looking armies on the tabletop, and it's all about what you're trying to achieve and what standard you're trying to achieve, I think.
Yeah, and it's for me, I'm going for quite a high tabletop standard. I want everything to look nice, and the airbrush, to a lot of people, like you say, is quite a scary concept. I don't know, maybe it's just because of what I do for a job, or I'm used to having a tool in my hand, or
I'm desperate to make a joke at this point.
Are we getting back on butt plugs?
It would be in keeping with most of the conversation this evening. So, yeah.
Well, I would say it's invaluable, and it is worth the investment if you're going for such a visual army. I think it's.
I think Thousand Suns aren't they? They're a very aesthetic army with the deep candy red and the kind of contrasting gold and whites that are in there, and even the black in a lot of the Forge World stuff. That's such a good complementary colour.
Yeah. I had a little bit of insight before the book came out, so I'd used the photos that they'd released at the open day. They had like a preview, didn't they, and released a couple of pictures of a couple of close-ups of vehicles, and I wasn't seeing any white panels. So I thought I'd go with the black. So my top tip is, instead of using black, is to use the Forge World Corvus black, which is a really dark grey.
It's like a dark charcoal grey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very charcoaly colour, which is brilliant because you can shade down and you can highlight up from it really, really well. But even if you leave it as it is, it almost looks black.
I think it's one of them things that in real life, when you look at stuff that is black, it isn't actually black. Does that make sense? It sounds like such a ridiculous sentence.
No, it's very true.
If you look around the room and look at things that are black aren't really black. They're tones of grey.
Like when you see an advert for a new TV and they say, "Oh, blacks are blacker than black," and
are they like early 90s adverts you watch?
No. I'm You've only got one telly. You can't talk to me.
But I got 4 toilets.
You got 4 toilets, yeah. Posh buff. But that's my top tip. That is the one thing. Don't use black. Use the Corvus black, which is a very dark grey, and you can shade down from it very nicely. It gives you a great mid-tone. So, but anyone wants to know what I do, just go on my Instagram, because I seem to spam the hell out of that with each of my each stage of what I'm doing. And
give your Instagram a shout out so people can actually go on and have a look. Then
it's just 1K Sun.
And do you don't use Facebook to put your stuff up in groups or anything as well?
No, I go on the 30K Thousand Suns group occasionally. I'm on the Horus Heresy modelling and painting group, but I don't post on there very often. But I mostly go on there for sort of inspiration. I love to see what other people are doing, and I don't think of myself as some fantastic painter. I'm happy with what I do, but it's, again, I had a couple of people message me this week saying, "Oh, you've inspired me to do Thousand Suns this way," and which is brilliant. It like Pete said, you want people to be producing nice armies. You want to play against good looking armies, don't you? And like Tom said, he's friends with the really nice Ultramarines. It pushes you, and being in such a small sort of gaming group where everyone's sort of pushing themselves to have nice armies, you want to be, like you always say, you don't want to be the worst in the group, do you?
No.
It's setting standards for the community. I mean, the reason we have the plague of unpainted armies in 40k is because the community allows it.
Yeah.
If we as a community of 30k players say no, We want painted armies, whether that's bloody golden demon level or just done to the best of your abilities. If we set that as a community standard and we publicly put that out there, that, you know, this is my Instagram page and this is what I expect of my army is to be painted to this level.
Yeah.
It's kind of you set a community standard. Say, look, if you're going to play 30k, we expect of the community that you play fluffy, you don't be a dick, you're a grown up, and you paint your shit. You know, I mean, the Eye of Horus guys have started that with the fully painted is for closers. I mean, fully painted is for closers is almost as synonymous with heresy as anything else. You know, that is what we do as a community. We paint our shit, and it's good. And if people are, you know, key people in the community and people who are you know, seen, you know, like your Instagrams and our Instagrams, and, you know, in groups, that the standard is that it is painted, it is painted. Whether that, you know, people come in and go, oh, if I'm going to play heresy, oh, fuck me, everybody paints their shit. Well, I've got to do that to be part of the community. We all end up with painted armies, and once you paint a fully painted army, you'll never go back. And once you, and when you start painting and you start looking at techniques and you start realizing it's not that hard to do some of these techniques, you can, you know, it pushes you on to do more and more, and suddenly, before you know it, you're painting really nice armies to a good standard and enjoying doing that, and suddenly everybody comes on.
And it's about creating cultures, isn't it? That's what it's about. It's about creating positive cultures and what you know, but like you're saying, what's acceptable and what's not. And within the 30k community, generally, it's expected that you play with painted, and that's a good thing.
It becomes positive escalation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to paint my stuff. Okay, that's cool. Everyone's painting. I'm going to weather my stuff. Okay, now we're all starting to do weathering. I'm going to put transfers on. Boom, 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 boom. You know, it all just starts to, like the power fist on the sergeant problem, you know, we all escalate. We escalate that way, but if we can keep escalating and saying, look, all right, okay, I've painted my shit now, and actually I've named my characters, and I have a unit designation for my army, you know, it's suddenly, all right, well, that guy's got a bit of narrative. That's cool. I'll bit a narrative for mine. Boom, boom, boom. You know, it all just escalates. So we've just got to keep making sure the community pushes that way. Same with the rules, you know, like you said, if Thousand Suns players and Space Wolves players say, right, I can take this dick list, but I'm not going to. I'm going to take this list because it's more narrative and it appeals to me more. More people will go, yeah, I don't want to play that dick list. I want a bit of narrative. Like I said, I could take 12 Phosphax Squad Mortars in my list if I wanted to. There's nothing fucking stopping me. I can do it. I can put the units in there. I can make it happen. Do I want to do it? Not really. Don't want to do it.
Yeah.
You know,
and it really works as well. You see it. I mean, funnily enough, I've played a lot of different systems over my time wargaming, and there's only two communities where you see a lot of unpainted stuff at events, and it's just 40k and War Machine. You know, fantasy events have been fully painted for the majority of them. This is for a long time. War Machine is sort of been synonymous with it for a long time because it's the most competitive sort of system there. But even Privateer Press have just changed their own directions on that for their own sanctioned events. They're going to be fully painted soon. So it is interesting. I find it from being away from 40k for so long. I find it odd that there's ever a question about being painted for events, and I think there is a little bit of overbleed into that with 30k, and that's why we have this conversation. But luckily, at the moment, and hopefully it stays the way, that people still see it as fully paid as the norm. But before we go anywhere, we're going off on a big tangent then, aren't we? So sorry, I don't want to cut you off, Pete, if you were just about to say.
No, I was just saying, I think it's in the vein of, and I'm speculating a little bit, but I think it's in the vein of where Forge World started. In that, I mean, well, it started initially. They wanted to do different tank variants for Lehman Russes, but they wanted a more hobby-based take on the Games Workshop gaming systems. Something that was more aesthetic-led, and I think that's kind of matured and grown up now, and become that thing that it's narrative-based, it's painted, and it's a two-player experience. I think all of that is encapsulated in 30k.
Yeah, I'd agree definitely. So, while we got you talking, tell us a bit about how you've approached your own wolves and what sort of definitely do a lot of conversion work and kit bashing and green stuff, and I've seen that from your Instagram. So how do you approach it?
Well, wolves initially for me were Right. What was initially for me is that I wanted to do a cool Terminator Praetor with lightning claws, and I've probably made the same or variants of that Terminator Praetor with lightning claws about 3 or 4 times over the last 2 decades. But it just epitomizes what wolves were for me. It was a hero with that kind of Wolverine aesthetic, and that's what I wanted. There was a white dwarf entry once upon a time that had something similar in, based on the old Metal Wolfguard Terminator Sergeant with lightning claws. This was before the days that people did kit bashes, so it was kind of revolutionary that somebody had put different arms on the Terminator. But it kind of grabbed me at the time, and I think I was about 8 or 9, and it was like, this is wicked. I'm fully behind this, and that image just stuck with me. And then when kind of I gradually, we've talked about it before in this podcast, but I pipped around to 30k wolves. That was where I started, and it was like, I want to do a little watch pack and a Praetor or a claw leader to accompany my Iron Hands.
5,000 points later.
Yeah. But as in every time I've approached 40k or 30k, the wolves have bitten, and that's the route I wanted to go. So I started off with the Kauf box set, and initially I was like, that's unfortunate because it's a shame we've not got, as in it's unfortunate we've not got more wolf upgrades to go with, and I kind of want them to feel a bit more Legion specific. But then actually it was sort of, no, hang on a minute, the reason I like this is because the Legions have subtle nuances rather than being kind of episode 1 Wolfie McWolf. So it's
it should be riding a wolf.
Yeah. So like my tactical Marines, which are proxy Grey Slayers at the moment, which will, once I get Grey Slayer upgrades, will return to be tactical Marines, are literally Mark IV armor with a few head swaps and some Legion specific shoulder pads, the odd talisman and totem, but nothing over the top.
Butt plug.
But but my veterans, I made the most of the torsos that Forge had brought out, and really kind of modelled them up as Forge Mark IIIs. I'm not scared to use a mix of armour marks either. I like squads to have a singular armour mark. That's just a personal preference. But I'm fully behind having mixed armour marks on an individual if people can sell it well, providing they're still using... This is a personal preference thing, still using heresy-relevant marks. I think it's unfortunate, and I've fallen into the trap, to be honest, but I think it's unfortunate when people try and do conversions of 40k models into 30k and don't put enough effort in. Like I did it with my Ulrich the Slayer to be my Speaker of the Dead. I just went, oh, well, his backpack's pretty similar to Mark IV. And the minute I'd posted the work in progress picture up and someone said, why don't you convert the backpack? I kicked myself because I knew I wanted to do it anyway and I was just cutting corners. But I wanted to take the Legion aesthetic, the kind of generic Legion aesthetic that I think every Legion should have. Every Legion has standard kit. All of them have it. All of them have access to all of it. There are various arguments that, like, some have more access to more Mark IV than Mark II and III, etc.
When you get into Mark VI and stuff, it's a bit crazy.
But I think the reality is, if you take Mark II, III, and IV, all Legions had access to it in varying degrees, and certainly they had enough of any of them that you can field a force at 3k. So I kind of took that, Tartarus, Cataphracta, etc., and then to translate into wolves, one of the things I didn't like, and Forge have taken a slightly different aesthetic on this, and that's cool, as they're right and I'm wrong, I suppose, in that they're canon, but they've got all the leather Tarouges still on the Cataphracti armour, so they've kind of still got the leather kind of loincloth and that.
You love a bit of leather. What are you talking about?
And the under like pauldron protection. And one thing that captured me in Prospero Burns was a bit when they're attacking the Quietude's little orbital moon thing that turns out to be like the sum total of their knowledge that they were trying to escape. They wrap their armor in furs, not like in an aesthetic manner, but in like to quieten it, to kind of to give them a stealth element. So anything that's noisy and dangles and moves, they kind of wrap up. And I quite like that. Whereas a lot of Legions have got the leather Tarouges, the Cataphracti, maybe they'd have the furs kind of under their pauldrons and stuff. And that was a big driver for me on that initial model, which then sort of trickled through. And I kind of... So that was a green stuffing project. That was taking a Cataphracti Terminator and adding the green stuff to it, and then various iconography. And I cut a lot of iconography off of Forge World 40k stuff. So I think the Forge World Terminator upgrade set with the torsos and the shoulder pads, I think I've probably owned that about 5 times through my 30k army, and it's been had hair dryers to it or boiling water, and it's been flattened and had the symbols cut off, and then they've been put onto other things. It's the most expensive way of buying decals I can possibly imagine, but don't tell my wife. She can hear you. But it's been that for me has been a big driver. I think the decal sheet that Forge released quite early for the Space Wolves has been a big help as well. Those kind of water slide transfers, because they've got a lot of knot work on them and a lot more of the intricate patterns and runes without being kind of like, I don't know how to articulate it, but kind of the 30k take on runes is a bit more is more subtle than the 40k take on runes. And I think that's worked quite well. There's almost there's a heritage to it, and I've kind of wanted to apply that to them without being over the top. I've still wanted them to feel like a base legion that have been stepped. No, not stepped. That's the wrong word. That have had an influx of heritage from their adopted homeworld, rather than being werewolves that wear power armor. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, no, I totally know what you mean.
I think depending on your point of view, I've probably got a bit of a step over on the amount of wolf stuff. Like I've kind of like with things that I'm going to use ether rune armor on or artificer armor, I've kind of gone with the kind of stylized wolf heads on the backpack exhausts or things like that. And I'm quite keen on the wolf pelt and fur aesthetic, but I quite like the tribal side of that rather than
It likes upsetting vegans
rather than it being wolf upon wolf upon wolf, and trying to get a balance of iconography against totems and accessories. Like not every guy is going to have a wolf tooth necklace and a wolf pelt and wolf iconography. Some are more subtle than others, and I kind of want some of the Terran orientated stuff in my army, like the tactical squads, to be a lot subtler than say the veterans, which I see more as kind of Fenrisian born. I think that's kind of the aesthetic I'm trying to sell. Sorry, I've kind of gone more into a fluff thing than a modelling thing, Stu.
No,
that's fine because it's linked,
really.
isn't it? It's about the reason you've done what you've done from a hobby perspective. So that's absolutely fine. So if you so then from a hobby perspective, what kind of techniques and what paints, what have you used? How do you approach the actual translating your fluff vision into the actual modelling side?
I think I'm from a painting point of view, I'm
just undercoats grey and leaves it at
that. Yeah, fuck it, why not? No, I'm very much a GW paint user, and that's probably through more isolation and ignorance than anything else. That the only thing I'd ever really had experience of before that is Humbrol and Airfix kits, and that was at a very early age where I didn't really know what I was doing. So I am pretty pure with the GW stuff, but I mean I use flat greys and then Nuln Oil washes to the recesses and edge highlights, stepped edge highlights, and I'm perhaps a bit more kind of cartoony and maybe like older GW set in that. I like weathering. I think weathering is fantastic, and I can do weathering very well. I tend to find that once I get to the point where I finish painting a model and not weathered it, that I no longer want to invest time in the model because I've got other things that need painting, and I tend to chicken out a little bit, if I'm honest. My vehicles are a classic of that, where I've done
straight out the Forge World.
I've weathered my vehicles. I don't tend to weather my infantry, but I've weathered my vehicles. But whenever I finished a vehicle, I've always had the attitude of that'll do, and then 2 weeks later I look back and go, I need to revisit that at some point. And I've got a date in my diary. I'm happy in my inventory not weathered. I'm happy. I'm all right with the kind of cleaner aesthetic. I very much like the weathered aesthetic, but I'm happy with the clean aesthetic. But my vehicles, I kind of wanted weathered, and there's a bit of it's a bit of a conflict there. But
let's see. I was going to weather my 1,000 Suns, but there's a section in one of the books where they're dismantling their bolters
with their
psychically and cleaning them and then putting them back. So I thought, they best probably look clean.
It's like Fantasia. They can magic comes on and there's bristles and brushes everywhere and Mickey Mouse and.
So I think I want to go and I want to revisit my vehicles, and I've got, since the book came out, because a lot of my vehicles have been produced before the book. There's like some sort of like diagonal red stripes and stuff that are in there that I think are pretty cool that I can pull off quite nicely on my vehicles. I want to revisit, so there's an opportunity there. But I think the main thing for me is that my painting approach is very simple, and I would describe it as a good tabletop standard. I like to make sure things are painted and are highlighted, and I'm a bit of a 3-color junkie, that every item should be done in 3 shades. So if it's a leather pouch, it should be a base color, a wash, and a highlight, or it should be if it's the armor, it's a base gray, it's a wash, and then it's 2 highlights. I've kind of fallen into that trap a little bit. I've never claimed to be an amazing painter or a good painter at all, but I think a good tabletop standard is what I'm aiming for, and I think I achieve it. So that's that.
3 works really well, actually. I think I don't know if I've done this on air, so to speak, or just with Tom, but I think if you can get the danger of doing just one level of highlight. I think if you always think of 3 layers as a minimum, that really makes something pop. So you got your base layer, obviously you're achieving the shade via a wash. It doesn't really matter, but if you're going from a process of sort of 3 layers, then it's amazing what difference that makes, and that harks back to a lot of historical painters, and you'll see that kind of very heavy layered painting, but from a tabletop view it looks amazing. And I think if you always think of that as a minimum, I'm not just going to give this one lighter shade, I'm going to go back with a 3rd highlight, it really makes a difference. So I don't think you're going anywhere wrong there. I think that's good.
Yeah, I think that's very much my approach, really. I think you've summarised it a lot more articulately than I did.
Oh, not so sure.
Awesome. So, is there anything else you guys like to talk about with painting and modelling the walls and stuff, or the suns?
Pete, do you want to give your Instagram a shout?
Oh yeah, give that.
If people want to check out Uplander, that's with a double P. Uplander on Instagram. There's a link to my blog on there as well, which I tend to document stuff in a bit more detail, which is a WordPress blog. But
What's the WordPress blog? Give it a shout out as well.
It's volkerfenricablog.wordpress.com.
.bonio.
It's sponsored by Pedigree.
Not Pedigree.
And
you post stuff in the Facebook groups a lot as well, don't you?
I tend to. Again, it's like we were talking about before. I really want to share my stuff to inspire people to other people to share stuff, because I want people that are better than me to share stuff so I can steal their ideas, which is essentially
literally all I do.
That's honestly that's what it is. So I tend to, if I finish something, I tend to kind of spam it out there a little bit, not seeking praise, but because I want other people to share their stuff, And I think for a long time I was in a place where I didn't want to share stuff because I was fearful of the quality, and I think actually if everyone shares stuff, you'll see the stands that are out there, and you'll strive to go further.
We'll put some links up when we post the show up, and in Facebook we'll put some links to your blogs and Instagram so people can go and have a look there. But yeah, post stuff up in our groups. I know you don't really use Facebook much, Dan, but if you decide you want to stick stuff in our group, same for you. Get stuff in there. Get stuff in there. At the moment, it's a pretty friendly group. It's not. I don't think we have any arguments or anything in there. It's quite good so far. It's not.
No, I haven't.
It's a bit more boring. Ivor is a brilliant group. It's huge and there's lots of arguments in there. But
the Thousand Suns one. So I'm used to an argument or 37.
But yeah, at the moment it's friendly enough. We don't really heavily moderate it, to be honest with you. But yeah, just stick your stuff out. It's a very positive group in terms of modelling and stuff. You'll get a few comments, and I know people would love to see your stuff, because that's what we're on Facebook for. We're not there for what people say. We want to look at nice pictures and stuff, don't we? So get your stuff up there and get it out there, because it's genuinely really good stuff, and I like following what you do on Instagram.
Oh, thank you.
Cool, awesome. I think that probably rounds out a section that we probably could have done a whole bloody show on, I think, between the 4 of us. So, like I say, come and chat to us. If you've got messages, send us messages on the Gino. We're happy to chat. I know the guys, Pete and Dan, are happy to chat as well. So send them messages if you want to ask questions. Like I said, it's all about driving the community on. So I think we'll go off to a short break and we'll be back in a bit for probably some more waffle and shit in a bit. Hello, welcome back, guys. I've gone from being sober to being drunk to being sober again, because this is how podcasts work. We're just back, as we said, we're going to do a quick wrap up now. I hope you really enjoyed all the stuff with Dan and Pete, and once again, really big shout out and thank you and wrap up for them. Go and check out Uplander and 1K Sun.
Yeah,
both definitely big on Instagram, aren't they? They've got some good Instagrams going there.
Absolutely. I think Pete posts on quite a lot of the heresy groups on Facebook as well with his wolf stuff. But both worth checking out, and such nice guys. If you have any questions, just fire them a message. I think they'd be happy to answer and help.
Yeah. So we're going to have a quick wrap up again because, like I say, we were aware it's been a long show. So the only event I've really got to shout out this month, for this episode, is Conflict Norwich. We gave them a bit of a shout out last time. Si, who was in Gibraltar with me, he sent me all the details. He's actually sent me the full event pack, and it is beautiful. I really feel that I've underdone our event pack for Tarsus after seeing a few of the latest ones that have come out. People are absolutely smashing it out of the park with event packs. So note for Tarsus, Stu, we've really got to up our bloody game for event packs.
Well, luckily we haven't released it yet. It's only in rough at the moment, so we've got a chance to fluff it out and tidy it up a bit. But it will be good. It will be good. It's good.
But so it's taking place at the Alec Bussey, must be Jake's brother, Scout Centre on Saturday the 28th and Sunday the 29th of October. That is Norwich Way, over that side of the country, over in the lowlands. They're going to have a large-scale night battle on the Friday night as well. That's always good fun. I think we need to throw that into Tarsus at some point as well. Some kind of night battle and stuff. That's cool. Tickets are going to be £36, which is bloody reasonable for 2 days. 3 days. 2 days and a night's gaming. And they're going to go on sale from March 31st. So go and check out the Conflict Norwich guys group. I'm sure details will be on there. As soon as we get any more details, we'll obviously let you guys know. And we'll be sharing anything we can on the social medias with that. So, if you want your event show, send us an email, drop us a line. We'll want to see as many events as you can. There are a fuck ton of events going on at the moment. So if you want your events coming up, you've got stuff in the plans, even if it is just a rough date and a place at the moment, let us know. We'll make sure we get it in there and we'll share it. There is actually a UK Horus Heresy event Facebook group now, isn't there? Have you joined that one, Stu?
Yes, I'm in that. It's very useful to especially as we're involved in shouting stuff out and running them themselves. But it's worth getting on there and having a look to see what's coming up. I think the more people realise it's there, the more people will use it. Hopefully it'll become the hub of where to go. We might just be able to start just reading out the stuff from there rather than getting people to shout, to contact us. But if you want your event shouted out, please do contact us, because not that many people are giving us a shout to give them a shout out. And even if the other casts have covered it, there may be, probably not, but there may be someone that listens to a cast that you don't listen to yourself. So just get it out there, even if you don't listen to us very often. Give us a shout out to, and we'll shout out your event for you.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the group's great. We're happy to put that. And I think, same as goes for the group as goes for us. Even if it's just a 1 day casual day of gaming, it doesn't have to be a 2 day weekend mega event. If you're just having a day of organised play at your local club, let us know, and we'll, if you want more people to come down, let us know. We'll make sure it gets mentioned. So, let's get everybody. One of the things I've found over the last few weeks, I've been travelling around, going to lots of places and playing games. It is so cool to get out and meet people and go to different events and meet new people, play new armies. If you stay in the same place playing your 3 mates all the time, you're just going to have the 3 same games all the time. So get out there, meet new play new games, play different armies. I've played a whole bunch of armies over the last few weeks that, I'd never have come up against in our own local club because we just don't have them. So, it's great, get out there and play them. So, yeah, that kind of wraps us up then, guys. As per usual, check out our show notes. It's got all our links to our friends in. It's got all the links to the other podcasts in there, so go and check them out. I've smashed 2 podcasts last few weeks. More details on that coming up later on the next few shows. So go and listen to them to make up for the fact I'm a whack faggot. So hopefully, anything else you want to throw on the end, Stu? Or are we fairly happy?
No, I think we've covered it all for this big episode, and back to more normal service for the next one, which should follow this one fairly shortly. I'd say within a week to 10 days or so. Cool,
awesome then, guys. We'll catch up with you soon. Big talk coming up, and all kinds of craziness, Talons of the Emperor, and more kinds of babbling shit that you're used to on the next few shows. So enjoy, guys. Take it easy. We'll catch you soon.
We can have 6 in, if not we'll have 2. We all coming up at our end, aren't you? So I'll get one with you. I want you let us have 6 in, especially not with the food. He could have just told us no though, he didn't have to be rude. You see her with the green dress, she talked to me at the bar. Well, how come it's already £2.50? We've only gone about a yard. Didn't you see she was gorgeous? She was beyond belief. But this lad at the side drinking the Smirnoff Ice came and paid for a tropical reef. And I'm sitting going backwards, and I didn't want to leave. I said it's I agree, mate, buy a Hillsborough, please. Well, how funny with that sketch earlier, up near that taxi rank. Oh no, you will have missed it, I think it was when you went to the bank. These 2 lads squaring up, proper shouting. Oh, we're next in the queue. The kind of thing that seems so silly, but not when they both had a few. Oh, well, calm down, temper. We just shouldn't get so annoyed. But you're acting like a silly little boy. They wanted to be men and do some fighting in the street. They said no surrender, no chance of retreat. So I in a taxi, 'cause I didn't want to leave. I said it's I agree, mate, buy a Hillsborough, please. Well, drunken blocks managed to jump it. Ask around, are you sure? Went for it, but the red light was showing. A red light indicates doors are secure.